Our protagonist has just cleared an incredibly difficult game, using nothing but a lowly mage class. The game system immediately unlocked the highest difficulty mode. He's never backed down from a challenge, so he instantly created a character and started the game right away. Who would have thought this mode would transport him straight into the game itself? Here, he possesses a turn-based skill that stops time for everyone except him, giving him 60 seconds to strategize and defeat his enemies. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get started. The story begins with a massive surge of energy radiating outward, splitting the ground below in two. It aims straight for the dark silhouette in the distance. Calum, with black hair and red eyes, stood at the front of a four-person party. Hands on his knees, exhausted but with eyes full of unwavering resolve. It ends now. He quickly gathered his energy and shouted, "Labyrinth Master." Instantly, a blinding golden light flashed. In a split second, it transformed into a colossal beam, surging forward where his finger pointed. The enemy on the other side swiftly retaliated, summoning shields to clash with Calum's power. In an instant, the two immense forces collided, but Calum's power quickly shattered the shields, tearing straight toward the enemy. He was immediately engulfed by the fierce light, vanishing in agony. A massive explosion erupted from the spot, billowing thick fire and black smoke. Just then, a notification popped up. Cleared. Labyrinth Master difficulty. Thank you for playing Abyss Labyrinth. The young man sitting in front of the computer stretched comfortably. Finally cleared it. He couldn't help but sigh. Man, the higher the difficulty, the more brutal it gets. He smirked triumphantly. Gotta admit, choosing a mage as my main character really paid off. Looking at the notifications on the screen, unlocking Endless Mode, True Leader, Hall of Fame, Transcendent Human, Tactical God, and recently a new difficulty, Turn-Based Mage, he felt a surge of pride. Maybe I should just upload a strategy video for this. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. An unexpected notification appeared. Do you want to challenge the final developer difficulty? Intrigued, he thought. Is this the last one? Developer difficulty? Sweet, let's do this. No sooner said than done, the screen quickly changed. Final developer difficulty of Abyss Labyrinth. Select special skill. New reverse hourglass. Unlocked upon clearing turn-based mage. He hesitated. I've never seen this skill before. But he quickly decided, whatever, if I lose, it'll just start over. No big deal. The main character will still be a mage, no doubt. The familiar image of Calum appeared. They'll dump all 10 points into intelligence. This meant his strength, agility, vitality, and dexterity would all be 0. Without a second thought, he clicked to start the game. Suddenly, the computer screen flashed with a strange blue light. He jumped up in shock. What the hell is this? The beam of light was so intense that it illuminated his entire apartment in the dead of night. Voices called out continuously. Hey, wake up. Hey. The red eyes snapped open, filled with terror. A fierce-looking guy yelled right in his face, "You filthy criminal. Wake up." Calum was bewildered, his eyes wide as he thought to himself, was he talking to me just now? But he quickly dismissed the thought. This must be a dream. Criminal, what the hell? I've just been gaming. I didn't do anything. Seeing him smile, the guy grew furious and growled, "Oh, you think this is funny, you lunatic." With that, he hurled Calum violently to the ground, making him wince in pain. He turned and walked away, ignoring Calum's confusion. Whatever, it's probably better that you've lost your mind. You're going to die soon anyway. Calum sat there dazed, touching his waist in disbelief. It's just a dream, right? Then why does it hurt so much? He looked up ahead where a large crowd was gathered in front of a spatial portal and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, why does this feel so real? The old man standing majestically in front of the portal suddenly spoke. Everyone has been given a magic staff. You sinners were brought here and reduced to slaves. This labyrinth is your only chance to change your fate, if you make it out alive. You can use the money you earn in the labyrinth to buy your freedom. And if you wish, you may enroll in our magic academy. Calum looked at the staff in his hand in a panic, sweating profusely. Labyrinth? Magic academy? Wait a minute, this is exactly like the Abyss Labyrinth game. His face turned pale and his whole body trembled, struggling to accept reality. No way. Does this mean I'm inside the game? Seriously. The old man quickly shouted, "All right, teams, enter in your assigned order." Calum led the way, walking alongside the group into the labyrinth. He gritted his teeth, looking around anxiously. I have no idea what the hell is going on, but this is clearly the character I just created, Calum. He recalled the difficulties he had faced, growing more worried the more he thought about it. If this really is the game's labyrinth, any monster that appears will be absolutely brutal. I need to grasp the situation quickly. First, I should check the skills of the people with me. Calum carefully looked back to assess them when a weak, trembling voice softly called out, "Everyone." A scrawny man suddenly burst into laughter, terrifying the two people beside him. "All right, just stay calm. A divine prophecy has just descended, and it says we're all going to die." With that, he laughed like a maniac, his face twisted in madness. The two next to him were scared to tears. Watching this, Calum gritted his teeth in confusion. Damn it, they've all completely lost it. But he couldn't let things stay like this. He hurriedly spoke up to reassure them. "Everyone, please, snap out of it. If we stay calm, we might actually make it out alive. Let's move slowly and find a way out together." The fat guy in the group panicked and ran away, tears streaming down his face. "Get me out of here." Calum watched him helplessly, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. Damn it, another one's gone crazy. Suddenly, a bright red streak splashed through the air, reflecting in his eyes. Remaining three in the group froze, staring at the scene unfolding before them. A green goblin had just taken down the fat guy. It peeked its head out, drool dripping from its mouth. The scrawny man jumped up, laughing hysterically. "See, I told you. Exactly as I said." The only girl in the group trembled in fear. Blood. The spear. It went right through him. The prophecy wasn't wrong at all. Just as he finished speaking, the scrawny man was impaled by a spear right before the girl's horrified eyes. Another goblin appeared behind its comrade. The girl collapsed to the ground in a panic, screaming in pure terror. Calum carefully observed the situation over there, gritting his teeth, cold sweat breaking out. He quickly spun around to face two monsters wielding sharp blades in their hands. Calum's mind raced endlessly. No, this can't be happening. In a flash, the two goblins lunged at him. In the blink of an eye, the monster's blade was right at Calum's throat. "I'm dead." In the nick of time, the system panel appeared. Reverse hourglass. Skill activated. Freezes time for 60 seconds per use. Action points, 4. Auto activates in emergency situations. An hourglass quickly appeared within Calum's glowing red eyes. The system announced, "It is now your turn." It started counting down. 59. Before Calum could even react, he saw the hourglass ticking. Oh shit. The countdown continued relentlessly. 58. 57. The scene before him completely froze amidst the system's countdown. 56. Now he finally understood. Time stop. The reverse hourglass. 55. The horrified face of the girl in the group remained frozen. 54. So what is this? 53. All right, I only have 1 minute to think. Think. 52. Calum made a quick decision. He gripped the issued magic staff tightly in his hand. First, raise the staff and block that blade. At the same time, the system's progress bar decreased by 1 point. Calum gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Just a tiny move and I've already lost an action point. Damn it, at this rate, I won't even have enough points to dodge or defend. He let out a helpless sigh, but suddenly he realized something. Calum looked up in shock. Wait, if I can't move, how did I just sigh? So I can still speak, right? He looked at the progress bar above. His action points hadn't decreased. Calum quickly reread the tutorial panel, which displayed the recent events. Goblin launched a slashing attack at Calum. Your turn. Calum cast Fireball. Looking at the last line, he realized, so speaking counts as casting a spell. Calum made up his mind. In that case, he tremblingly raised the magic staff. The progress bar dropped by another point, and the countdown was down to just 6 seconds. Calum aimed the tip of the staff at the two monsters. The progress bar had only 1 point left, 5 seconds. He swept the staff toward them, 4 seconds. The progress bar hit 0, 3 seconds. The system instantly notified, action points depleted. 2 seconds left. He quickly shouted, Fireball. Finally, the hourglass ticked to 1 and a notification appeared. Turn ended. Reverse hourglass cooldown is 60 seconds. A fireball formed at the tip of the magic staff. Calum quickly pointed it straight at the two goblins. A blinding force of fire erupted, blowing the monsters away. The remaining girl in the group was stunned by the sight before her. What? By now, the fireball had weakened and was about to burn out. The monsters had been taken down. Calum dropped to his knees, panting heavily. Holy fuck, I almost died, he thought bitterly. What did I even do to deserve this? He looked at the impaled corpse of his teammate, killed off so pointlessly, like a complete nobody. If this place really follows the rules of the game. He carefully looked at the magic staff in his hand, recalling his expertise. When it comes to mages, nobody knows more than I do. I just don't know how long it will take to find a way out. Calum turned and walked over to the corpse. He quickly looted the body. For now, I'll grab some gear, then find some reliable teammates. Only then did he realize there was someone else still alive here, and he glanced behind him. Calum stepped forward to strike up a conversation. "What kind of magic is in your wand?" The girl startled in fear and replied tremblingly, "It's a stun ray." But she quickly added, "But I've never used a wand before." Hearing that, Calum sighed heavily, but it's still better than nothing, right? He tried to explain and guide her. You'll have to use it whether you've tried it before or not. If a monster attacks, don't hesitate. Strike immediately. The girl obediently listened, nodding continuously. Okay. Seeing that she understood to some extent, Calum turned away. Anyway, let's find a way out. As he walked, he thought with a resentful tone, who threw me into this hellhole? The developer? A god? Or what? Seeing him turn away, the girl hurriedly stood up. Then let me go with you. He was still lost in thought, his eyes looking forward with determination. I will survive at all costs. A few years ago, the labyrinth opened and monsters poured out, filling everywhere. As a result, countless adventurers and mages lost their lives. Then, to train mages to explore the labyrinth, they threw slaves into the maze and selected the survivors. That was the plot of this game. But Calum walked carefully, observing his surroundings. Worry appeared on his face. There's no guarantee that everything I know is accurate. It's best to be a bit careful. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind. Thank you for letting me go with you. I am Urinal. Seeing her take the initiative to introduce herself, he calmly replied, It's nothing, in Calum. After that, the atmosphere fell into silence again as the two continued deeper into the labyrinth. Urinal tried to strike up a conversation, her tone still timid. Calum, you're really calm and quiet. On the slave ship, you talk quite a bit with the others. Calum froze, his eyes widening in shock. What? He gritted his teeth. So, it's possible these people don't know that I'm an outsider. I need to be more careful, he reminded himself. Less than greater than. Seeing Calum not responding, Urinal continued, telling him about her life. I used to live in the Elven Forest and worked at a delivery center, but it turned out to be a front for selling drugs through packages. I was framed, and with no money to pay the fine, I was enslaved. At this, Calum helplessly turned his head to look, thinking to himself, I understand she's trying to talk because she's scared, but... Urinal, please be quiet, he bluntly interrupted, leaving her stunned, but at that moment, one of her feet had accidentally stepped on some switch on the ground. Countdown hourglass appeared again. A notification popped up, your turn. The time started counting down. 59. Calum flinched and cursed. Damn it, we stepped on a trap. He looked down at the sunken brick under his feet. 58. Calum's mind spun endlessly. Stay calm. First, I need to analyze the surrounding situation. Traps on the first floor are usually mechanisms that shoot arrows from the walls. He looked at the opposite wall. Luckily, there are no holes on Urinal's side for them to shoot out from. 49 seconds. He panicked and wondered, what about my side? I'll have to spend it. I'm forced to use an action point. 48 seconds. Progress bar decreased by 1 point. Calum turned to look at the wall on his side. It's a relief there are no holes here either. The progress bar decreased by another point. He carefully looked up. The ceiling is the same, so it's a floor trap. According to his memory, there were 4 types of floor traps on the first floor. First, the pop-up spike trap. Sharp spikes would thrust straight up from under the floor and crush the feet. Second, the explosive nail trap. The blast radius is quite wide, so neither of them would escape injury. Third, the gas trap, poison or sleeping gas, leaving us as monster bait. Fourth, the pitfall trap that drops you to the second floor. The floor collapses and there is no way to counter this. Calum gritted his teeth in despair. The hourglass activating means I am also caught in it, so even if I can rule out the first trap, there's not enough time to prepare a countermeasure. The countdown went from 7 down to 6 seconds. Time kept ticking. 5, 4, 3. At this moment, Calum frustratingly yelled, This is so annoying. If I lift my foot like this, it'll be in danger too. I might as well just step on it. On the second countdown, he actually lifted his foot. At the same time, the progress bar had only 1 point left. At the last second, he stepped out and the progress bar reached 0. The system notified action points depleted, end of turn. Urinal, caught off guard, accidentally tripped over Calum's foot. Her whole body fell forward. Oh no. Once she steadied herself, she tremblingly asked Calum, Why? Why did you do that? He explained briefly, You step on a trap. It's the kind of trap that triggers as soon as you lift your foot, so I took your place and stepped on it. At least it's not a sleeping gas trap. Hearing that, Urinal panicked and frantically asked, "Really? I'm sorry. What do we do now?" Calum calmly reminded her, "Do you remember the oak barrel we passed by earlier?" Urinal answered blankly, "I remember." Seeing that, he immediately said, "Can you go back and get it for me?" She immediately obeyed, turning around and running back the way they came. "Okay, I'll be right back." Meanwhile, Calum had figured out a solution. This type of trap can be disabled by placing a heavy object on it. I just need to wait about 10 minutes. However, 30 minutes later, there was still no sign of Urinal. Why hasn't she returned yet? Don't tell me she triggered another trap. Another scenario came to mind. Or did she encounter a monster? He felt a bit of regret. Was I too crazy for stepping on the trap for her? Damn it, I should have been more selfish. Right then, Urinal's voice echoed from afar. "Calum, I brought it back." Covered in sweat, she struggled to push the wooden barrel, feeling apologetic. "Did you wait long?" "I'm sorry, it's so heavy." Calum regained his hope and quickly comforted her. "No, you did great. Please place it exactly on the brick I'm standing on." Urinal immediately complied, "Yes." After escaping the dangerous situation, Calum pulled out his magic wand. "Nice, the distance is safe enough now. I'll switch to the object-moving wand first." He raised the magic wand, pointing it at the oak barrel placed on the floor trap. There might be unexpected traps ahead, so checking is essential. He waved the magic wand. "Move." The tip of the wand immediately emitted a blue light. The heavy oak barrel was lifted and the brick containing the trap was triggered. Immediately, a loud explosion erupted from that spot. Urinal looked at the scene and screamed in terror. Calum stayed calm, breathing a sigh of relief as he reminded her, "Let's go now." He thought to himself, a simple trap. Thankfully, it was still under control. Monsters and traps, there were many things to watch out for, but there was still hope. He remembered the system panel where he had used all 10 points on intelligence. I have the initiative thanks to the hourglass. Calum stared intently at the magic wand. Since we're still on the first floor, the firepower of 10 intelligence points is enough. However, what I need to verify is whether I can actively trigger the hourglass or not, and I need to clearly determine if casting magic consumes action points. The two continued deeper inside. Suddenly, a monster proactively appeared right in front of them. Calum was satisfied, a smirk on his face. Perfect timing. The goblins, unaware of what they were about to face, still smiled gleefully at the two of them. Calum repeated what he did before, activating the hourglass. "Your turn." He quickly swung his magic wand. Fireball. The progress bar decreased by 1 point. The system notified. Fireball cooldown, 5 seconds. During the countdown from 4, 3, 2 seconds, the space fell into silence. As soon as the countdown hit 1, Calum cast the spell. Fireball. The progress bar lost another point. He looked at the 2 fireballs in front of him, quickly calculating. Casting magic once costs 1 action point. The system voice sounded, "End of turn." The 2 fireballs shot out like arrows, aiming straight at their targets. They accurately struck the 2 goblins that were about to attack, the brilliant flames burning the monsters. They fell backward in pain, the unused bow and arrow in one goblin's hand dropping to the ground. Urinal couldn't help but be amazed by the sight, her jaw dropping, while Calum remained incredibly calm. He thoughtfully looked at his magic wand. "Theoretically, I can shoot out 4 fireballs per turn." Urinal's eyes sparkled, looking at him with admiration. "Calum, you must possess the talent for ultra-high-speed casting and chantless casting." He calmly asked back, "Really?" She excitedly replied, "Yes. Just having one of those is rare enough, but you have both." But Urinal quickly deflated, looking at herself sadly. "I'm so weak, I can't even use magic properly." Feeling self-deprecating, she considered herself a burden. "I couldn't help it all and only caused trouble. I'm sorry." Calum helplessly turned to look at her, not bothering to deny it. She's indeed useless as both a warrior and a mage, but as an elf. If she's an elf, then surely. Suddenly, he asked her an unexpected question. "Urinal, how far can you jump?" She looked blank. "Huh? If you mean jumping." "When I was in the Elven Forest, about 4 meters. Something like that," Urinal seriously recalled. This time it was Calum's turn to be surprised. 4 meters. Then her agility attribute must be at least 5 points or more. Excited, he handed her the bow and arrow. "Urinal, wait a minute. Do you want to try using this? This is the bow that Goblin was using just now." Urinal familiarly grabbed the bow. "Actually, I feel more comfortable using a bow too. In the Elven Forest, I occasionally tried shooting. Seeing that, Calum quickly calculated and came up with a comprehensive strategy. That's good then. You provide long-range support from behind for me, and I'll use this magic wand. Seeing that she was finally useful, Urinal happily said, I'll try to stall for time so Calum can cast spells more comfortably. Thus Calum ended up holding 4 magic wands. He looked at them and sighed. In the end, in the one holding all the wands for the party. Suddenly, Urinal's ears twitched. It seemed she heard something. She hurriedly warned him, Calum, someone is watching us. He immediately looked around to check. But to the right, there was only a silent pitch-black corridor. To the left, there was not a single figure either. Calum asked in confusion, I don't see anyone, Urinal. She awkwardly pointed toward the corridor, her expression earnest and certain, I'm sure of it. There's a sound coming from over there. A thought crossed Calum's mind. He suddenly said, Urinal, close your eyes for a moment. She looked blank, not understanding why. Huh? My eyes? Why my eyes? Finally, she let out a sigh, closed her eyes, and agreed to follow his words. Ah, I understand. In the darkness, Calum's voice rang out from somewhere. Can you tell how many stones fell and where they landed? Urinal pondered, listening for a moment. Then she confidently gave the answer. There are 3 stones 4 steps away. Hearing her, Calum was astonished. Completely correct. Urinal possesses the ability to hear sounds and judge the location or movement of targets. Sound perception, one of the skills in the game. He eagerly probed further. So, how many people did you say were watching us earlier? Urinal quickly reported, about 4 people. They're approaching very fast. Calum hastily calculated and thought, I don't know the reason they're tailing us, but if things go south, it won't be easy. They're a party that has managed to survive this long. He turned and reminded Urinal, follow me. We need to find a place to hide first. The 2 quickly sped up and ran off. They ran past a small puddle. Calum carefully instructed, let's find a hiding spot around here and wait for the enemies to arrive. Urinal obediently listened. Okay. The 2 quickly hid behind a corner in the labyrinth. Calum gritted his teeth tightly, nervously listening to the footsteps. Urinal also anxiously held her breath, sweating profusely. In the blink of an eye, Calum suddenly jumped out to block the group's path. Stop right there. Why are you following us? He bluntly questioned, holding 2 magic wands at the ready. Urinal also raised her bow. A bald thug among the group coldly spoke up. We're not looking for a human, but that elf. He flashed a crazed smile. Hand her over to us. The bald thug ordered and threatened. Just hand over that cheap elf, and we'll let you live. He scoffed, confidently pointing at the sturdy shield in his hand. Low-tier magic won't pierce this shield, let alone those toothpick arrows. Glaring at Calum and Urinal, he continued his taunts, planning to chant. You'll take an arrow to your forehead before you even finish, so don't waste your energy. Just be good and make this easy for everyone. Got it? The bald thug said with a smirk. Suddenly, his expression turned vile as he offered a proposition. Or how about you join us? We can make it a 5-man party. As for that elf, well, just share her among ourselves. Sounds fair, right? The sheer depravity of those men dripped from every word. Hearing this, Urinal was terrified, shooting an anxious glance at him. Calum. Bald thug continued trying to persuade him. Isn't traveling with the 4 of us much safer than sticking with that cheap elf? Calum remained silent, but he had already made up his mind. No, that's not happening. Looking at those 4 despicable men, he could easily guess. Traveling with Urinal meant he could actually sleep, but with these guys, he wouldn't even dare to close his eyes. Calum raised both of his staffs. Stop talking trash and get lost unless you want to die. Seeing his reaction, Urinal was thrilled and deeply moved that he hadn't abandoned her. Calum. The bald thug couldn't believe it and let out a menacing laugh. You're joking, right? His eyes were sharp as he coldly replied, and dead serious. The thug instantly changed his attitude. Then you leave me no choice. The bald thug looked at the other 3 in his group and ordered, kill him. System quickly appeared, activating the reverse hourglass. Your turn. The timer started counting down, 59 seconds. Calum warned, I give you a chance. The system continued counting down, 58, 57. He pointed both staffs forward. You probably think holding 2 wands is just a defensive stance, but if you really think that, you're dead wrong, you arrogant fools, Calum thought with disdain. He looked toward them. That puddle at your feet. And the lightning magic from this wand. Normally, it only shocks 1 target at a time, but with water, it's a completely different story. His action points dropped by 1 as he executed his first move, electric shock. A powerful surge of electrical energy shot straight from the wand into the puddle beneath their feet. Once they get shocked, they'll drop their shields and I'll take them out one by one. Calum quickly executed his next action, Fireball. His action points dropped by another point. A system notification popped up. Your turn. Time remaining. 49 seconds. Still plenty of time. Calum calculated his moves. First strike at the puddle. Next strike, aim for the bald guy. He raised his wand high, his action points down to just one. Calum used his action once more. Fireball. His action points hit 0, and the system immediately announced, action points depleted. Turn ended. The bald thugs group couldn't react in time, watching in bewilderment as a lightning bolt and 2 fireballs hurled toward them. Exactly as Calum had planned, the lightning struck the puddle right beneath their feet. The sudden surge of electricity paralyzed them all, making them scream in sheer agony. Just as he predicted, their weapons dropped to the floor. Right after they were electrocuted, the fireballs closed in. Before the bald thug could even process it, he muttered, "What the hell is this?" The first fireball smashed into the ground right in front of them, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Blinded by the dust and smoke, the bald thug panicked and screamed, I can't see anything. Scatter." At that very moment, the second fireball arrived right in his bewildered face. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire group in blinding fire and smoke. Without hesitation, Calum ordered, "Urinal, shoot." She focused, listening closely to the sounds. Then she decisively fired an arrow. A tragic scream echoed from the smoke. Calum watched intently, unable to help but praise her. The smoke is too thick, but with Urinal's sound perception, she's perfectly fine. Seizing the momentum, he continued ordering her, "Shoot them all down." Calum calmly assessed the situation. "My skills are still on cooldown, so Urinal has to take out at least one. The bald guy definitely took that fireball, so I only need to worry about the rest." He gripped his wand tightly. A system notification popped up, skill on cooldown. 2 seconds remaining. Calum gritted his teeth anxiously. Damn it, why do 5 seconds feel so long? He turned to Urinal and said, "Target the warrior first. My skills are almost back up." But to his surprise, she blankly replied, "I took them all down, Calum." He was stunned, his face going pale as he asked, "What?" Doubt filled his mind. "Wait, I only heard 2 arrows being fired." A moment later, as the smoke cleared, Calum finally saw the real situation. One guy lay motionless on the floor, an arrow straight through his heart. The other 2 were pierced by a single arrow, and slashed through the front guy's throat before driving straight into the guy behind him. Seeing this, Calum was utterly overwhelmed. 3 kills, with just 2 arrows. He evaluated helplessly. "Urinal, you're way scarier than I thought." Hearing this, she teared up. "No, I was terrified too. I just tried my best to aim accurately." Just then a cough echoed out, followed by a mouthful of blood being spat out. The bald thug panted weakly, coughing repeatedly. "Did I pass out?" Seeing him awake, Calum looked down at him with a hint of disgust. "You're still alive." The bald thug finally knew fear. His entire body trembled, but he still talked tough. Who are you? You cast magic without even chanting. Why is someone like you in a place like this? This world is so damn unfair. Why did it have to end up like this?" He wailed incessantly. Calum calmly retorted to every word. "Unfair. That's funny. You brought this upon yourselves when you decided to play dirty in the labyrinth." The bald thug tried to justify himself, filled with resentment. "Who would want this? Do you think I chose to end up like this? I was kicked out because I had no magic talent, then sold as a slave. What else was I supposed to do?" He gritted his teeth, a tear rolling down his cheek. "If I had even half of your abilities, my life wouldn't be this miserable." The bald thug collapsed, coughing up a massive amount of blood before uttering his final words. "My life is truly ruined. And log out of the world." Calum stared at him in silence, not saying another word. Suddenly, Urinal awkwardly spoke up. "I'm sorry, Calum. About earlier, when I said I killed them all." Seeing her blame herself, he comforted her. "You don't need to apologize. Thanks to you, we're safe. Besides, that was your first time shooting someone, wasn't it?" She hastily replied, "Yes, that was my first time aiming at a human." Calum empathized, and it was my first time using magic on someone. But we had to do it, to survive. Anyway, let's check what they had on them. Calum's face was filled with contemplation. He wondered to himself, yeah, it's my first time killing people, but why am I so calm? If this were the real world, it'd probably be breaking down by now. But right now, it's like, it's not even real enough to shock me, he thought as he rummaged through their belongings. Calum recalled, when fighting those goblins, I thought I was actually going to die. Did my mind just harden since then? Suddenly, he looked up ahead. Even if it is real, this stench of blood, this awful smell of burning flesh, I don't think I'll ever get used to it. The unfamiliar gory scene lay right before his eyes. Meanwhile, Urinal suddenly called out, "Caleb, there's a backpack here." He approached curiously. "What kind of backpack?" She quickly set it down and explained. It probably belonged to another adventurer they robbed. She listed all the items inside for Caleb. Handkerchief, holy book, frying pan, bread, knife, rope, wallet. Caleb was surprised to find a card inside a small pouch. It featured a picture of a young man with striking white hair. Avison. Confirmed F-rank adventurer certificate by the Labyrinth Master. Urinal read the information with a bewildered look. Avison. His face doesn't match any of those four guys. Caleb had already guessed it. This is probably the real owner of the backpack. He pondered deeply. Either he died and they looted him, or he got left behind and killed. Come to think of it, even in the game, there were countless ways to die. He recalled and evaluated. Honestly, that bald guy actually understood the basics of combat tactics and positioning, but he never expected me to use my unique ability, and even less so to use the terrain to attack. If the situation were reverse, would I have been able to pull that off? No way. A creeping fear slowly rose in Caleb's heart. He gritted his teeth. I would have died exactly like him. Without the hourglass, I'd be dead a long time ago. He clenched the bag tightly in his hand. Relying on luck and pure stats like this, it's not my style. Caleb decisively turned around. Urinal, let's keep moving. She quickly replied, yes. Caleb's eyes were filled with determination, his mind constantly calculating. I need a flawless strategy. No loopholes, no variables. Because this is my life on the line. It's time to accept that this is a video game world, but for me, it's now a reality I have to overcome. Urinal walked while panting heavily, looking utterly exhausted. The two of them delved deeper into the labyrinth, not even knowing how far they had gone. Caleb also noticed her condition. Hunting goblins for 12 hours straight would exhaust anyone. So he spoke up, suggesting, Urinal, let's take a break. Hearing this, she was incredibly excited, her eyes lighting up as she asked, really? A flickering fire lit up the dark labyrinth. The two unpacked their gear and sat around the fire. Urinal thoughtfully prepared the food. She picked up a slice of bread and handed it to him. Caleb, eat this. He didn't stand on ceremony and took it. Thanks. While they were eating, Urinal suddenly called his name. Caleb.
She bowed her head sincerely. Thank you for saving me twice today. Caleb instantly replied, Don't mention it. You did almost all the work, Urinal. Thanks to you, we gathered a ton of magic stones too. Thinking back, she was still terrified. But if you had accepted their offer back there... Urinal stopped, her whole body trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. Caleb looked confused and firmly assured her, Why would I do that? Abandon a reliable teammate? No way. Urinal repeated softly, Teammate. Touched by his words, her eyes brimmed with tears as she offered, You sleep first. I'll keep watch. Caleb didn't refuse. Then I'll get some rest. I won't hesitate. Thanks. He grabbed a piece of cloth, covered himself, and lay down on the floor facing the wall. The system suddenly popped up a notification. Entering resting state. Caleb leveled up from level 1 to level 3.
He was stunned reading the notification. Wait, leveled up? So you level up when you go to sleep. The attribute panel had changed, distributing 2 stat points. The system added 2 points to intelligence, making it 10 plus 2, while the rest remained at 0. Caleb pondered. My initial intelligence was 10 before reincarnating. The plus 2 is probably from the 2 wands. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. I need at least 13 intelligence to break a goblin's shield. So, I'll just go all in on intelligence again. He did just as he thought, and the system notified him that his intelligence was now 12 plus 2. Suddenly, he noticed a tab with Urinal's name. Curious, he thought. Can I see my party members' stats too? Just like him, Urinal had leveled up from level 1 to level 3. Caleb looked at her stat distribution. Agility was 8 plus 1, dexterity was 2, and the rest remained at 0.
He marveled. Wow, Urinal, you're a true elf.
This is incredible. Your dexterity is a whole 2 points. Caleb also saw her special skill, Sound Perception, which detects the number and location of enemies through sound. Its secondary effect nullifies blindness, just as expected of a special skill. Without overthinking it, he decided to max out Urinal's agility. He quickly assigned her stat points, making it 10 plus 1. Once finished, the system announced the end of the rest period. Calum immediately sat up, feeling a pang of regret. Can I really not return to the real world? You walked over to switch shifts. Urinal, it's your turn to sleep. Her eyes seemed glued shut as she replied, Yes, thank you, Calum. She quickly tossed her gear aside, diving into the soft blanket, and let out a content sigh. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Suddenly, she noticed Calum fiddling with the shield. Even though she desperately wanted to sleep, Urinal forced herself to ask, What are you doing? She adjusted it and replied, Just testing something. This angle is good. Sleepily confused, she mumbled, Testing? Calum said nothing more and pulled out a magic wand. He cast a spell, pointing the tip of the wand forward. Fireball. A massive burst of flames instantly shot toward the shield propped against the wall, shattering it into tiny pieces. Calum stared at the aftermath, his thoughts confirmed. The fireball is much stronger now. He nodded in satisfaction. So, this isn't a dream after all. Urinal was jolted wide awake in shock. It completely shattered the shield. She then blurted out, Unbelievable, before her body gave way, collapsing backward as she squeezed her eyes shut to sleep. Calum turned around and said, Next we'll find the exit. But as he spoke, he saw Urinal already sleeping soundly and gave up. She must be exhausted. After resting enough, they extinguished the campfire. The two shouldered their gear and pressed on. Urinal asked curiously, Calum, how much longer until we find the exit portal? He could only sigh helplessly. Hard to say. 3 branching paths appeared before them. He walked while calculating in his head. The exit portal spawns randomly, completely relying on luck. For an otherworlder like me, my luck is probably the absolute worst. He thought in frustration, at this rate, we might have to grind for a whole week just to get out. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, his face filled with sheer disbelief. Huh? Calum saw a group of people gathered in front of the exit door. They found the exit, but there are adventurers guarding it. He cautiously drew a magic wand. With gear that high-end, they must be veterans. It's better to be careful. But the group had already noticed them. They seemed to have been waiting for a while. The dwarf leader spoke up. There you are. Are you the slave party from the Magic Academy? Calum replied without fear, yes. His mind raced. No hostile intent. This is getting tricky. The dwarf leader turned to his female teammate. Emma, when was the last time the Academy sent slaves down here? The girl named Emma thought for a moment and answered, Yesterday, at 10 a.m. Hearing this, he stroked his beard, sizing the two up. So it's been over a day and a half, surviving this long, even finding the exit portal. Now that's impressive. His gaze suddenly turned sharp. That elf kid dropped magic and switched to a bow. Smart move. Seeing him point her out, Urinal flinched in panic. Then the dwarf shifted his attention to Calum. And you're dual-wielding wands. Confident, aren't you? Calum didn't shy away, admitting directly, yes. He seemed quite satisfied with that and quickly got straight to the point. Good. False modesty is useless anyway. Got a fireball wand. Calum didn't hide it. I do. Hearing this, he immediately turned to his other teammate. So, what's the plan, Zickel? The beastman named Zickel grumbled. We can't just sit around here forever. Emma gently suggested, he says he's confident. Let's recruit him. The dwarf wasn't fully convinced. Even if he is confident, he's still just a mage from the slave party. Compared to Avicen's level, he'll probably just be a disappointment. True, but it's not like we have a better choice, right? Calum watched them discuss from afar and suddenly heard a familiar name. Avicen, the owner of this backpack. Finding it intriguing, he spoke up. Did you guys lose a mage from your party? The dwarf stayed silent for a moment before answering. Yeah. Ran into a black wasp right on the first floor. He was the first teammate I've truly grown fond of in years, even if his skills were a bit lacking. He sounded genuinely pained recalling it. Emma immediately corrected his words. He's not dead yet. I cast soul preservation. We just need a resurrection scroll to save him. They started arguing again. But we can't exactly just pop outside to grab one. Genius. Make a decision already. Calum finally understood, his mind piecing it together. So they found the exit, but there's a gatekeeper boss inside that requires a mage to beat. He was curious about what kind of monster it was. Since they have a priestess, it's not an undead boss. A giant goblin, a fire salamander, or a bronze goat are all things their party could handle alone. He glanced over, a thought forming in his mind. But what if the boss is a flying type? It would definitely target Urinal, the archer. At that moment, she was still looking bewildered and anxious. Calum, what do we do now? Calum mentally eliminated the possibilities, a faint smirk forming on his lips. But they specifically need a mage with a fireball wand. There's only one answer. The gatekeeper boss is a venom spider. Seeing his confident assertion, the adventuring party was stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Emma immediately demanded, "How did you know?" Zakal was equally bewildered. "A slave mage knows about venom spiders?"
The dwarf asked, clearly intrigued. "You know your way around the labyrinth, don't you?" Calum didn't hide it, offering a confident smile. "Yeah, I know a little." A venom spider, a monster that constantly spits venom and weaves webs. The exit path must be completely covered in its spider webs. It scrambles across the ceiling at a maddening speed. Its attacks inflict slow and bind effects. One wrong step means instant death. There's only one way to counter it, a fire mage. You burn the webs to force it down and finish it off. The standard strategy. Calum didn't hesitate to cut to the chase. "So why you need me so badly?" Emma was immensely satisfied. "For Tannen, I agree. I'll follow your call." Zickel's face brightened up too. "Same here. Whatever flaws he might have, he's clearly very sharp, huh?" Vertanen was still stroking his beard, deep in thought. Finally, he made his decision. "All right, you two. Join us temporarily." The adventurers wore faces brimming with confidence, certain they had won the duo over. But life is never that simple. A clear, resounding voice slapped them right in the face. "No." Hearing Calum's absolute rejection, the entire adventuring party froze, standing like statues for a solid 5 seconds, their faces blank. "Huh?" Urnal, standing beside him, was just as panicked. "No? Calum, why are you refusing? It's such a good opportunity." He cut her off, his tone laced with skepticism. "A good opportunity? Sure, to defeat the boss. Then the exit portal will appear, a chance to finally get out," he slowly explained. Then Calum's gaze suddenly turned piercing, but they conveniently left out a crucial detail. Only 4 people can pass through. In total. Urnal gasped, choking on her words. Then, Calum continued explaining it to her. The portal becomes more unstable with every person who passes through it. Its collapse process goes from green to yellow to red, and then it vanishes after 5 minutes. A maximum of 4 people can escape. Their party only has 1 empty slot left. That's why they need me. In other words, they're telling me to abandon Urnal. Her face contorted in horror, her jaw dropping in sheer disbelief as she looked at him with tearful eyes. Vertanen looked at Calum with intrigue. "I didn't expect you to catch that. Quite impressive. You said your name was Calum, right?" He used a gentle, negotiating tone. "We didn't mean to hide anything. I sincerely apologize for that. It would be wonderful if I could take both of you out." Then he firmly reiterated, "But what we need is just a single mage. I genuinely wanted to give you a chance to make it out of here alive." "It's a real pity, but could you leave your elf friend behind?" Urnal was utterly terrified by Vertan's words. She looked at him, trembling. "Calum." But the only response she got was silence. Right now, Calum was still calculating, torn internally. Such a tempting offer. Honestly, I'm actually a bit swayed. But if I get out of here without escaping my slave status, I'll just be thrown right back into the labyrinth anyway. The hand gripping his magic wand trembled. The real question is, will these people keep partying up with me? Calum immediately shot down that thought. No way. They'll clearly just get tossed into another party of useless slaves. I won't be lucky enough to find another slave with skills like Urnil's. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke up. "Urnal is my teammate. I could never abandon her," Calum declared firmly. His statement only left the adventuring party even more astounded. Even Urnal was taken aback, having thought he was going to abandon her. However, Calum offered an alternative. "Instead, I'd like to make a proposal. How about you hire me?" Vertanen hadn't considered this option and asked curiously, "Huh? Hire you? You mean you won't take the exit portal, but you want to be paid?" He found it fairly reasonable and got straight to the point. "Interesting. All right then, how much do you want?" Calum dropped a price that made the dwarves' face darken. 10,000 gold coins. Urnal panicked at the sound of it. "Calum, do you have any idea how much 10,000 gold coins is?" He smiled, having already done the math in his head. "Of course, I know. The magic stones and the backpack we scavenged on the first floor. If we sell everything, it's about 2,000 gold coins. The slave price for Urnal and me is 3,000 gold coins each. With 10,000 gold coins, I can buy our freedom and still have a cushion to protect ourselves." Calum had laid out an absolutely flawless plan. Meanwhile, the adventuring party was still debating. Emma thought simply, can't we just pay him and be done with it? Why make it so complicated? She was immediately scolded by her 2 teammates. "Do you have any right to talk about spending? You're just as expensive."
Calum had assessed their lineup earlier. Hiring a priestess was notoriously expensive. The current finances shouldn't be too shabby. He listened to their bickering. Let's wrap this up quickly so we can go home. So should we deduct 10,000 gold from your share? No way, you want to die. Calum thought to himself, they seem exhausted. They probably want to leave as soon as possible. And the most crucial reason was Avison. They needed to bring back a resurrection scroll to save him before his body and the soul under soul preservation decayed. So they were in a huge rush. Thinking of this, he smirked slightly, meaning they have no choice but to accept my terms. Zickel was exhausted by now, trying to persuade Vertanen, geez, what are you still worried about? It's not like there are any other mages around besides him. Suddenly, Calum placed a hand over his chest and said, and to build trust, I'd like to make an oath with the priestess in the name of Saint Nathaniel. Emma smiled at him in satisfaction. Don't worry. A covenant made with the saint can never be broken. At this, Vertanen finally spoke up, his gaze sharp. He countered, 9,000 gold coins. How about that? Calum wasn't a pushover either. He bumped it up a bit, 9,500. Vertanen still tried, 9,300. He remained adamant, 9,500. The dwarf was getting incredibly frustrated. God damn it. Tisk, to think it'd live to see the day it'd pay 9,500 gold to a slave mage. Left with no other options, Vertanen reluctantly accepted. Ugh, what a headache. Fine, let's do it. It's not like we have any other choice. Seeing the deal sealed, Calum smiled brightly and assured him, you won't regret this. He gritted his teeth in agreement. Right? I certainly hope so. Emma cheerfully led the way. Then you too, right this way, please. She stood between the two parties to enact the oath. From this moment forth, in the name of Saint Nathaniel, I, Emma, priestess, do establish this covenant. She clasped her hands tightly and closed her eyes to recite. Vertanen, Zickel, and Emma commit to hiring Calum and Urnal's party for 9,500 gold coins. The condition to fulfill the pact is that Vertanen's party must pass through the escape portal, and if either party is wiped out, the pact will be void. As representatives of both Vertanen and Calum's parties, do you swear? The two shouted in unison, I swear. Vertanen then pushed the escape door open. He led the group inside. All right, let's go. They walked through a massive corridor covered in spiderwebs. Calum looked around a bit nervously. It's too dark. I can't see a thing. The boss must be hiding in those webs on the ceiling. Suddenly, he noticed something. A pile of wooden barrels discarded in the corner of the room. He pondered. There are some neutral objects in the corner, and they're full of explosives. Neutral objects were items that could spawn in the dungeon, and some adventurers used them to escape dangerous situations. Vertanen walked ahead, reminding everyone, careful with the cobwebs on the floor. If you step on them, it'll be hard to get free. Calum didn't pay much attention, continuously glancing around. The more important thing was to find the boss location first. Vertanen turned back to warn him, hey, you just need to burn the webs on the ceiling. Don't try to act like a hero. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a tremor. From the ceiling, a white silhouette darted down toward the group. It aimed straight at Vertanen, right above his head. But in the blink of an eye, he knocked it away. Thankfully, he reacted in time. Having handled it, Vertanen pointed upward and shouted an order. Hurry up and shoot fire magic at the ceiling, mage. We have to force it to the ground. Sure enough, a giant spider with glowing red eyes was continuously spewing webs down at them. Calum gritted his teeth, thinking quickly. It's relentlessly attacking. If it exposes itself like this battle will be easy. He told himself, his eyes turning sharp. Opportunities like this won't come often. I have to deal massive burst damage all at once. A notification instantly appeared. Activate Hourglass. Your turn. He consecutively used 4 actions to cast magic. Fireball. Calum pointed his wand straight up. At the same time, his action points depleted. End turn. 4 fireballs shot up simultaneously like arrows, aiming at the venomous spider above. As expected, the spider couldn't react in time. It took the full brunt of the fireballs, and a pitch-black explosion erupted on the ceiling. Zickel stared in utter disbelief. 4 shots at once? How is that possible? Emma was also stunned, unable to believe it. No. What is this? Vertanen was completely dumbfounded. Am I the only one who didn't hear an incantation? As the massive flames rained down, Calum shouted, Focus, everyone. This is our chance. He calculated in his head. Based on my experience, I know we can't afford to miss this burst damage window. He shouted a command, Urnal. She immediately drew her bow and fired consecutive arrows. The venomous spider was burning from the fire while simultaneously taking damage from Urnal's arrows. However, every single one of them bounced off due to its exoskeleton and spider webs.
Calum immediately told her to stop. Wait a minute. Urinal obeyed. Yes, his face filled with worry. Trying to deal damage with a goblin bow is pointless now. The venomous spider, enveloped in raging flames, plummeted right in front of them. Calum frantically issued an order. Priestess, I need a magic shield. Emma replied instantly. Understood. He looked at Zickle and reminded him, as soon as the shield goes up, rush in and smash it. He didn't seem to like being ordered around and snapped back. Rookie, I know what to do. Don't lecture me. The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward, fast as lightning. As the dust settled, the venomous spider revealed itself. Zickle had already closed the distance and attacked. He faced the dangerous boss head-on. Zickle's eyes gleamed sharply, locked onto his target. He quickly spotted the venomous spider's weakness, using a flurry of slashes to sever its legs in a surprise ambush. The venomous spider was wounded, screeching agonizingly from the pain. It immediately swelled its massive body toward the group. Virtanen noticed it and warned, "It's going to explode. Priestess, get ready." Without hesitation, Emma reached out and cast her magic, Constellation Shield. A large golden barrier appeared, separating them from the venomous spider. Calum frowned in assessment, so they knew about this move and prepared for it. But instead of just blocking the explosion of the venom's sac, he raised his wand upward before the poison inside could detonate. Freezing it is the best method. Calum immediately shouted, "Ice Lance." A sharp block of ice hurtled toward the venomous spider. The block of ice aimed straight at its bulging abdomen, so fast that the venomous spider didn't even have time to process the situation. The moment it struck the venom sac, the ice instantly spread to the rest of its body. Taking advantage of the moment, Calum loudly commanded, "I've frozen the venom sac. Priestess, fall back. Dwarf, you must attack right now." Emma paused, trying to question him. Huh? But... Calum urged in frustration, "Hurry up, dwarf. Just unleash all your damage." Virtanen was still hesitating. Mr. Mage, usually at a time like this, the Constellation Shield. Before he could finish, Calum furiously shouted, "Good grief, I'm losing my mind. Please, just do as I say." He cursed inwardly. They never listen. Back when I played the game, all I had to do was click the mouse. Seeing how resolute he was, Virtanen charged forward, unable to help but sigh. "Good lord, you've got a terrifying temper, friend." He leaped into the air, aiming for the venomous spider, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. From high above, Virtanen raised his axe with all his might. Then he roared, shattering strike, bringing down a blow that cleaved the spider in half. The immense power of the slash sent a shockwave rippling outward. Virtanen pulled out his blood-drenched axe from the venomous spider, sighing in relief. It's done. He raised his axe high as if to celebrate the victory. The trio was overjoyed. But Calum wasn't. His face remained extremely tense. Don't tell me these guys don't know that when the venomous spider is the boss. He looked up at the cluster of spider eggs on the ceiling. Even though the odds are very low, there's absolutely a chance for Phase 2. Virtanen stepped down from the venomous spider's corpse. Emma said joyfully, "We took it down." He replied casually, "Yeah, even if it's just a floor 1 boss, we couldn't let our guard down." Seeing them celebrate so early, Calum thought nervously, "Did you guys really just say the magic words, 'We took it down'?" Meanwhile, Urinal suddenly spoke up from behind. "Calum, why are you still holding your wand?" He didn't rush to explain, only telling her, "Urinal, could you look up for a second?" She immediately complied, a bit confused. "Look up. Why?" The moment she saw it, her face turned pale and she screamed in panic. "What is that above us?" Hearing her scream, Virtanen and Emma also looked up. "Above? What's up there?" "It's too dark, I can't see anything." "Is something there?" Emma asked curiously. Zickle's expression tightened, clenching his teeth anxiously. Only then did the trio realize that a dense cluster of spider eggs had covered the ceiling. What the hell? There are hundreds of spider eggs up there. Virtanen couldn't believe it. "What? Are you kidding me?" Emma panicked. No one said there would be a Phase 2. He swore nervously. "Damn it, I've never seen this before either." Calum hastily ordered, "Urinal, roll that orc ale barrel over here. Put all your strength into it." She struggled to lift the barrel out of the dark corner. Then she pushed it over with all her might, rolling it toward everyone. Virtanen pointed to a barrel next to him and asked Calum, "Don't tell me you want me to throw this." He didn't deny it. That's right. He was a bit flustered, but I don't know where to aim. Calum calmly directed, "Priestess, cast light weapon on Urinal's arrow." Emma obeyed instantly. "All right."
She extended her hand toward Urinal and chanted a spell, "May you shine even in the deepest darkness." Right after, Calum commanded, "Urinal, shoot that arrow at the ceiling." She sprang into action. Understood. The golden enchanted arrow was fired, soaring straight up. The source of power aimed directly at the center of the spider egg nest. Following the light source, Vertanen spotted the location. There. That's the nest. He immediately used his strength to hurl the barrel toward it, just as the barrel was about to reach the spider eggs. Calum focused intensely, his eyes sharp. Now then. A system notification popped up. Activate Hourglass. Your turn. He raised his wand high and shouted to cast. Fireball. The system notified. End turn. The fireballs consequently flew straight toward the barrel, settling amidst the spider nest. A violent explosion erupted up on the ceiling. Vertanen's trio stood there dumbfounded, marveling. Once again, no incantation and at a terrifying speed. They couldn't help but wonder, is it that easy? After what just happened, Vertanen had changed his view of Calum. He assessed inwardly. He might be a slave, but his talent is downright terrifying. Just who exactly is he? He couldn't help his curiosity. Calum suddenly froze when he noticed what was in front of him. A large circle appeared. They joyfully approached it. The escape portal.
He finally let out a breath, shaking off the pressure. We did it. It's finally over. Tagging along with a skilled party definitely makes things easier. But not being able to control everything like when I was playing the game is truly frustrating, he complained inwardly. Before leaving, Zickel couldn't hold back and turned around to ask, "Hey, rookie, just where the hell are you?" His fierce face did a total 180, flipping faster than a pancake, looking at Calum with wide-eyed admiration. "When you threw out that poison spell earlier, I seriously thought you were trying to wipe us out. You're really good." Calum just replied modestly, "I didn't think of that. If I had, we would have taken the portal for ourselves." Zickel clicked his tongue. "I got played." Vertanen looked at him and expressed, "Honestly, I'm very impressed. A skill level like that far exceeds what anyone would expect from a slave. So what were you before coming here?" He was curious. Calum recalled his past self. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just overly addicted to this game." He spent all day glued to the computer, occasionally cursing, "Fuck, what a trash game." He didn't know how to answer. Wait, what am I even doing? Calum could only awkwardly make an excuse. Just a slave at the Magic Academy. Vertanen acted like he understood, stroking his beard and sighing. "Not ready to talk? You must have your own reasons, and that's fine." Urinal suddenly exclaimed in awe. "Still, I can't believe we took down the boss without losing a single drop of blood. We're so lucky." Vertanen agreed, "Yeah, honestly, I didn't have high hopes." He added bluntly, "To be frank, I only signed the contract because I thought you guys would die early on." Urinal lost her smile and frowned upon hearing that. Calum remained calm and casually asked, "So that's why the fee was calculated like that. I guess you've already gotten your money's worth, right?" Vertanen confirmed, "That's right, but it's still not over." He knew it well, right? It's not over yet. Zickel was confused hearing this and asked, "What are you talking about? We already found the portal." Calum revealed the information, because the payment has to be made back in the village. Urinal was surprised. The village? Emma confirmed, yes, the contract terms state that your party must go through the escape portal. Until then, the contract isn't fulfilled. Urinal was devastated and gasped, "But the portal is right there. Can't we just go through it now?" She pointed at the circle in front of them. "Isn't it as simple as just stepping through that portal?" Emma patiently explained to her, "Unfortunately, an oath sworn before the Saint of Justice must be followed to the letter. Urinal and Calum have to go through that portal too." Stunned by this, she anxiously asked, "What if we can't make it out?" Emma replied lightly, "Then the party is considered wiped out and the contract becomes void." Those words scared the life out of Urinal. Her head was spinning. Calum looked on helplessly, thinking to himself, "No one in their right mind brings 10,000 gold into a labyrinth. The system is designed so that anyone who doesn't make it back takes the loss." Urinal turned to ask, "Calum, did you already know?" He confirmed, "Of course. All high-value labyrinth contracts have to be settled in the village." Zickel just realized it as well. No wonder that Cheapskate agreed to pay 9,500 gold. I was already suspicious. It's a bit surprising, but still within expectations, huh? Vertanen glared at him. "I'm just managing the party's finances responsibly. Thank you very much." Zickel teased, "Hey, rookie, with your talent, it'd be a waste to die here. Make sure you come back and pick that dwarf's pocket for me." Emma was confused. "You mean our wallet?" Vertanen interrupted them.
All right, can we go now? Calum quickly stopped them, slowly taking the large backpack off his shoulder. Wait, this backpack belongs to a member of your party. It's Avison's. Hearing that name, all three of them were surprised. Vertanen asked, What? What did you just say? Avison's backpack? He immediately ran over to where Calum was standing. Taking the backpack, he exclaimed, No wonder it looked familiar. What about his body? Calum explained, We didn't see the body. We got this backpack from another slave who fought us. Emma gasped in shock. Oh my saints, did that really happen? Zickel was equally surprised. The odds of this happening are just. Vertanen calculated, I guess you want something in exchange for returning it. But contrary to his thoughts, Calum replied, I'm just returning the backpack. Minus the deceased's personal belongings, of course. He was dumbfounded. He's not taking money? Then Vertanen laughed heartily and acted generously. All right, if you hand over Avison's stuff, we'll give you all our reserve rations. They're just a burden right now anyway. He rummaged through his things as he spoke. Calum seemed surprised, all of it. I guess you guys aren't heading back right away, huh? He admitted, it takes time to get a resurrection scroll. Emma added, but I already brought one along. Calum was shocked. Wait, why do you? She explained, Avison had already died once, so we used it back then. Hearing this, Calum sighed, Avison, you really should retire from dungeon diving. Vertanen admitted, honestly, you're 100 times better than Avison. Zickel agreed, right? We should have recruited you from the start. They laughed and chatted cheerfully. Both of them spoke up at the same time, teasing each other. Better luck next time, though it'll cost you a lot more then. Talk is cheap, let's see how you do. Meanwhile, Urinal seemed quieter than usual. Suddenly, she raised her hand, wanting to say a few words. At first, she was a bit hesitant, only daring to stare at the floor. Urinal got straight to the point, looking serious. In that case, could you guys take Calum back with you? As soon as those words left her mouth, the three adventurers were stunned. Calum was no exception. He was completely caught off guard, thinking he had misheard. What? Urinal continued without looking at anyone. As long as one party member makes it back to the village, it counts, right? Since neither side gets completely wiped out. Everyone fell silent after hearing that, staring blankly at her. Seeing that no one spoke up, she tried again to persuade them. Calum can get the 9,500 gold, become a free man, and officially join your party. With the leftover money, he can even upgrade his gear. Emma asked with concern, Urinal, what about you? Even a mage like Calum would have a hard time surviving alone in this labyrinth. You won't last a single day. Urinal chose to stay silent upon hearing this. She tightly gripped her bow and confessed, to be honest, I don't think I'll be able to find another escape portal anyway. At this rate, you'll die in the labyrinth, Calum. So please, don't stay behind just for me. Urinal recalled the dangerous moments she had gone through. I would have died a long time ago if I had been on my own. It's all thanks to you that I'm still alive. Calum grew a bit anxious hearing those words. Urinal. Her beautiful eyes welled up with tears, drops rolling down her face. Urinal's voice trembled slightly as she spoke sincerely. Thank you for being here, Calum. I'll never forget you. Live a good life for me too. Vertanen was the first to break the silence, calling out softly, Miss Elf. He explained, normally poaching a member from another party inside a labyrinth is considered highly disrespectful. Urinal asked in surprise, but earlier in the escape room. Less than greater than. Vertanen scratched his head awkwardly and replied helplessly, I just thought you were criminal slaves we could use to take down the boss. I didn't think about what would happen afterward. I'm sorry. Then he regained his composure and reached out his hand in invitation. But it's different now. I want to treat you not as slaves, but as a real party. So I have a proposal for you too. First is Calum. If you agree, I'd like to officially invite you to join us. If you join our party, we'll give you a 25% cut of the profits and pay the 9,500 gold. His proposal surprised Calum. That's quite a generous offer. Urinal reassured him from the side, Calum, I'm fine. I can take care of myself. She held his hand and said sincerely, I don't want you to die because of me. Please, let's part ways with a smile. Right then, a system notification suddenly popped up. Hourglass expansion opportunity. If you stay by Urinal's side right now, her trust will reach 100%. Reading this, Calum was utterly astonished. What's this? The full notification displayed, Hourglass expansion opportunity. If you stay by Urinal's side right now, her trust will reach 100%. If you maintain her trust above 80% afterward, you can command her during your turn. After your turn ends, Urinal will voluntarily execute that command. Finishing it, Calum couldn't help but marvel. No way is this a hidden skill of the Hourglass. Less than greater than. He was a bit stunned and started calculating. Come to think of it, in the game, special skills would upgrade in different directions depending on how you leveled them up. Looks like it works the same way here. This skill upgrade is the ability to command a party member. If I give a command during my turn and end it. Urinal was sobbing beside him, sniffling as she asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Calum ignored it, still lost in his thoughts. So that means Urinal will act immediately right after being commanded. Of course, I probably can't issue commands beyond her limits like holding her breath while invincible. Yeah, stuff like that doesn't make much sense. The commands I can give are probably just simple actions. He tried to imagine it. Urinal, drop your shield and shoot the spider. As for action points, it probably just cost about 1 point. The dwarf party never listened, but Urinal will act the moment my turn ends. Calum continued to weigh his options and compare them, considering that just a single action point can influence the entire battle. This is sweet. He smiled faintly, seemingly certain of his decision. Suddenly, Verginen asked again, "So Calum, what do you say?" His thoughts wavered again. "Wait, let me think about this a bit more." The notification image popped up. Activate Hourglass. Your turn. Calum closed his eyes, concentrating his thoughts. Which choice will bring the greatest benefit? I don't know what butterfly effect this decision will cause, so I have to be extremely careful, he told himself. On one hand, there's upgrading the Hourglass and getting a talented archer like Urinal. The other option is that if I leave the labyrinth right now, I can escape slavery and join an experienced party with a dwarf. Right at that moment, the system announced, "Turn ends." Calum's eyes became resolute. My choice is. He grabbed Urinal's wrist and spoke up at the same time. I appreciate your offer, but my answer remains unchanged. Calum's tone was firm. I'm leaving this place with Urinal. As originally planned, you three should go through the portal. Hearing his decision, Urinal couldn't help but feel emotional, somewhat in disbelief as her tears fell like rain again. The trio of adventurers was also caught off guard. Vertanen asked in surprise, "Are you serious?" Calum confirmed, "Yes, I'm serious. Even if I were playing the game, it'd make the exact same choice." He had already thought it through thoroughly. Thinking about the future, investing in Urinal is a smarter move. Plus, honestly, and not that cold-hearted anyway. He looked at Urinal's tear-stained face. She was still a bit agitated. "Calum, are you crazy? Why didn't you leave?" Calum could only sigh. "I'm stressed out enough as it is, so please keep quiet. Coldly abandoning them is even worse. Solving everything together will make me feel a lot more at ease." Zekel stepped closer to him from behind, his face unreadable. "Hey, rookie." But he immediately changed his tone, bawling even harder than Urinal did earlier. "You're seriously a hell of a guy. I'm the real rookie here, damn it," he wailed in regret. Emma was also full of praise. The Magic Academy really recruited an outstanding individual this time. Vertanen agreed. Now I want him on my side even more. Emma asked curiously, "Sorry to ruin this touching moment, but are you two planning to defeat the back portal boss by yourselves?" Calum coldly confirmed, "Yeah, by the way, can we take the spider carcass?" Vertanen immediately objected. "Hey, that's not gonna fly. A touching moment is one thing, but this is a whole different story, buddy." Seeing this, Calum grumbled inwardly, no empathy at all. Is he a T-type or something? Seeing that he couldn't get it for free, Calum made an offer. "Then I'll buy it. Deduct 1,300 from the 9,500 gold." Vertanen laughed out loud, but still pushed for a higher price. "Deal, but make it 1,500. I won't take any less than that." Calum didn't argue further and accepted the price. "Got it." Vertanen finally noticed, "By the way, Miss Elf, your name is..." Urinal wiped her tears and hesitated. Im. He teased, "It's Miss Beautiful, right?" She denied it in embarrassment. "What? It's Urinal." Vertanen winked and gave a thumbs up encouragingly. "Right. Anyway, Miss Beautiful, the sincerity you showed earlier was way cooler than a quadruple-speed fireball. So both of you better make it back alive." He took a step closer to them. Vertanen sincerely handed 4 vials of potion to Urinal. "And here's a little gift for me to cheer you on." She took them, a bit surprised. "Thank you so much." Zekel was cheerfully chatting with Calum on the other side. "I don't have anything to give, but when we meet again in the village, I'll buy you a drink." Calum replied humorously, "Make it 2." Vertanen continued advising, "Put them to good use, Miss Beautiful." She was shy about her new nickname. "I told you, it's Urinal." Before leaving, Emma carefully instructed, "Once you make it to the village, look for Sister Emma at the Temple of Nathaniel. It'll be waiting there to give you your reward directly." Calum understood. "Thank you, Sister Emma." She reached out and cast a spell. "May the blessing of Nathaniel be with you. I will pray to Saint Nathaniel for your safe return." Both Calum and Urinal were enveloped in the power of the blessing. Urinal said reverently, "Thank you." Calum thought to himself, in the game, a blessing grants a +1 to all stats for 12 hours, along with immunity to curses and decay, right? The three adventurers walked towards the escape portal. Well then, we'll head back to the village first. Before leaving, Zickle cheerfully reminded them, "Hey, my name's Zickle. Don't forget it." Emma waved beside him, saying, "Best of luck to you both." The two of them stepped into the escape portal, its color shifting to gold. Vertanen was the last one, holding a stone in his hand. Well then, goodbye for now. The stone in his hand was an E-rank magic stone. Using a magic stone at the portal counts as a person passing through, triggering the next portal faster. Using magic stones is basic etiquette in the labyrinth. The stones slowly rolled through the escape portal. The color red immediately appeared, indicating that only one last slot was available to enter. Vertanen turned and reminded him as he walked away, "If you survive and return to the village, look for me at the Adventurers Guild." He looked back at the two of them. "My name is Vertanen. I firmly believe you will make it back. I'll be waiting." With those words, he stepped through the escape portal, and the portal quickly vanished. At that moment, Urinal suddenly collapsed to her knees. Her voice carried a hint of despair and self-blame. "Why did you do that? Now that it's just the two of us, how are we supposed to make it through an escape portal?" Calum looked thoughtfully at her absent-minded state. "I knew that hope was too slim. But don't worry," he smiled faintly, brimming with confidence. 90% of my body is made of this game. I've already mapped out all the scenarios. It's within my capabilities." Calum approached her side and patted her shoulder. "Urinal, don't cry. We can absolutely do this." The two quickly got to work. He commanded, "Then first, let's pull out that spider's fangs." Urinal regained her spirit and complied. "All right." A system notification immediately popped up. Urinal has reached 100% trust, unlocking commands. You can now issue commands to Urinal during your turn. A moment later, the sound of extracting the venomous spider's fangs echoed. Urinal opened up, "Calum, it's not that I don't want to do anything, really. I'm ready to do whatever you tell me to, no matter what it is." Holding a newly extracted fang, she continued, "You could even use me as a human shield. I wouldn't mind. But wouldn't it be faster if we gathered the materials together?" She wondered when she noticed he wasn't helping process the spider. Calum reassured her with a serious tone. "Urinal, trust me. There's a reason for everything. Just focus on pulling out those fangs." Hearing this, she immediately went back to work. Understood. Calum stood nearby, stroking his chin and thought, "I really want to help too, but the success rate of gathering items is directly proportional to the dexterity stat." Looking at the stats, he thought bitterly, "She's 2 points higher than me, while I have nothing." But he didn't let himself stay idle either. "I need to review the skill expansion system. I have to strategize for the upcoming battles." Before his eyes was the system notification. Urinal's trust has reached 100%. You can now issue commands to Urinal during your turn. After ending your turn, Urinal will voluntarily execute the command. Difficult actions or commands contrary to her nature will be hard to execute. Reading this, he grew a bit curious. Difficult actions or contrary to her nature, huh? Two scenarios popped into Calum's mind. Urinal, punch that stubborn dwarf right in the face for me. Urinal, fire 10 arrows while doing a triple spin. Thinking this, Calum seemed to understand. I can already guess what kind of commands won't work. Bringing this up after I've made crucial decisions. I'll have to test out what kind of commands Urinal can actually pull off. He made up his mind. I have to test it to know. Right at that moment, Urinal finished her task. She stretched happily. I've pulled them all out, Calum. Calum bent down and picked up his backpack. Great, let's go. I'll make poison arrows while we move. Urinal skipped along enthusiastically, proudly holding the spider fangs. I never expected to have a talent for this. Seeing her like that, Calum smiled gently. She was just crying a minute ago. We could die at any moment, but I'm glad to see her smile. Calum guided her. By combining the venomous fangs with goblin arrows, you can create poison arrows. Saying that, he handed the remaining fangs to her. Urinal, could you help me with this part too? She took them, still slightly worried. Yes, but Calum, even if you make new arrows for me. I'm not sure they'll actually be useful in combat. Calum taught her seriously. The reason you couldn't deal any damage, Urinal, is because of your gear. An archer's equipment is crucial. Calum fully understood the mechanics. Until we can find a different bow, we should at least use good arrows. Bows are hard to make, but arrows are different. They can create poison arrows of venomous spider fangs and goblin arrows, if we combine materials to craft and use special arrows. Even with a terrible bow, you can still unleash your full power. Urinal seemed to understand completely. She busily crafted the new arrows. Calum, walking ahead, encouraged her. Either way, in counting on you, Urinal. In the game, the success rate of combining items is directly proportional to the dexterity stat. Urinal's dexterity is also low, so I don't really expect her to succeed. Just as he thought that, Urinal finished assembling a poison arrow, leaving Calum dumbfounded. Surprised, he stepped closer. What? How did you do that? She replied softly, I just pierced it in slowly, and it stuck. Calum observed the arrow carefully. It sounds easy, but if her force control was off even a little, the venom sac would explode and shed dye instantly. The arrow's information was fully displayed. Poison arrow. Physical damage, 7-9. Poison damage, 60-68. Releases toxic gas in the target area, inflicting the poison status on creatures that inhale it. Calum warned her carefully. It's too wasteful. Don't use them until I tell you to. Just keep him safe. Now let's go. Okay. The two continued their journey, walking deeper into the labyrinth's corridors. At this moment, Calum was hesitating. Should I try out the reverse hourglass new expansion skill? Thinking that, he immediately took action. The system notified. Activating reverse hourglass. Your turn. Time remaining, 60 seconds. His action point bar remained full. He turned back and commanded her, Urinal, take the water flask out of your bag and give it to me. After speaking, he immediately checked the action point bar. Calum couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? It didn't cost any action points. Just as I predicted, since I'm not the one acting directly. The system prompted. Turn ended. Right at that moment, Urinal took a water pouch out of her backpack. Calum, here. He acted surprised by her action. Why did you suddenly take out water? Urinal answered absent-mindedly. It's a bit hot, so I figured you must be thirsty. Calum smiled faintly, thinking to himself, so that's how she interprets it. I wonder how effective this will be in combat. He was filled with anticipation. Just then, the silhouettes of a few goblins appeared behind them. He rejoiced inwardly. Perfect timing. A great opportunity has presented itself. Calum immediately took action. Your turn. Time remaining, 60 seconds. He shouted out, Fireball. The point bar dropped by 1. Calum pointed his wand, aiming at a goblin, deciding, first, he'll take out one. He also quickly issued a command, Urinal, shoot the leg of the goblin in the back. The system displayed a reminder. Turn ended. Urinal instantly sprang into action, drawing her bow and firing an arrow. The fireball and arrow surged forward simultaneously, striking one of the goblin's legs and making it let out a cry of pain. Blood splattered everywhere as it was struck down. Calum pointed his wand at the remaining goblin, making it too terrified to make a rash move. Fireball. Both goblins were swiftly dealt with. At this point, Calum turned to ask, Urinal, why did you shoot its leg instead of its head? She answered absent-mindedly, because the leg is easier to hit. Calum fully understood the operating principles of the expanded reverse hourglass. If I issue a command to Urinal during my turn, she'll automatically execute that command according to her own will. Urinal still thought he was blaming her earlier, repeatedly bowing her head and apologizing. On the contrary, he was secretly pleased, calculating in his mind, this feature is truly useful. It will help in situations where I can't manage on my own. For example, things only a girl can do. He recalled the notification. When the turn ends, Urinal will execute the command according to her own will. Commands with high difficulty or contrary to Urinal's nature will be hard to execute. Calum began forming a new plan. Come to think of it, wasn't there a mention of something like this? Let's try a simple test to see how it works. He immediately activated the reverse hourglass and commanded her, Urinal, stand on your head. The moment the turn ended, Urinal just stood there blankly. He thought to himself, as expected, nothing happened. He continued his experiment, activating the reverse hourglass. This time, Calum slightly changed the command. Urinal, dance to any tune you like. Let's see if this command has any effect. The system displayed the notification. Turn ended. Urinal's previously still legs instantly began to sway and bounce. She danced happily while humming to herself. Calum stiffened as he watched her dance moves. Urinal, who was grooving to the music, froze when she saw his expression. In his heart, he felt a bit helpless. So that's how it is, huh? Urinal was too embarrassed to meet his eyes, blaming herself. I'm sorry, I must be crazy. Calum didn't mind it. Let's keep moving now. The two walked deeper into the labyrinth, one in front of the other. Both remained silent, neither saying a word. Calum glanced back to observe his companion. He pondered. Changing the atmosphere is important. The system updated. Activating reverse hourglass. New command available. Urinal, before we enter the labyrinth, tell me everything you know about me. After speaking, the notification also appeared. Turn ended.
Immediately, Urinal spoke up. Now that I think about it, I remember hearing people talk when we were on the slave ship. They said the reason you became a slave, Calum, was for the crime of murder, right? The moment those words left her mouth, Calum, who was drinking water, choked and couldn't help but panic. Seeing him like that, Urinal asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Calum tried to regain his composure. "I'm fine." "Then what?" she continued. "At first, I thought you were a very scary person, but I'm glad you're not." "I believe you had your own reasons, Calum." He didn't know what else to say. His face turned pale and haggard. "Yeah, that's right. It was a disaster from the very beginning." Urinal curiously recalled, "You said you killed a teammate from the Fox tribe." Calum was a bit bewildered, trying to remember. The Fox tribe. In the game's lore, they are highly skilled in magic and intelligent. The image of a girl with distinct fox ears appeared in his mind, and they often enchant others with their attractive appearance. Urinal now trusted Calum absolutely. "I'm sure she committed something deserving of death. The Calum I know would never do that without a justifiable reason." Seeing her assert it with such certainty, Calum thought to himself, "That's quite a fanatic response. Sorry about that, Urinal." Calum evaded the topic. "Let's keep going. A lot has happened." Urinal elaborated. "You mentioned earlier that in the labyrinth city of the Far East, you used to be a labyrinth explorer." She recalled their initial formation when they entered. The Magic Academy always includes one person, with experience in every four-person slave team. Now I think I understand why they grouped them like that. Because you're here, Calum, and truly glad. Calum finally grasped his identity. So that was my identity before I possessed this body. The two of them arrived at an intersection. Urinal was astonished, her eyes widening at the sight before her. She shouted in joy, "It's an escape room." The exit portal appeared. On the contrary, Calum wasn't very thrilled deep down. "I did think we'd find another escape room, but isn't it a bit too lucky to find it just like this? It makes me more worried." Right in front of the door, Urinal saw the corpse of a young man. She pointed it out to Calum in panic. "Oh my god, look at this, Calum." She immediately recognized him. This face. It's Avison. Observing closely, Urinal noticed a layer of golden light surrounding his body. Is this a soul preservation spell? He looks like he's just sleeping. He's also clean, and his face is pale. He must be a wealthy young master. Calum affirmed, "Definitely. The soul preservation service is so exorbitant that slaves wouldn't even dare to dream of it." Urinal remained curious, observing intently. "But still, this is my first time seeing it with my own eyes." Calum couldn't help but calculate. If we manage to bring the body back to Avison's family, they might reward us. But more importantly, one of his legs is missing. "Do you hear anything like rotting flesh nearby?" he asked Urinal carefully. Her ears twitched. "Ew, I do. It's really unpleasant." Calum immediately asked further, "What about the sound of flapping wings?" Urinal's whole body trembled as she replied, "Flapping wings? I don't hear anything." Calum's gaze instantly changed, filled with doubt as his mind raced. Strange. If what that dwarf said is true, Avison was killed by a black hornet. Then it wouldn't leave or hunt for other prey when there's still a meal right here. He made a decision. Then let's head towards the source of that sound and see. Urinal was somewhat apprehensive, but Calum, we have nowhere else to go. She swiftly moved to another intersection and informed him, "It's right here." Looking at the newly hatched larvae emerging from the eggs, Calum had his answer. So the culprits are the black hornet larvae. He carefully observed the surroundings, deducing it disappeared, leaving its young behind. If it was killed by adventurers, there should be signs of a battle. Leaving only larvae like this. How strange, he questioned. Calum came up with another possibility, unless it encountered something even stronger. There's no way the strongest boss of the labyrinth's first floor would just up and leave like that. A sudden thought struck his mind. Wait a minute, could it be? He quickly turned to ask Urinal if any adventurers had recently gone missing on the first floor of the labyrinth. She thought hard and replied, "I'm not an adventurer, so not too sure, but I did hear about a rogue named the Sneak going missing." It was Calum's first time hearing the name. The Sneak? Urinal explained, yes. Apparently, he single-handedly took down the Black Hornet after his entire party was wiped out. She was also curious. But why are you asking about that all of a sudden? Hearing this, Calum gritted his teeth, his face filled with anxiety. Damn it, there's no doubt about it. A rogue is the absolute worst matchup for a mage. We're in trouble. Urinal noticed his strange demeanor and asked in concern, "What's going on, Calum?" He spoke in a grave tone. "Urinal, have you ever heard of possessed adventurers?" She looked bewildered. "Possessed adventurers? I've never heard of that."
Calum understood. Makes sense. It's an incredibly rare phenomenon in the labyrinth. He grew tense at the thought. Even after clearing hundreds of playthroughs, there was only one time a possessed adventurer appeared as the Floor 1 boss. It's a state where the adventurer's soul is hijacked by the labyrinth master, turning them into a servant. Less than greater than. They are afflicted with a status effect called madness. They can still use all their skills and magic from when they were adventurers, but they're much stronger, making them a massive headache to deal with. No wonder we found the escape rooms so quickly. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, cursing under his breath. What a pain in the ass. Seeing his reaction, Urinal became terrified, tearing up as she asked, "Are we doomed?" Calum flinched, trying to mask his expression. "Oops, I let that slip. I can't show that I'm panicking." He spoke up to comfort her. "Don't worry, Urinal. The situation is a bit tricky, but we can do this." She wiped her tears. "Really?" Calum regained his initial confidence. "Of course, you've got me, after all." Outside the labyrinth where Vertanen was, laughter echoed in a small tavern. This guy is full of it. Vertanen slammed his fist on the table in anger. "No, I'm telling the truth." The other man didn't believe him. A mage casting instantly without chanting? Be realistic. Either one of those is a once-in-a-century talent. Vertanen replied indignantly. "Don't believe me then." The bartender had to play along. All right. The important thing is you made it back alive. Hold on a second, Vertanen." He brought out a full mug of beer and set it in front of Vertanen. Seeing this, he quickly protested, "What's this? I didn't order anything." The bartender teased, "Didn't you use chantless magic to order it? Hurry up and drink it lightning fast, enough with the nonsense. Cheers to your return." Vertanen didn't hesitate anymore and chugged the entire mug. The tavern owner asked, "What about Zickel?" He quickly replied, "Nah, he still lacks experience in the abyss, but his skills are solid." Hearing that, he looked a bit smug. "Of course, the people I recommend are all promising talents. Give him some experience and he might just become the next Sneak." Vertanen laughed as if he'd heard a joke. "Hey, the Sneak is a legend among first-floor adventurers. You sure know how to joke. He's a guy who could handle 2 roles in a second-floor party. They can't be compared right now." His voice carried a hint of regret. "I can't believe someone like him was taken down by the labyrinth master." The tavern owner agreed, "Yeah, it's a real shame. But I think the real tragedy will be for whatever adventurer runs into the Sneak as a boss." Before Vertanen could finish his sentence, someone interrupted. A voice calling his name echoed from the door. "Vertanen, where are you?" 2 well-dressed individuals walked into the tavern. The older woman, eyes brimming with tears, hastily asked, "My son, Avison, is it true that he's dead?" Recognizing Avison's mother, Vertanen stood up from his seat and explained, "I'm so sorry, but it's true. While we were looking for the exit, he went ahead on his own and was taken by a black hornet." She could hardly process the news, her face turning pale. "What?" Avison's mother collapsed, wailing in agony. "Oh, I begged you so many times to take good care of him." The young man behind her quickly caught her. "Mother, Avison's soul might still be preserved." He stared forward coldly. "Please calm down and let Vertanen finish. Naturally, Avison's death isn't the fault of anyone here." A cold, murderous aura radiated from Clarence. "I'm sure you wouldn't let things end so foolishly, especially when a member of the Bartenga family has perished. You must have a rescue plan for Avison, right?" Vertanen explained, "The soul preservation spell lasts for a week, so resurrecting Avison won't be an issue. The resurrection scroll will be ready in 2 or 3 days, and we plan to head out around then." He had a clear plan. Hearing this, Clarence pondered. The time frame is a bit tight. "How do you plan to locate Avison?" Vertanen immediately pulled out a card. "I'll use this to cast a locating spell to track him down." Clarence sighed in relief. "I see you found his ID card." But he quickly corrected him. "A genius mage found it for us." Hearing this, he was slightly intrigued. "A genius mage?" The tavern owner chimed in from the back. "Well, I heard it was a slave mage, who can supposedly cast instantly without chanting." Vertanen glared at him indignantly. "Geez, why won't you believe it? I'm telling the truth." Clarence turned serious. This is no time for jokes. Such a high-tier talent is just a slave. The mother beside him had a different thought. "Clarence, what if that very mage was the one who brought his body back?" Vertanen confirmed, "It's a possibility. Their party only has 2 people." He found it hard to believe. A slave party of just 2 people. "Never mind, I don't want to hear any more." The mother reminded him, "This is no time to just stand here talking, Clarence." She was determined. "Whatever the cost, I will reward whoever brings my boy's body back." There were a few other patrons in the tavern at the time. Hearing her words, one guy's eyes lit up. He pushed his chair back and stood up. "My dear madam, what kind of price are you offering?" His movement caught the attention of Vertanen's group. Bernard confidently declared, "Hire us. We're currently operating on the 3rd floor. Unlike Vertanen, we don't fumble around." Clarence shot him a sharp, icy glare. "Hey, shut up." Lizardman panicked upon hearing that. Not daring to utter another word, he quickly scurried back to his seat. Clarence gently reminded her, "If you try to solve everything with money, you'll only attract the worst scum." She was at her wit's end. "But if I don't do something, who will find my little boy?" Clarence replied, making his decision. "I will go with Vertanen." Hearing this, Vertanen perked up. "Really? Well, if a tier 5 mage is coming along, I'm more than happy to welcome you." He just responded coldly, "He is my brother. I should be the one to bring him back. Besides, I'm also intrigued by this genius mage." Meanwhile, in the labyrinth, Calum looked somewhat helpless. "Urinal, this isn't going to work. Let's drop it." She sat dumbfoundedly by the fire. "Huh, drop what?" He answered, waiting for the dwarf's party. "At this rate, the larva is going to starve to death in the next 2 days. After all, it is the offspring of a monster considered a floor 1 boss. Its scent is keeping the other monsters away." He worried, "But once its scent fades, they'll realize it and swarm us. We have to leave immediately. Besides, it's quite valuable in its own way." Urinal suggested, "Then how about we wait for the next escape room to appear?" Calum immediately refused. "No, if the sneak is really in there, a first floor level party doesn't stand a chance. Waiting for the escape room to respawn isn't an option." He calculated in his mind, "The best way is for Urinal and I to take down the sneak ourselves and escape." He felt a bit anxious. It's definitely going to be tough, but it's not like we're lacking in firepower. Urinal pondered, asking without a shred of confidence, "Calum, do you really think we can defeat the sneak?" He just smiled. "I do, but it's going to be extremely difficult." She abruptly jumped up. "What is it? I'll do whatever you say." He asked back, "Absolutely anything." Urinal answered without hesitation, "Yes!" Calum's face instantly lit up. "All right then, we'll have to use a rather brutal tactic. Brace yourself." Kicking off this plan was a massive, highly destructive explosion. The flames quickly drew the attention of the surrounding monsters. The terrified goblins had no idea what was happening. Before they could assess the situation, they were ruthlessly electrocuted. Calum, holding a wand in each hand, confidently declared, "From now on, we're doing hell training." He smiled dangerously, a wicked gleam in his eyes. "We're going to hunt goblins like this." Urinal was so terrified her face scrunched up. "What?" Calum instantly dashed forward, letting his actions answer for him. He charged ahead, waving the wands in his hands, fire on one side, lightning on the other, taking out the goblins one by one. They couldn't react in time, left only to suffer the agonizing barrage of attacks. Urinal wasn't slouching either. She drew her bow and aimed right for their heads. With one in the front and one in the back, they were a perfect combo. Calum kept calculating in his head. Level 5 is the level cap for the first floor of the Abyss Labyrinth. We reached a little past level 4 after defeating the poison spider. If we grind hard for 2 days, leveling up is entirely possible. Reaching level 5 is crucial because that's the milestone for unlocking new skills. The two of them finished clearing out the goblins. Well, collect the most valuable mana stones and toss the rest. Calum announced the plan. "Next, let's hunt a goblin priest." Even though she was so exhausted her hair was a mess, Urinal obediently agreed. "Okay." He confidently laid out the strategy. "We need to take it down and find the most useful scroll." Calum charged ahead, not wasting a single second. "Don't lose sight of it. This way." Out of breath, Urinal hurriedly replied, "Yes." After a bloody hunt, the two returned to their spot to rest. Calum praised her. "Great job." Urinal was completely drained, sprawled out on the ground. He held a scroll in his hand. "Looks like we're finally ready." Despite being so exhausted her eyes were swirling, Urinal managed to remind him, "Calum, the larva's breathing has gotten really weak. It sounds even weaker than mine." He had already noticed. It's still alive, but it will definitely die by tomorrow. It hasn't eaten anything in days after all. She suddenly proposed a daring idea. "How about we feed it to Avison?" Hearing this, he felt helpless. "Things are getting pretty extreme. I'm sorry, Urinal." Calum walked over to the orc barrel, poured a scoop of water in, and said, "Damaging a soul preservation is a very serious crime. Anyway, it's a huge relief that we found the necessary items just in time." Urinal sprang up and asked curiously, "Right, but what are you doing now?" He dropped a hint, pouring water into the orc barrel. Urinal's brain instantly clicked. Ah, is that part of your plan, Calum? He didn't hide it. Yep, exactly. We're almost done. Now it's time to catch him. She seemed re-energized, her eyes sparkling. It's finally time. Having recovered some of her strength, Urinal suggested, Calum, should we take turns keeping watch? Before she could finish, she saw him already tucked in and comfortably under the blanket. They'll go to sleep first. Urinal turned into a demon, asking darkly, Oh, Calum always has a reason, huh? A chill went down his spine as he silently justified it. I don't have a choice, Urinal. If I don't sleep first, I won't be able to level up or plan our next move. Out loud, he hesitated. Right, Urinal. It's not much, but I'll keep watch for an extra 30 minutes during my shift. Hearing that, her attitude flipped instantly, and she cheered happily. Really? Thanks, Calum. Awesome. Urinal thoughtfully showed her care. Then get some rest first. Calum shuddered internally. I didn't expect her to have such a scary side. Before falling asleep, he made sure to remind her, All right, wake me up in 2.5 hours. With that, he drifted off to sleep. The system quickly popped up a notification. Entering resting state. Calum leveled up from level 4 to level 5. Urinal leveled up from level 4 to level 5. Then a special prompt appeared. You can select a new special skill. A long while later, after restoring their energy, the two swiftly moved to the escape gate. Calum announced, Now we will enter the escape room. Urinal still hesitated slightly. But Calum, I don't mean anything by this, but are you really planning to fight the boss looking like that? She seemed quite worried. He confidently boosted his teammates' morale. Don't doubt me. What you see isn't everything, Urinal. The fact that we're going to defeat the boss remains unchanged, he declared firmly. Urinal was in awe of his confidence. No, I mean, I'm just wondering if wearing that is actually going to help. Geared up in a thick shell stolen from the hornet larva covering his torso, he maintained a straight face and asserted, Of course. The hobbit eggshell is incredibly tough. Standing behind him, Urinal pinched her nose and whined in disgust. Ew, what is that smell? The larva, being dragged along by him, was crying a river of tears, silently begging, Please just let me go back to my nest. The doors to the escape room opened. Inside, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. As the two walked in, they saw the boss sitting casually in a chair, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing them enter, the boss with glaringly bright red hair slowly stood up. Calum initiated the fight. Come at me, you bastard. The boss cracked a savage smile. His purplish skin, combined with his red hair, made him look even more grotesque. Without a single word, in a split second, the boss vanished from his seat and appeared right behind Calum and Urinal. He kept the smile on his face, ready to swing the sharp dagger in his hand. The system prompted, Your turn. Calum tensely thought on his feet. I can't see it. But since the hourglass activated immediately, he used the leaping strike skill and is already behind me. He gritted his teeth and pointed his wand backwards. I anticipated this sneak's attack pattern and struck first. First, I'll unleash 4 electric shocks. He glanced back nervously. At this moment, Calum also quickly gave an order. Urinal, as soon as he gets electrocuted and falls, throw water on him. The system updated its notification. Action points depleted. Turn ended. Hourglass reactivated, cooldown 60 seconds. The boss' entire body was engulfed in lightning, shocking him and throwing him backward. He endured the pain, his body stiffening up, unable to move as agilely as before. This was when Urinal rushed in. She splashed the bucket of water she brought right onto the boss. Hit right in the face by the rushing water, he couldn't immediately figure out their scheme. Calum seized the moment. Now you're soaking wet, sneak. He quickly switched his wand. Ice spike. Chunks of ice shot toward the boss, but he swiftly dodged them, darting away like a bolt of black lightning. He was stunned in disbelief. Did he use Shadow Leap? Calum quickly regained his composure, smiling faintly as he calculated. He used up all his movement skills, so before the cooldown ends. He instantly swapped to another wand and warned Urinal, I'm going to lift the orc barrel. Magic shot from the wand, lifting the orc barrel high into the air. Calum commanded, shoot it to make it explode. Urinal quickly followed through, drawing her bow, taking careful aim and shooting an arrow straight up. The orc barrel instantly shattered in mid-air, splashing its water everywhere. Calum used his wand again. Ice spike. A blast of freezing, icy power struck straight ahead. A thick layer of ice formed on the ground beneath them. The boss couldn't smile anymore. He gritted his teeth in sheer rage at being constantly countered by them. Calum smiled smugly. The whole floor is frozen. What are you going to do next? You'll probably use silent step or wall walk. Right at that moment, a sudden surge of power launched straight at him.
Calum didn't have time to defend himself, and his hobbit shell was instantly shattered.
Urnal called out in panic, "Calum." She asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Calum struggled to his feet and reassured her, "I'm fine. Thanks to the eggshell, I avoided any injuries." His brows furrowed deeply at this unexpectedly dire situation. That's surprising. He used magic throw from that distance. The sharp knife was the weapon the boss used. He thought to himself, thankfully the destructive power was reduced by the distance. The embedded knife was quickly pulled back to its spot. The boss picked up his deadly weapon. Without saying a word, he flashed a wicked, calculating smile as a part of his body began to fade away. Calum immediately realized it, anxiously gritting his teeth. Invisibility is his next move.
He quickly commanded, "Urnal, pinpoint the sneak's location." She hastily scanned the surroundings. Got it. Her ears twitched continuously, picking up on the signals. The boss' footstep on the wall made a slight noise. Urnal spotted it in an instant. This way. She then fired an arrow straight in that direction. Boss didn't expect to be discovered. The arrow was already locked onto him. He clenched his jaw as the arrow nearly pierced the center of his forehead. With no small amount of skill, he swiftly leaned to the side, dodging just in time before getting hit. The arrow struck deep into the high wall. The boss was forced to reveal himself, unable to continue using his old trick. He pulled out another weapon attached to his belt. Although his drawing speed was incredibly fast, Calum down below spotted it just in time. The grenade on his belt. The hourglass is still on cooldown, but... The countdown notification started. Turn-based hourglass cooldown, 15 seconds. Calum knew it was time and smirked triumphantly. It's fine, this is the moment I've been waiting for. He pointed his wand at the larva and cast it. Ice Spike. Before it could even process anything, it shattered into pieces, splattering purple blood everywhere. Calum pulled out another wand, his eyes resolute. I leveled up just waiting for this exact moment. He took careful aim and pointed his wand at the target. Special skill, Slaughter. The system updated the notification. Hourglass activated. Your turn. Cooldown, 60 seconds. He understood it perfectly, the special skill Slaughter. In the game, this skill restored 2 action points upon defeating an enemy. He had used that larva to refill his action points to 2. The full information appeared. Slaughter. Action points plus 2. Upon defeating an enemy, you gain 2 action points. Lasts for 60 seconds. Must be activated manually and can only be used once per battle. Calum felt smug that the first step of his plan was a success. To use this skill, I had to share my food and drag that larva all the way here. But the target is a ping-pong-sized bomb 10 meters away. Even so, I have to hit it. The boss was constantly moving high above. Calum grew a bit tense. This is the deciding moment. Please, just one hit. Please. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Electric shock." The system immediately updated. Action points depleted. Turn ended. A current of electricity surged toward the boss, hovering in mid-air. His entire body was electrocuted, stiffening up so he couldn't move. A violent explosion erupted right after. Calum joyfully looked at the victory unfolding before him. I did it. I actually did it. I was a designated marksman in the military, after all. Beside him, Urnal stared upwards in sheer awe. He didn't waste a single second, immediately ordering, "Urnal," his position. She pointed and reported, "Got it," right there. Trusting her, Calum quickly launched an ice spike, aiming straight in the direction she pointed. Boss was like a fish on a chopping block, impaled right in the stomach by the sharp block of ice. His whole body slumped down as he let out a few groans. Calum grasped the situation. The freeze status took effect, so there's no way he can dodge. He commanded, "Now. Urnal, shoot." She knocked a poison arrow and took aim. The arrow flew straight along the previous trajectory. Hit by 2 consecutive attacks, the boss could only grit his teeth and endure. Seeing that, Calum breathed a sigh of relief. The level gap isn't an issue. It's over. The poison sac ruptured. All he needs to do is breathe it in and he's dead. The green poison gas from the spider fang had spread out. If everything goes according to plan, Hell dies shortly. He continuously calculated in his head. Now that he's inhaled the poison gas, Hell lose 20 HP per second for the next 20 seconds. The boss had fallen. Calum smiled confidently. Even though I can't see his health bar like in the game, it'll all be over in just a few seconds. Stop struggling and let this end, sneak. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. A blinding light radiated from where the boss had just been.
Calum fought bitterly. I knew I shouldn't have counted on blind luck. He frantically yelled, "Urinal, plan B." She was also a bit panicked. Right. He stared tensely at the boss. I had hoped this wouldn't happen. Watching a boss slowly get up with his heart glowing, Calum understood clearly. The reason possessed adventurers in the labyrinth are the most dangerous is because they can still use the special skills they had as adventurers. Calum observed carefully. Fortunately, it's still within my calculations. The good thing is that I always prepare a plan B for every situation. Remembering earlier during their strategy discussion, Calum had advised Urinal, shoot the poison arrow first and see how he reacts. She had questioned, shouldn't we shoot both to maximize our chances of winning? He stroked his chin, calculating. He supposedly defeated a black wasp on his own, which is highly suspicious. What if the sneak has a way to cure poisoning? Even for a rogue with masterful skills and agility, fighting a black wasp without getting poisoned even once is downright impossible. He anticipated. He was poisoned but didn't die, which is exactly why there's a problem, don't you think? Urinal started to understand. So you're saying the sneak can cure poison? Calum shook his head and said, no, since he's a rogue, he wouldn't be able to use magic. Based on my judgment, if it isn't bombs, potions, or magic scrolls, then the only thing left is a special skill. He carefully formulated his plan. Confirming whether or not he has a way to cure poison is our top priority. Urinal asked again with some anxiety, what if he can cure it? Then we're totally doomed, right? Just thinking about it brought tears to her eyes. But Calum immediately reassured her, flashing a confident smirk. No, if that happens. Plan B. The two of them were fully prepared to face the boss. The special skill he's currently using is Adrenaline Surge. It restores 50 HP, resets the cooldown of a Tier 1 skill, and removes all negative status effects. The boss' pitch-black eyes glinted sharply. He used the Careful Step skill, dashing swiftly across the thick ice toward the two of them. Calum was startled, totally caught off guard. Oh crap, the hourglass still has a whole 3 seconds of cooldown left. Beside him, Urinal already had her bow drawn. Calum, can I shoot now? He immediately stopped her. No, not yet. He gritted his teeth, calculating tensely. Since he's activated a movement skill, hell definitely dodge it. To pull off plan B, I need to put some distance between Urinal and myself first. Acting on his thoughts, Calum quickly moved to another spot. He intentionally slid across the ice to close the distance. As soon as he got close to the boss, he immediately used his wand. Electric shock. But with his current speed, dodging it was a piece of cake for him. Keeping the smile on his lips, the boss lunged forward and grabbed one of Calum's arms. He immediately used a maneuver to twist his arm behind his back. Caught completely by surprise, Calum screamed in agony. At the same time, his other hand reached out. The boss pinned him tightly against the icy floor with one hand, while the other raised a dagger to finish him off. Calum urgently called out to his teammate Urinal. Seeing this, the boss looked up, glaring viciously at her. Seeing Urinal draw her bow, he realized the distance was far too advantageous for them to strike. In a split second, the boss dragged Calum further away. Before you could signal Urinal, the dagger in the boss' hand plunged into his stomach. Plan B it is. Seeing him take the hit, Urinal cried out anxiously from below Calum. He quickly clutched his wound and backed away, reaching into his pouch for something. Damn it, it hurts like hell. Calum pulled out the potion Vertanen had given him before they parted. I have to use the potion I got from the dwarves' party. Who would have thought that in that brief moment, the boss had snatched the other potion from his pouch? Calum cursed furiously. Even in this situation, your scummy thief habits haven't changed. Taking my stuff without permission. After chugging down a potion, the boss tossed the empty vial aside. He lunged forward, swinging his sharp dagger right at him. Right at that moment, the system announced, your turn. Calum smiled with satisfaction. Too late, you damn bastard. He calmly taunted him, even with a dagger pressed right against his body. Thanks for falling for it and moving exactly as planned. This was the plan B he had come up with. Urinal, watching from below, had prepared to act the moment the boss lowered his guard. Calum continually drank his new potions. It'll survive thanks to the power of healing potions, so give it everything you've got and shoot. He directed these words to Urinal. His action points decreased by 1. Calum took out a scroll. As for you, you can't kill me with that dagger. The action point bar dropped to 2. He decisively tore the scroll in half, leaving only 1 action point left. Urinal, it's time. Shoot this stubborn bastard. Calum smiled confidently. Goodbye, you stubborn prick. His action points depleted entirely at that moment. The notification displayed, turn ended. The hourglass resumed. Just as the dagger was about to reach him, an invisible armor blocked it. The boss froze in shock, his smirk completely vanishing. Calum decisively grabbed him in a tight bear hug to restrain him. "It's a magic shield, you bastard. Don't you know what this is? When taking physical damage, nullifies up to 5 attacks if each deals 100 damage or less." He held the boss tightly and yelled out the cue, "Urinal, now." A poison arrow was instantly fired, soaring fiercely toward its target. It pierced straight into the boss' stomach. His face contorted in agony. Calum whispered with satisfaction into his ear, "How would you like a second poison arrow?" The toxic gas quickly burst forth. Calum shouted, "Now the real battle begins." The toxic cloud above obscured Urinal's vision. She called out anxiously, "Calum, are you okay?" By now, the boss was coughing up blood in agonizing pain. Calum kept a firm grip on his head, downing a potion while fighting through the pain. "It feels like my lungs are tearing apart. I have to drink this or I'll die." The boss used his last ounce of strength to try and pry Calum's hands off. Despite putting all his strength into it, Calum had to remain on guard. This bastard is still too damn strong. Just as the dagger was about to stab into him once more, his hands trembled, hesitating right before the decisive strike. The dagger fell straight to the ground. Calum watched in startlement as the boss' lifeless body slid to the floor. He had completely blacked out, losing all will to resist. Calum staggered in pure exhaustion. The bastard is finally dead. Seeing his critical condition, Urinal rushed over. "Please don't die." He trembled as he begged, "Urinal, heal me." She immediately took out the remaining potion and hurriedly fed it to him. "We won, so we have to get out of here together." Calum almost rolled his eyes back. "Even if I take the potion, it still hurts like a bitch." He was slightly worried, because of a miscalculation. Even if I chug all these healing potions, I might still die from the poison. Urinal sobbed helplessly, "You can't die. Please, drink this one too." Yet Calum had no regrets. "I didn't have any other choice, so I had to risk it all." Finally, after a while, Calum partially recovered and the exit portal appeared. Leaning on Urinal, he slowly stood up. "I think I'll live." He didn't forget to praise her. That final shot was spot on Urinal. She was still terrified. Honestly, the terrain blocked my view, so I was really anxious. I wasn't sure if the arrow would hit. Calum looked at her with satisfaction. Long-range attacks always suffer an accuracy penalty when fired from a lower elevation. The sneak probably used Shadow Leap because he calculated that, but less than greater than. I anticipated that, which is why I chose this level 5 special skill for Urinal, Precision Bombardment. When the target's location is confirmed, ranged attacks will ignore obstacles and fly straight to the target. Seeing her burst into tears of emotion, he quickly comforted her. "I knew you'd hit the mark. Great shooting." Hearing this, she wiped her tears away. "Really? I'm so touched." Calum seemingly remembered something and reminded her, "All right, there are a few things we need to do before we leave." She was curious. "Do what?" He asked back. "Our exit portal still has 2 spots left, right?" She startled in realization. "Oh, that's right." And so Calum made the arrangements, pointing to the corpses of the boss and Avison. "Let the 2 of them take those spots." Evening outside the labyrinth, at the familiar tavern. Vertanen set down his mug of beer and asked, "You don't even drink, so why are you dropping by at this hour?" He glanced toward the corner of the tavern. "Are you here to check on the resurrection scroll?" The newcomer was Clarence. He crossed his arms and replied reluctantly, "It's my younger brother's life on the line. I have to confirm it myself to be sure." Vertanen understood and reassured him. "The resurrection scroll you requested will be finished today, so you can enter the dungeon around 5 a.m. Even so, Clarence remained deep in anxious thought. Standing in the corner, he pondered. The soul preservation spell doesn't have much time left. If the rescue fails, even with extra scrolls, he won't be able to be resurrected. I must eliminate all variables and guarantee success this time. Just then, Emma ran in from outside, shouting, "Everyone!" She hurriedly raised the resurrection scroll in her hand and announced, "I brought the resurrection scroll back. But more importantly, we need to get to the dungeon right now." They said the floor 1 exit portal has already opened. Hearing this news, both Zickel and Vertanen were taken aback. "What did you just say?" Clarence, still gloomy, found it hard to believe. "Are you sure it's the floor 1 portal?" Emma insisted. "That's what I heard. We need to go right now." Vertanen agreed. "Let's go check it immediately." Zickel looked somewhat expectant. "Is it the rookie? I swear I can already hear the dwarves' money being snatched away." At the Dungeon Alliance's underground control room, a short-haired female teaching assistant was already waiting in front of the exit portal. She let out a huge, sleepy yawn. "This is taking forever. Why hasn't anyone come out yet?" With a somewhat miserable expression, the assistant squatted down, hugged her knees, and complained, "No incantations required, high-speed casting. Ugh, all these ridiculous rumors. Why do I have to suffer through this?" Suddenly, Verdman's party marched in, asking in unison, "Has anyone come out yet?" This startled her wide awake. The portal opened. Clarence stepped forward and greeted her politely. "Hello, Professor." She regained her serious demeanor. "Ah, Clarence, I heard the news. Are you here to see if Avison made it out?" He nodded in admission. "Yes, though I'm trying not to get my hopes up." Suddenly, the exit portal glowed brightly, stirring everyone's excitement. "Something's coming out of the portal." The teaching assistant stepped closer to the portal, offering Clarence a bit of comfort. "I hope everything is okay with your brother. Don't worry too much. Let's at least see who it is first." She looked toward the group, oblivious to the emaciated face that had just emerged. The moment she turned her head, the teaching assistant was terrified by Avison's hollow, lifeless face, letting out a piercing scream. She hastily dodged to the side, her voice filled with panic. "What is this?" That rotting face. Avison's corpse crumpled to the ground. The three members of Vertanen's party recognized him the moment they saw him, rendered speechless in shock. Clarence hurriedly rushed to his side. "Avison." The exit portal turned green and glowed brightly once more. As soon as the sneak's corpse was thrown out, the portal's color shifted to yellow. The teaching assistant, standing closest, collapsed in fear at the sight of his dead body. The adventurers were also startled and shocked. "That guy is." They got a clear look at his face and recognized him. The sneak. The teaching assistant trembled as she thought, "Half the people stepping through the portal are corpses." She muttered in disbelief, "What exactly is going on here?" A thought dawned on Clarence. Don't tell me. That two-person party managed to defeat the sneak. He also found it hard to fathom. High-speed casting without incantations. He recalled the previous conversation between the tavern owner and Vertanen. "I heard he's a slave mage who doesn't need incantations." Vertanen's attitude at the time hadn't seemed like a joke at all. "Geez, why won't you believe it?" In telling the truth. Clarence pressed his lips together in tension. Is it actually true? Seeing the exit portal light up again, Vertanen hastily called out, "Calum, is that you?" A pair of legs gently stepped out. Urinal replied to him shyly, "Sorry, I'm Urinal, but Calum will be out in a second." The portal's color shifted to red. Only one person remained. The three adventurers were visibly overjoyed. "I'm so glad you're all safe. It's our rookies." Vertanen even declared, "I knew it. I believed you two could definitely pull it off." Urinal thought to herself sheepishly, even though Calum did almost everything. The teaching assistant realized in horror, "Wait, aren't you part of the slave party from the Magic Academy?" Urinal asked awkwardly. "Is something wrong?" The assistant's face had gone completely pale as she thought, even for a strong duo, taking down the sneak is earth-shattering news. It's an absolute bombshell. Looking back at the person who had just walked out, she couldn't help but be deeply shocked. But a two-person slave party with cheap, worn-out weapons. And they only formed their party a few days ago? How on earth could they achieve such a thing? It seemed her entire worldview had collapsed. Before long, the exit portal flashed brightly once more. Urinal happily announced, "I think he's coming out now." Calum's arm reached out first. Shouldering his backpack, he staggered slightly as he stepped out of the dungeon. Zikal and Emma were thrilled, welcoming him eagerly. "Rookie, did you two really take down the sneak?" "I'm so moved. You even brought back Avison's body." Vertanen sharply noticed, "Wait, are you injured?" "That's blood." Calum was on the verge of collapsing. So loud. He began to speak. "Priest, we." He didn't forget to demand his payment. 8,000 gold coins. As soon as the words left his mouth, Calum passed out, throwing the entire group into a panic. Urinal hurriedly caught his exhausted body. "Please," she screamed in panic, "Calum." The next day, as dawn broke, at the Grand Church of Nathaniel, Calum groggily regained consciousness, opening his eyes. "Hey," he asked in a daze, "what happened?" Emma, who was keeping watch beside him, explained, "You passed out the moment you stepped outside." She pointed out, "You collapsed from an overdose of recovery potions." Calum rubbed his head and slowly sat up. "I had to survive without an antidote somehow." Having just recovered a little, he asked bluntly, "Anyway, priestess, where is my pay?" Emma immediately pointed to a pouch in the distance. "Don't worry, it's right there on the table. Do you want to double-check it?" After counting the pile of gold coins in the pouch, Calum was baffled. "What's this? Why is it only 7,850 gold coins? He hesitated before informing Emma, "I'm short 150 gold coins." She quickly explained, "That's the treatment fee." Calum replied, displeased, "But I never asked to be treated."
Emma smiled awkwardly. "Well, Urinal begged me to heal you." Hearing this, he felt helpless. "Urinal, you idiot, why meddle in things you shouldn't?" Seeing that he was fully awake, Emma asked with concern, "Are you heading to the Magic Academy to claim your free citizenship?" Calum didn't answer right away, instead asking about something he'd been curious about for a while. "By the way, what exactly happened with Avison and Sneak?" Emma thought for a moment before telling him, "Avison is currently receiving treatment in the Resurrection Room, so the revival process should begin soon. As for Sneak's corpse, it must have been moved to the morgue by now." He asked, puzzled, "Can't Sneak be resurrected?" Emma shook her head in regret. His body wasn't enchanted with soul preservation. Unfortunately, Sneak cannot be resurrected.
Soul preservation is a magic used to bind the soul to the body, lasting for 1 week. If the body is recovered within that time, resurrection is possible. Calum calculated inwardly, but in Sneak's case, there's still a loophole. If the Labyrinth Master extracted his soul and stored it in a jar, like pickled kimchi, and we retrieve that soul from the Soul Sanctuary, he can still be resurrected. They only say it's impossible because they don't know the sanctuary exists. I only discovered it on the developer difficulty. Right after waking up and fully recovering, Calum immediately packed his things. "I'll be going then," Emma prayed sincerely. "All right. May the blessings of the gods always be with you." Calum swiftly headed to the sprawling Magic Academy. Upon hearing the news, Urinal excitedly ran out to greet him. "Calum, are you feeling better?" He replied calmly, "Yeah." Calum happily held up the pouch of coins. "Then let's use this money to buy our freedom from slavery." Urinal's eyes lit up, filled with eager anticipation. Finally, yes, let's do it. But right after, when the evaluation results weren't what they expected. After calculations, Urinal didn't meet the requirements to be free from slavery. Her whole body stiffened as she asked in utter shock, "What?" Calum was also astonished and demanded, "What do you mean? We should have more than enough money." Jacob, sitting at his luxurious desk, spoke unhurriedly. The price to be recognized as a free citizen is 3,000 gold coins. But based on her contribution, Urinal's share is only 2 gold coins, he announced indifferently. Therefore, Urinal cannot become a free citizen. Hearing this, tears welled up in her eyes as her hopes were crushed. The announcement felt like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. Calum remained stubborn, questioning, "I don't understand. What exactly is the standard for calculation and distribution?" Jacob raised his wand. "It's a long story to explain, so it'll be easier if I just show you." He cast a spell, and a scale appeared before Calum and Urinal. The scale of fairness would measure each person's level of contribution during the expedition. Less than greater than. According to Verdinan's party's testimony, Calum's contribution equates to 27,848 gold coins. Urinal's is merely 2 gold coins. He added, "That is Urinal's contribution from the battle in the escape room." Calum's eyes widened in amazement. "That's a type of magic I've never even seen while playing the game." He intended to defend her. "Isn't that contribution level way too low?" He provided more information. Urinal is the one who crafted the weapon that defeated Sneak. But Jacob had his own perspective. What does that have to do with Vertinan's party's contract? Calum explained clearly. Their plan was to acquire poison arrows and bypass the escape room. If Urinal didn't have the skill to process fangs into poison, they wouldn't have proposed the contract in the first place. Seeing him so dedicated to reclaiming fairness and freedom for her, Urinal couldn't help but be deeply moved. Calum. Hearing this, Jacob pondered for a moment and then agreed. True. Urinal's gold coin amount began to rise, recorded on the scale of fairness. He suggested, "Now let's begin calculating your entire adventuring journey. First of all," Jacob cast a spell on them. Lie detection magic. Both Calum and Urinal immediately felt something strange in their throats. Lie detection magic. This is a magic that amplifies the body's unconscious reactions when telling a lie. After finishing, he rubbed his head and instructed them. This is a standard procedure when evaluating a slave's contributions. Please be understanding, you might feel a slight numbness. Now place your pouches on the table. And truthfully recount your journey from beginning to end. The two quickly complied. Seeing they were ready, Jacob announced, "I will start the debriefing now." Calum glanced nervously at her, silently praying. "Please, Urinal, escape your life of slavery this time." Calum focused on his calculations. The total amount earned from selling Sneak's mana stones and gear comes to 14,600 gold coins. This is roughly equivalent to what a four-person party earns from conquering the first floor of the labyrinth. He cast his eyes upward, but out of that, Urnal's share. 20%. Jacob weighed and measured, then announced Kalem's share is 19,528 gold coins. Urnal's is 2,925 gold coins. Despite all that effort, Urnal's total still fell short of 3,000 gold. Kalem gritted his teeth in shock. Damn it, I thought I handled it pretty well. Why is it only 20%? Is it still not enough? Urnal was also filled with sorrow and despair at falling just a tiny bit short, 2,925 gold coins. Seeing her crestfallen mood, Jacob asked, "Are you disappointed, Urnal?" He revealed a harsh truth. On average, a slave only makes about 500 gold in the labyrinth, and that's assuming they survive a 10% mortality rate. She panicked in shock upon hearing this. He callously stated the blunt truth. The fact that you're still alive and have this much income isn't because you're anything special. It's simply because you clung to Kalem and desperately tried to keep up with his level. Frankly speaking, all you did was shoot 2 poison arrows. Anyone could have replaced you as long as they followed Kalem's orders. Even so, if you still object to this distribution ratio. Jacob slammed his hand on the desk. His face turned fierce as he demanded immediately, "Speak up." Urnal spoke up weakly. "I will accept this decision." Kalem, also overwhelmed by Jacob's aura, looked over at her with concern. "Sir, did you really have to say it like that?" But Jacob had quickly realized his intentions and issued a warning. "Kalem, if you're thinking of helping her, don't." He lectured. Sending criminal slaves into the labyrinth is their punishment. Kalem had no choice but to accept it. Understood. After receiving the verdict, the two claimed their money, each clutching their respective pouches. Jacob asked, "Kalem, do you intend to use your share of the gold to purchase your free citizenship?" He replied instantly, "Yes." Jacob quickly used magic to remove the slave collar from his neck, while simultaneously deducting 3,000 gold coins from his funds. Kalem looked at the shattered slave collar with immense joy. Jacob put his wand away and declared, "Congratulations on becoming a free citizen. The evaluation ends here." Right at that moment, the room's door opened. 2 people stepped inside, standing right behind them. Kalem glanced back curiously. Immediately, the 2 moved to take Urnal away. The slave will be escorted back to the dungeon. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. Less than greater than. The 2 evaluated her. She's good at archery. She'll fetch a good price at the Adventurers Guild. Urnal shed tears as she desperately tried to look at him one last time. Kalem, deep in thought, he made a decision. I'll have to find her there later. Jacob then asked with interest, "More importantly, I have a question. Have you ever considered enrolling in the Magic Academy?" Kalem was slightly surprised. "The Magic Academy?" He smiled, proactively extending a hand for cooperation. "We cannot afford to lose a mage who can cast silently and use hyperspeed casting. If you enroll, we will fully support you in every aspect." He didn't overreact, just looking at him. So their attitude changed because I'm a free citizen now. He calculated in his mind, with so many mages dead due to the labyrinth outbreaks, they can't just let me walk away. Kalem probed first, "If I enroll, what kind of benefits will I receive?" Jacob stroked his chin in thought before replying, "First of all, Kalem's magical potential is..." Before you could finish his sentence, a loud voice interrupted. "Hey, Jacob, is this the guy from that outrageous rumor?" 2 figures gradually entered from outside. Seeing them, Jacob was surprised. "Professor Melanie, why are you here?" The elderly professor looked incredibly strict. Clasping his hands behind his back, he stated, "A genius mage capable of silent and hyperspeed casting. I had to see it with my own eyes." The female teaching assistant beside him silently lamented, "I am so exhausted." Kalem also stepped forward and introduced himself to Melanie. "Hello, my name is Kalem." The man observed him intently. "Good. I like the look in your eyes. Those recruitment flyers are completely pointless." Professor Melanie threw him a difficult question. "You may have just become a free citizen, but let me ask you this. In your opinion, what is the true responsibility of a mage?" Kalem replied with slight hesitation. "To develop new spells or perhaps exterminate monsters in the labyrinth." He immediately rebutted, "Wrong. There is a far nobler goal than that. It is to eradicate the possessed from other worlds." His words left Kalem utterly stunned. Melanie coldly explained, "Labyrinth outbreaks have caused severe devastation for a long time. We spent years tracing the cause to put an end to them. By investigating monster movements and the timing of labyrinth outbreaks, we discovered a single cause behind it all. Tens of thousands of possessed individuals have crossed over into this world. He spoke with an ironclad tone. If they do not return to the labyrinth for more than 2 weeks, an outbreak is triggered to exterminate them. We still don't know why, but regardless, they must be eliminated for the sake of peace. Hearing Professor Melanie's firm declaration, Calum couldn't help but feel anxious. Damn it. So even after becoming a free man, I still won't get to live in peace. The professor had already investigated his background. According to the records, you were an adventurer in the eastern city of Wundam, tried and convicted for murdering your comrade, correct? And your defense was that she was possessed by an entity from another world. Calum didn't know much about his body's past. He was a bit surprised. What? That comrade was a possessed individual? Seeing him say nothing, the professor took it as an admission and cheerfully invited him. Sounds like the perfect puzzle piece. No need to beat around the bush. Join my club for hunting the possessed. He even joked, "You're not one of the possessed yourself, are you?" Calum remained silent, his face completely devoid of any expression. His sheer silence left Professor Melanie confused. Why so quiet? He didn't know that Calum was internally panicking. Thank goodness. Good thing I didn't let my mouth slip, he sighed in relief. Because right now, In's still under the effect of the lie detection magic. He gritted his teeth, remaining perfectly still. Professor Melanie narrowed his eyes at him, asking sharply, "Why are you staying silent, Calum?" Strange. That wasn't a difficult question. His mind raced in turmoil. Damn it. This is bad. How do I get out of this situation? His eyes clearly betrayed his anxiety. I let my guard down just because I finally escaped the labyrinth. I should have gathered more information about this world before coming here. Calum gritted his teeth, racking his brain. What the hell am I supposed to answer now? Seeing him still not responding, the professor grew slightly angry and suspicious. Don't tell me you are also a... Suddenly, the room's door opened, cutting off his words. Clarence entered with an expressionless face, bailing Calum out. Greetings, Professor. He must still be disoriented from just leaving the labyrinth. Isn't it a bit too early to recruit Calum? Melanie turned around in annoyance and argued with him. Clarence, doesn't a diligent farmer reap an abundant harvest? Above all, the reason he's here is because Professor Isilov has his eye on him too, Clarence frankly admitted. That's right. In this magic academy, no one turns a blind eye to true talent, he added, hoping to persuade him. And if he has the ability to cast spells without chanting at such terrifying speed, isn't he more suited for exploring the labyrinth than hunting down the possessed? Calum was intrigued by his words, while Professor Melanie angrily cursed in his mind from behind, this cheeky little brat. Clarence reached out, taking a step back to gain an advantage later, showing his goodwill to Calum. You don't need to decide right now. You've become a free citizen, Calum. Why not hear out the invitation from Professor Isilov's Labyrinth Exploration Club? Down the hallway, the gentle sunlight soothed his soul. Calum followed behind Clarence and breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. It's over. I almost died the moment I stepped out of the labyrinth. He looked toward Clarence walking ahead. I was really lucky to escape right on time. Suddenly, a question crossed his mind. Wait, if such a convenient magic exists, then identifying the possessed should be incredibly simple. They could just cast a spell and find out instantly. Why beat around the bush with those questions? Does this spell have some kind of limitation? Recalling that moment made him angrier the more he thought about it. Anyway, I was too careless just now. Suddenly, Clarence turned back and said to him, It seems the lie detection spell has been lifted. Maintaining his indifferent expression from earlier, he took the initiative. I apologize for the late introduction. I am Clarence, a mage about to graduate. And also Avison's older brother, the one you saved. He bowed sincerely. Thanks to you, we were able to find my little brother's body easily. I am truly grateful. Calum replied politely. Well, thanks to that, I became a free citizen too. Clarence tactfully explained, We were silent the whole way. Please forgive this lack of manners. I just thought talking while that magic was still in effect would be impolite. Calum was a bit surprised. Is that so? Clarence explained simply, Yes, most people consider that spell to be incredibly rude. That is why it's forbidden to use it arbitrarily. Recently, it's only allowed during slave appraisals. This made Calum even more furious, thinking of Melanie's cunning and sly face. So there really is a limit. That old bastard timed it perfectly. Clarence added politely, On behalf of Professor Maldini, I apologize for the earlier rudeness. Not everyone discriminates against the possessed from other worlds. He explained clearly, There are 3 factions in this magic academy. First is Professor Maldini's faction, whose main goal is to exterminate the possessed. Second is Professor Isilov's faction, those who support aiding the possessed to explore the labyrinth. Lastly, there's Professor Dalstream's faction. They believe the possessed from other worlds deserve to be worshipped. Calum was slightly taken aback. Worshipped? Clorence confirmed, yes. Professor Dalstream specializes in studying ancient texts and archaic magic tomes. According to his research, the possessed are currently at war with the Labyrinth Master. They use the Labyrinth entrance as their base for the battle. Because the Labyrinth Master can capture human souls and drive them into madness, no one can stand against them. Except for a mage who can resist that madness. Professor Dalstream believes that Mage is among the possessed, he explained in detail. The turn-based mage. These words sent a shockwave through Calum. Clorence continued, rumor has it that person can freeze the physical world and act solely through their mind. Even he seemed a bit skeptical. What the hell does turn-based even mean anyway? It's just a scribbled line in an ancient text. Clorence smirked sarcastically. It's all incomprehensible words. That faction probably has 3 people at most. Calum followed him and wondered, how can you even call that a faction then? Clorence explained simply, it just exists in name, all because of an old, stubborn professor. Stopping in front of a room, he informed Calum, my professor is waiting. This way, please come in. The door opened, revealing a magical light glowing from behind it. The bookshelves were decorated in a simple, warm manner. Seeing Calum enter, the professor took the initiative to introduce himself. Our club specializes in investigating and researching the inside of the labyrinth. Isilov, a professor at the Magic Academy, spoke in a gentle tone. We handle everything from secret rooms to ecosystems and the monsters. Right now we're focusing on possessed adventurers, not the possessed from other worlds. He frankly expressed his views. Entities like the Sneak, they are neither dead nor alive. I've come to the hypothesis that their souls didn't vanish but were captured, as if imprisoned somewhere in the labyrinth. Calum was a little surprised to hear this, thinking in frustration, doesn't even a professor know about the Soul Sanctuary? Isilov said gratefully, thanks to you bringing the Sneak out, I've got this wonderful opportunity. I plan to trace his soul to prove my hypothesis. He praised him highly. Calum, you have outstanding talent and would be an excellent assistant for our club. Are you interested in joining us to find the Sneak's soul? Professor Isilov extended a very tempting invitation. Calum didn't rush to answer. He smiled and thought to himself, finding souls? That's too easy. I've done it countless times playing the game. He rubbed his chin, pondering and weighing his options. I might even be able to recruit those possessed adventurers as companions later on. I wonder if I can do that here. Enrolling in the academy will help me enter and exit the labyrinth more frequently. Calum analyzed inwardly. It's best to stay far away from Meldini. As for Dalstream, the whole worship thing is a bit much, so this seems to be the best choice. Thinking so, Calum tested the waters and asked, during the club activities, can I form my own party? Professor Isilov's eyes showed a hint of surprise. You're the first. He smiled kindly and stroked his long beard. Usually, people ask to join their seniors' parties because the labyrinth is highly dangerous. Nevertheless, he agreed with him. It is allowed, so feel free to do as you please. With his request granted, Calum made his decision. I'll join. Thank you, Professor. I'd like to join your club. A while later, as evening fell, at the academy dormitories. This is your room, Calum. The female teaching assistant led him to the arranged room. You must be tired today, so please get some rest. Calum, carrying his backpack, replied politely, Thank you, assistant. The moment he opened the door and walked in, his eyes widened in shock, leaving him completely speechless. Looking at the luxuriously decorated and fully equipped room, he couldn't help but exclaim, What kind of school dorm is this fancy good lord? The room was gorgeously furnished and spotless, complete with an expensive chandelier. The 4 spacious beds startled Calum. It's even bigger than the apartment I used to live in. He turned back and asked the assistant still standing outside, Assistant, if I recruit party members, can they stay here too? She immediately answered, By the rules, no. But if everything followed the rules, I wouldn't have to work overtime right now, would I? Do whatever you want. Calum looked helplessly at her haggard, sleep-deprived face. This assistant is totally the sarcastic type. Seeing everything settled, the female assistant quickly left. I'll take my leave. The bathroom filled with warm steam as Calum tossed his clothes aside. He comfortably soaked in the hot tub after a long day. Melting away. Melting away. Calum mentally reviewed all the events that had happened, escaping the labyrinth with Urinal this morning, completing the quest and regaining my freedom all at once, also enrolling in the Magic Academy and joining Professor Isilov's club. Calum felt like he was on the verge of exhaustion. He never expected things to happen back to back like that. Even so, he had to plan for tomorrow. The library is open 2:47, so I'll go there to gather some info. Tomorrow, I'll drop by the admissions office and go pick up Urinal. He slowly savored this peaceful moment. It feels like the tutorial is finally over. I still have a long road ahead. Having calculated and arranged everything, Calum closed his eyes. But for now, it's time to rest. The next morning in the lecture hall of the Magic Academy, Calum was sluggish and lethargic, nodding off with dark bags under his eyes. I'm exhausted from researching all night in the library, but I have to be prepared. I can't be caught off guard like I was with the lie detection spell again. Suddenly, someone approached and asked him, "You're the freshman everyone is talking about, aren't you?" That person was Professor Dalstream, whom he had heard about from Clarence. He smiled amiably and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I am a Grand Elder of the Magic Academy, Dalstream." A moment later, the class began. Professor Dalstream stood at the podium and started his lecture. Memory is a spell that summons the Book of Memories, a special ability granted through a contract with Wizorth, the god of wisdom. He pointed at a piece of paper in his hand. If you sign the contract handed out by the teaching assistant, each of you will be able to summon your very own Book of Memories. Finishing his sentence, the professor immediately demonstrated it for everyone. He used his wand to cast Memory. The book in front of Dalstream opened, emitting a unique golden light. He quickly encouraged them. "Now then, summon your books of memories and check the available slots." Calum obediently followed suit. Memory. He checked the book in his hands. The number of slots in the Book of Memories depends on the user's level. I'm currently at level 5, so. He looked inside. 3 slots. Not too bad. Professor Dalstream provided more information. Students, the number of spells you can learn depends on the number of slots in your Book of Memories. However, combining these slots can also create new magic. He pointed to the female teaching assistant standing beside him. The skeleton-like assistant over there will explain further. Being called out of the blue startled her. The professor said apologetically, "Sorry, my back is acting up again today." Hearing that, she had no choice but to accept it and let out a sigh. "I thought the first class would be easy. Who would have guessed? That's Professor Dalstream for you. So tiring." The assistant announced, "All right, let's head to the magical training grounds. Please follow me." Once everyone gathered at the training grounds, the assistant explained, "The number of spell slots varies depending on individual capabilities. When you have at least 2 slots, you can start combining spells. For example, if you place 2 Tier 1 spells in adjacent slots, Tier 1 plus Tier 1 equals Tier 2. Depending on the combination, you can unlock a Tier 2 spell, less than greater than. This process is called magic synthesis. The benefit of synthesis is that it doesn't take up space in your regular spell slots." The assistant raised her wand. It sounds profound, but you can also combine 3 spells at the same time. Triple synthesis is very difficult, and the success rate is extremely low, but she easily cast the aforementioned magic, combining fire, wind, and lightning. If successful, you will obtain a powerful spell that deals damage from all 3 elements simultaneously. The assistant demonstrated it for them, firing the spell aimed at the dummy ahead. A massive explosion immediately occurred, sending black smoke everywhere. This strike left all the students on the field stunned and amazed. Having completed that magic, the assistant beamed with pride. "Awesome, right? If you work hard, you can also master triple synthesis." In the crowd, Calum looked at her with a helpless and bored expression. She took out a spell scroll and introduced it. "This is the list of Tier 1 spells. Take your time choosing. You can buy books from the Magic Bookstore to obtain the spells you want. And if you need help with spell combinations, feel free to ask." A while later, the assistant read the information on the submitted paper in shock. "Wait, you already have 3 spell slots." Uncertain, she asked again, "Are you really choosing this combination?" The owner of that paper was none other than Calum. He shrugged and asked back in confusion, "Is there a problem?" She stammered, "Not exactly wrong, but this." The assistant looked at the paper. The 3 Tier 1 spells he chose were the combat spell Dust Bullet, the combat spell Heat Wave, and the support spell Moisture. "I truly cannot understand the logic behind this combination at all." Curious, she asked, "It's your right to choose whatever you want, but with so many powerful options available, why these 3? Finally, the assistant blew up, pointing at it. "And the third one is a support spell. It's meant for practical purposes, like the lie detection spell. Moisture only slightly increases the humidity in the air. Who would want to learn that?" As she was losing her temper, Professor Dalstream walked over. "What's with all this noise?" She startled and turned around. "Professor." The assistant handed him the paper, complaining, "Look at Kalen's spell combination. It makes no sense at all. However, Dahlstream remained silent. Then he burst into laughter and said, "Try it." The assistant was horrified and tried to stop him. "But Professor," he interrupted her, explaining, "curiosity and research are the most precious qualities of a mage. The Academy always welcomes new methods of spell synthesis." Calum remained expressionless upon hearing these words. He told him with excitement, "I'm very curious to see how the results will turn out. Good luck, Calum." That evening at the Academy dormitory, the books were laid out on the table. The purchased spell books were memorized. Calum sat in his chair and picked up one of the books. It was time to start spell linking. First, he combined the Tier 1 spells Dust Bullet and Heat Wave to create Dust Explosion. A notification popped up, Dust Explosion Spellbook. Tier 2 spell Dust Explosion has been memorized. Calum had calculated this in advance and smiled in satisfaction. Dust Bullet and Heat Wave were inherently weak, just common store-bought spells, but Dust Explosion was 10 times stronger than ordinary fireballs. Next was the Heat Fever Spellbook, a debilitating spell causing fatigue and heat stroke. He combined Heat Wave and Moisture Art to create it. A notification quickly appeared. Heat Fever Spellbook. Tier 2 spell Heat Fever has been memorized. Calum continued his work. The final link combined all 3 Tier 1 spells, Heat Wave, Moisture Art, and Exhaustion, to create Thundercloud. Thundercloud Spellbook. Tier 2 spell Thundercloud has been memorized. Less than greater than. The system panel quickly displayed his overall stats. Memory. Learned spells. Exhaustion, Heat Wave, Moisture Art. Memorized. Tier 1 spells 33 Exhaustion, Heat Wave, Moisture Art. Tier 2 spells 0+3 Dust Explosion, Heat Fever, Thundercloud. Calum looked at his log with satisfaction. It had been a while since he used this combination, probably back in his strategy god mode days. Thundercloud, a spell that summons electrified clouds. He looked forward to it with excitement. I really want to test it with the hourglass. I should buy a lightning wand to dual wield with it. After finishing everything, Calum stretched and yawned. All done. I'll drop by the temple early tomorrow and visit the shop while I'm at it. A soft gleam appeared in his eyes. And now the most important stop. The next day, at the Adventurers Guild. The guard unlocked the cell door and ordered, "Hey, get out." He read her charges as they walked. Arrested for smuggling illegal narcotics. Slave Urinal. She stepped out of the cell dejectedly, her face looking a bit haggard. The guard looked at her with contempt and announced, "Someone wants to buy you for labyrinth exploration. Hurry up." Urinal pressed her lips together in disappointment, not expecting to be sold so quickly. What kind of people are they? Most of them treat slaves like trash. She couldn't help but worry about her future. She followed the guard upstairs, asking herself, will I ever meet anyone decent again? If I'm dragged into the labyrinth like this, will I even survive? The guard's voice interrupted her thoughts. Go in. Urinal trembled and bit her lip, hesitating to step inside. What is going to happen to me? Finally, she couldn't hold back her tears. Calum, I miss you. Unexpectedly, seeing the man himself right in front of her made her scream in shock. Calum was startled as well. What the? Don't scare me like that. Urinal was incredibly surprised and asked excitedly, What are you doing here? Did something happen at the academy? Calum smiled and stood up, looking at her sincerely. I can't just leave behind someone I risked my life to save. Urinal's whole body trembled with emotion hearing his words. Calum. He reached out his hand to her. Come on, let's go. I'll help you become a free citizen. Urinal followed him outside, leaving the Adventurers Guild. Calum, but I still have debts to pay. He replied shortly. I know. The two walked down the street, one behind the other. There are 2 ways to make you a free citizen. First, we get the recovery fee from Avison. Urinal was surprised. Huh? Wasn't that already settled? Calum explained clearly. We only took an advance of 100 gold coins. Avison's older brother Clarence said it would be safer to collect the rest later. Apparently, until you are officially recognized as a free citizen, the Magic Academy still has the right to confiscate it. Calum led her to a shop. It's a bit early, but if I ask to claim the reward in advance, you'll get a cut of more than 100 gold coins, Urinal. But until then, to make sure no one else snatches you away, I'll temporarily list you as a party member. Next, explore the labyrinth with me. If we split the rewards after the expedition, you can buy your freedom. Calum had calculated everything meticulously. He handed a new bow to Urinal. The decision is yours, Urinal. This is a gift. Calum thought to himself, if Urinal joins my party, it's exactly the perfect scenario I envisioned. Urinal shakily reached out and took the bow. Calum subtly noticed this small action. Is she still scared? If she plans to leave, maybe it's better to let her go right now. At this moment, after a period of silence, Urinal suddenly asked, Calum, are you going to continue exploring the labyrinth? He answered without hesitation, of course. She continued to express herself, I know I can't help much, but can I keep following you? I want to be your teammate, Calum. Urinal gripped the bow in his hand tightly, speaking with deep sincerity. Hearing this, Calum sighed in relief inwardly. Of course, he'd be very happy with that. Honestly, he had been afraid she would refuse. He smiled, though a bit awkwardly. Great, let's do our best together. I also just recruited a new member. Urinal was surprised, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Huh? So fast. Introduce them quickly. You're really amazing. But Calum was already sweating bullets internally. I shouldn't celebrate too soon, but... Urinal happily followed Calum into the school dormitory. She asked excitedly, Are you sure you're letting me stay in the dorm? Calum replied calmly, Yep. There's a bedroom and a common room. Use them as you please. Urinal's footsteps felt like she was walking on clouds as she skipped joyfully. Urinal's slave rags had been replaced by a blue dress matching the bow Calum gave her. She thought happily, new gear, new clothes. I couldn't be happier, even if I have to pay him back later. The two arrive in front of the room. From now on, I get to sleep in a dorm that's like a hotel and explore the dungeon with Calum. She pushed the door open. All right, first up is a soak in a warm bath, then a shower. Urinal's eyes lit up with eager anticipation. But as soon as she opened the door, a ghastly pale face appeared right in front of her, making her scream in absolute terror. Calum hurriedly tried to calm her down. Urinal, calm down. She was so scared she was on the verge of tears, asking in a panic, Why is this thing here? He explained, I brought him back from the temple this morning. Professor Isolov handed him over to me. I used a necromancy summoning scroll. That's why the sneak is here in this room. The guy kept making grr noises. Calum introduced him. He's saying hi. It seems the sneak is also very happy to see you again. Urinal lowered her head and quietly called him Calum. I need to get out of here. Her face was ashen, like someone who had lost her soul. Hearing this, Calum firmly objected. No. Regarding the dungeon outbreak 12 years ago, according to Professor Isolov's records. 12 years ago, right in the dungeon city of Soin, a dungeon eruption caused countless casualties. Around 3,000 monsters appeared, many of them hailing from the abyss. Research indicates that a possessed individual named Henry, hiding in the southern slums of Sohen, was the cause of the eruption. There were signs of resistance, but eventually, he was discovered and brutally killed. To all possessed individuals, this picture is the message Henry left behind before his death. It needs to be deciphered. Calum reread those lines. To all possessed individuals, be careful of the Magic Academy. He wondered to himself, why leave a message that only possessed individuals can read? Perhaps this isn't just a warning, but a sign that something is wrong within the Academy itself. What's even more suspicious is that the area which suffered the heaviest losses from that eruption was none other than the Magic Academy. Calum asked himself, did they suffer heavy losses because they were the frontline unit? Or was it that after the monsters finished off Henry in the slums, they headed to the Academy for their next target? After pondering for a while, Calum closed the book and placed it on the table. If that hypothesis is correct, then maybe. There are many possessed individuals hiding their identities in the Academy. I have to be even more careful with them than with Melanie, he reminded himself. I must absolutely conceal my identity as a possessed individual. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Calum. She hugged a pillow tightly, her face pale. With messy hair, she tremblingly asked him, Can I stay here tonight? Calum was caught off guard by her appearance. What happened to your hair? Urinal agonizingly recalled the scene of being gnawed on by the sneak. That's what your undead mage did to me. She glared at him, trembling with anger. Let me borrow your head for a second. Calum refused without hesitation, no. Urinal was getting scarier by the day. He stood up and made a proposal. If you want to stay here, there's one condition. Urinal asked blankly, A condition? She saw him pour out a pile of scrolls. Calum explained, These are the scrolls I got from the black market this morning. He gave a wicked smile. There are a few things I've been wanting to test for a long time. You'll help me, right? Meanwhile, at the main building, a room was still lit. Someone asked, Professor Isolov, are you still not done with work? Buried in the new project. Melanie asked back, slightly surprised. Project? You mean the soul-tracking project of a possessed adventurer? Professor Isolov sat at his desk and wearily confirmed, yes, that's the one. Melanie grew curious seeing this. Did someone finally agree to take it? Isolov revealed, You know him, Professor. Our famous new student is forming his own party to handle this case. As he spoke, he wrote, Research topic, tracking the soul of a possessed adventurer. Supervising professor, Isilov. Investigating student, Kalem. Just saying that was enough for Melanie to know who it was. His face darkened as he asked, Don't you find him suspicious? Can that talent really just be explained away by the word genius? I heard he managed to block a poison spider's venom sac right before it exploded by firing an ice spike at the exact right moment. And that's not all. He and a slave teammate managed to take down the sneak and return alive. That's not normal. He spoke vehemently. All of this is absurd if he isn't possessed. Professor Isilov, our duty is to identify the possessed. But Isilov calmly put his quill away. Less than greater than. He folded his hands and asked him in return, But in a situation like this, what should we do? Are we really going to discard such a talented mage purely out of suspicion? Melanie shook his head in frustration. It's not like I want to do this, but the reason the Magic Academy has such a severe shortage of mages. Think about what caused it. After saying that, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. But before leaving, he coldly reminded him, Just one mistake and we could lose everything like we did 12 years ago. I will be watching him, Professor Isilov. The room went silent, leaving only Isilov. He pushed his chair back and stood up. I understand Professor Melanie's stance. But we also need someone who can frequently explore the dungeon and support the academy. Still, I wonder how he will recruit his party. He stood by the window, deep in thought. The next day, a recruitment poster appeared on the academy's notice board. Party interviews ongoing. Leader, Kalem. Vacancies, 1. Role, warrior, melee. Kalem stood with his arms crossed, slightly surprised. More people apply than I thought. Usually, a slave mage like me would make people run away in fear. Urinal called out weakly at this moment, Over here, please. Kalem turned to see her pulling on the sneak. It seems the sneak has drawn everyone's attention over here. But if they are going to become teammates, I can't keep hiding it forever. He stood and watched Urinal struggling to endure. Purple in the face, she yelled angrily, I told you not to pull people's hair, you sick undead. Kalem cleared his throat slightly and addressed the crowd of applicants. It looks like everyone is here. Let's begin. He announced up front to everyone, The goal of this expedition is to find the place where the sneak's soul is preserved and resurrect him. He continued loudly, As stated in the notice, we are looking for a frontline warrior. To test your capabilities, please lift the wooden barrel in front of you. Kalem thought to himself, I can't see their stats unless we're in the same party, so this is just a strength test. It takes at least 10 years worth of strength to throw it like Vertinen, so it's not going to be easy. Announce the rules. If you pass the first test, we will evaluate your skills next. Prove your capabilities as a warrior, like using shield charge or provoke. After explaining, Kalem got straight to the point. Who wants to try first? Most of the applicants were unremarkable, even ordinary, so they hesitated. Why are there so many requirements? Aren't they just rookies? I don't even have any skills yet. Can I even lift that barrel? Kalem observed as the crowd thinned out. A few people had already given up because of the skill test. Classes like warriors, archers, or rogues had to learn skills from the fountains inside the labyrinth. Possessing a skill was proof that someone had survived the labyrinth. Urinal anxiously whispered to him, I still don't know how to use any skills. Kalem smiled to reassure her. It's fine. You'll learn soon enough, Urinal. Suddenly, an angry applicant spoke up. Are you kidding me? Do you think you have the right to be picky? Yeah, you only survived the dungeon once and you're acting like you're a big deal. Right then, a hand from behind was placed on his shoulder. Excuse me. It was a towering lizard beastman. If you're done here, step aside. The hot-headed guy turned around, looked up in shock, and stammered, S. Bernard. Everyone around was surprised too. A lizard knight from the Church of Nathaniel is applying. He operates on the second floor. Why is he down here on the first floor? Kalem wasn't surprised at all. Just as I thought, it's the Church of Nathaniel. He glanced back. They would never ignore a case like the sneak. Suddenly, the massive and muscular Bernard burst into tears like a child. Oh, Nathaniel, is this truly your will? I cannot bear to see such a pitiful soul. I must purify him right here and right now. Just then, another person interrupted. Didn't they say the goal was resurrection? What is this guy babbling about? Bernard turned around, startled, and asked, Who are you? A man in a Japanese samurai style, with 2 long swords strapped to his back, stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Hijikata, the Sword Saint. I am an adventurer operating on the 3rd floor. I am looking for a missing friend. He looked straight at Kalem. If resurrecting the sneak can help me find him, then this might be my only clue. Kalem looked at the man expressionlessly. but inside he was absolutely thrilled. Someone from the third floor to be my tank would be fantastic. But after this quest, he'll just go back to his old party. He pondered, watching the two who had just stepped up argue. Insolence. You dare insult a holy knight of Nathaniel. Who'd want a loud, useless lizard like you anyway? Calum rubbed his chin deep in thought. His goal was very clear. I need someone who will stick around long term. Right then, a tall, bald man appeared. Excuse me, wait a moment. He ran straight over with all his might, sweating profusely, and hurriedly said, let me interview too. Hijikata glared in annoyance. Monk, you aren't actually planning to compete with us, are you? He replied resolutely, I must join this party at all costs. Calum was surprised by his appearance. A monk? That's even rarer than a holy knight. The monk bowed, trembling. Please, give me a chance. Please. The sneak is my comrade, he cried out in agony. Tears rolled down Amos' face, filled with anguish and regret. He recalled the old memories. It's all my fault that the sneak died like that. Once praised as the strongest on the first floor of the sneak. Even though we only operated on the first floor, he stayed in our party for 3 years just because he felt comfortable with us. But we felt guilty keeping someone so talented by our side. And the mounting pressure from other adventurers wanting to recruit him was growing. During that time, Amos' party told the sneak, you don't need to waste your talents here with us. We can't go down to the second floor together anymore, but we support you. He just smiled as if he understood and accepted it. I really miss you guys. 3 weeks later, we were ambushed. Those bastards tried to trap us by closing the exit portal. But one of our members managed to escape and reported it to the Adventurers Guild. Please, save us. The sneak happened to be at the Adventurers Guild right then. Without hesitation, he dashed through the newly opened portal leading to the first floor of the labyrinth. I had lost all my comrades and was backed into a corner, ready to give up my life. But right then, there was movement from the exit portal behind Amos' back. The familiar face of the sneak was possessed, becoming someone entirely different. From the moment he appeared, he was already out of his mind. The sneak charged at the bandits and slaughtered them one by one. I was so terrified that I ran away alone. Therefore, I have every reason to join the party to find his soul. Amos showed clear determination. Calum weighed his thoughts. Normally, you have to go very deep into the dungeon to see wandering bosses. A boss at the exit portal, wandering the area. But for one to appear right on the first floor, this is the first time I've ever seen a wandering boss appear on the first floor. Amos added with deep remorse. Since that day, there hasn't been a single moment where I haven't regretted it. If we hadn't let the sneak leave the party, then things wouldn't have turned out like this. Don't tell me he went back there just to save a bunch of useless folks like us. He turned the soulless, corpse-like sneak around. Did you sell your soul to the labyrinth master, sneak? Amos held the sneak tightly, tears streaming down like a river, his voice choked. You sacrificed your own soul to save us, and I just wanted to run away and leave you behind. Filled with regret and sorrow, he fell to his knees. I'm sorry, please don't forgive me. I don't deserve it. Hijikata, having listened to Amos' tearful and touching story, spoke up. We should choose the monk. He deserves a chance to make amends. I will withdraw and give my spot to him. Beside him, Bernard was startled and disagreed. Hold on, who allowed that? He shouted angrily, using a tragic story to soften the heart of a sacred contractor. It's a touching story, but we must be fair. Bernard pointed at the wooden barrel. Fine, if you can smash that orc barrel, I'll acknowledge you. Calum watched Amos approaching the barrel. Most monks use magic, so their strength attribute is very low. The main build I used to play was also a monk, but suddenly, Calum's eyes widened in surprise. Amos shattered the wooden barrel in an instant. He's not a normal monk. He's a strength build monk. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Bernard was equally stunned. He was rendered speechless. Sometime later, outside the Magic Academy, the 4 of them had gathered. Unsurprisingly, Amos was selected. Calum spoke up. It looks like the party is finally fully assembled. Amos, make sure everyone is fully prepared before we begin the expedition. He scratched his head in agreement. Of course. I'll be away from home for a while, so I need to talk to my wife a bit too. Calum nodded in acceptance. All right, you can go now. Saying that, Calum turned and reminded, Urinil, you head back to the dorms with the sneak first. Enduring the sneak chewing on her hair from behind, she asked curiously, What about you, Calum? He replied without hesitation. I'm going to drop by the Magic Academy for a bit. There are a few things I need to take care of before we go down into the dungeon. Calum headed to the academy alone, calculating as he walked.
If there really is a group of possessed individuals hiding in the Magic Academy, that would be my biggest threat right now. He succeeded in combining multiple ancient texts into rare combinations, accepting Professor Iselov's hardest task without a shred of hesitation.
Out of all the candidates, he chose a monk over 40 to be the tank. Just put my faith in this beefy monk. The doors of the room opened. Calum walked in calmly, his plan already laid out. I purposely created a loud and suspicious spectacle. They must be convinced that I'm possessed by now. If I want to survive here, I have to take this chance to carve it into their heads that I'm not just a dangerous possessed person, but a genius mage. Calum smirked confidently. He looked at the crowd ahead, and the person who can help me prove that is Professor Melanie. It's him. Seeing Calum walk in, he stormed over furiously. Calum, is it true that you succeeded in combining the grimoires? Calum admitted frankly, yes, I successfully combined the grimoires. Is there a problem? Professor Melanie pointed right at him, spitting as he spoke. Most people fail at that step. You're either incredibly lucky or...
He thought to himself, let me probe him a little more. As if guessing his intent, Calum decided to provoke him further. I know, right? I didn't just do a double combination, but a triple combination. Hearing him speak so smugly, Professor Melanie couldn't believe it. It was like a bolt of lightning to the ears. He repeated, trembling. What? A triple combination? He couldn't take it anymore and finally exploded, shouting loud enough to draw the whole hall's attention. Why, you little brat? Are you mocking us? Unless blessed by the god of wisdom, that is impossible. Seeing him overly tense, Professor Dalstream quickly spoke up. Professor Melanie, who knows, maybe he truly was blessed. Hearing this made him even angrier. This is no time for jokes, Professor Dalstream. Melanie waved his wand as he spoke. Even a single combination is extremely difficult. 3 times? That only happens when someone is possessed. Seeing him acting recklessly, Professor Iselov quickly stepped forward to stop him. Wait, Melanie, what are you doing? He answered bluntly, I am casting a lie detection spell right now. Prove here and now that you are not possessed. Melanie's face grew dead serious. If I am wrong, I will apologize and properly compensate you. If you are truly possessed, I will kill you right away. His hand holding the wand trembled slightly. Calum spoke boldly without a hint of worry. Stop stalling and get on with it, Professor. You already had the answer from the start, didn't you? Professor Melanie didn't answer his question and activated the lie detection spell. Seeing the magic take effect, Calum asked calmly, You just want to hear me say it myself, right? He took the initiative to reveal his true identity, declaring loudly for everyone to hear, I am an otherworldly soul from another world. The system suddenly displayed a notification, activating Hourglass, your turn. The entire hall was instantly frozen in time. Calum let out a sigh, looking at Professor Melanie in front of him. Casting magic right away, huh? This hot-tempered professor. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Now open your eyes and look closely. If there really is a hidden group of possessed people in the academy, then this might be the best chance to confirm it. He carefully scanned the entire hall. Isilov is clearly on my side. But what about Melanie? He's like a demon in human skin. Dalstream is as emotionless as ever. I can't read his thoughts from his face at all. But not far behind. Someone is secretly smiling craftily. Calum immediately noticed. That person over there is Professor Enver, right? He looks overly excited. He made up his mind, him. Oh, keep an eye on him. At that moment, a notification appeared. Your turn. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Calum smiled, grasping the situation perfectly. All right, guess it's time to tell a lie. Abyss Labyrinth is the greatest game I've ever played. The moment the end turn notification appeared, Calum's entire body was painfully shocked by the magic. Seeing him collapse, Professor Iselov rushed over. The reaction was wrong. Calum is not possessed. Professor Melanie thought he was right, but not this time. He trembled. He truly isn't a possessed soul. Calum struggled to open his eyes and looked at them. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm fine. Damn, it hurts. 1 week later, Yernal, worried about his health, asked with concern, Calum, you've recovered? His face was radiant again. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine now. He thought, I was unconscious for 2 straight days after that, but it wasn't completely useless. Melanie might be hot-tempered, but he apologized sincerely. He recalled the moment. Professor Melanie no longer looked fierce. He was embarrassed. I sincerely apologize. Please accept this as a small token of my apology. Thank you, Professor. Just clearing the suspicion of being possessed is more than enough for me. The item Melanie gave him was a compass.
A legendary grade artifact. Tier 1 skill. Detect chests within the labyrinth. Skills will unlock in stages. Calum looked at the small compass in his hand with reverence. I still don't know what other capabilities it has, but getting a legendary item. That's insane. He started doing a roll call for his party members. Urinal. Understood. Amos. Yes. Sneak. He also let out a symbolic grunt.
He smiled at them. Is everyone ready? All right, let's go. Entering the dungeon, the party began a fresh expedition with burning enthusiasm. Calum looked at everything unfolding before his eyes and wondered in surprise, what is going on? Urinal went along, and upon seeing a group whispering to each other, she grew curious. A moment later, he asked her, Urinal, can you hear what they're saying? Urinal replied, they don't look like much, that's what I heard. Realizing someone was intentionally eavesdropping, Harim's entire group turned to look with annoyed expressions. Then she feigned a friendly greeting. Hello there, adventurers. Could you spare a moment before entering the gate? Disliking her, Calum thought to himself, these bandits are here to strip rookie adventurers of their gear.
This is exactly why I made sure to be the first one out when the exit portal opened. What a pain. Harim stared at Calum's party for a moment, then curiously asked, Hey, what's in that bag? Annoyed, he retorted, Why do you ask? She pretended to care as she replied, What other reason could there be? We're just worried about you newbies. There are tons of bandits lurking in the labyrinth, you know. If you have anything valuable, I can hold on to it for you. What do you say? Amos raised his voice and yelled, That won't be necessary, young lady. Our party leader is brilliant, smart enough to turn the tables on petty bandits like you. Intimidated by him, Harim was so scared she looked away and replied, I didn't mean anything by it, I was just giving some advice. Her attitude left Calum slightly puzzled. Not wanting any more trouble, Harim and her group took the initiative to leave, saying,
We're leaving. Do whatever you want.
Scene change. A while later, Calum also continued his journey. On the way, Urinal kept asking, Calum, those people at the gate earlier, they were really bandits, right? He quickly reassured her, Don't be too scared, Urinal. Amos is more than strong enough to fight them head-on. And if anyone was tailing us, you would have detected them already, Urinal. There's no need to worry. Just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly cried out for help. Save me. Calum, with a worried expression, immediately turned to look. Seeing Harim running over in a panic, he was slightly baffled and thought to himself, It hasn't even been 5 minutes. Next, she kept babbling. Bandits. They are chasing me. Please, I'm begging you. Calum urgently questioned Harim. You're saying you were ambushed. Why should we believe and help you? She dropped to her knees, crying out to everyone. Please, I was exploring the labyrinth when I was suddenly attacked. He didn't trust her, thinking to himself, if this were still the game, I would have killed her without a single word. Calum then interrogated Harim. You were planning to steal our things this morning, weren't you? She admitted to it. I won't deny my rudeness, but we never expected to be ambushed like this. Please, spare me. Seeing Harim looking remorseful, Urinal pleaded on her behalf, Calum. He bowed his head in deep thought. She might be telling the truth, but trusting someone in the labyrinth is absolute madness. Calum pointed his staff at her, testing her. If you don't want to die, turn back. I'll count to 3. Harim stubbornly refused to leave. Please, if I go back there, I'll die. Calum began to count. 1. She hesitantly begged, just this once, please, spare me. He remained fiercely resolute and continued counting. 2. Seeing Calum's decisive glare, Harim trembled in fear and replied, All right, I'll go. Please, just don't cast a spell on me. Just then, she grew anxious upon hearing a noise echoing nearby. So Urinal quickly warned him, Calum, someone is running up ahead, making him both curious and puzzled. Very quickly, the bandits caught up. Seeing this, she screamed, They're here, they're here. They've arrived. Amos spotted them and yelled back, There are 4 of them. Calum turned back and shouted, I said they're coming. Urinal, how many? As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow suddenly shot toward them. Fortunately, he was quick enough to block it. While Harim shrieked and ran away, Calum gritted his teeth and thought, 4 of them. So the ambush might actually be real. After running a short distance, she suddenly turned back to look at him, revealing a malicious smile. Harim stopped, then turned around and sprinted toward Calum. Before he could even understand what was happening, a sharp object was pressed against his neck, and she chuckled. Was my acting good, darling? Amos angrily turned his head, calling out to him for the next command, Calum. Next, Hurriam laughed and chanted, Jester's spell scramble. He focused his thoughts for a few seconds. At this, Calum shouted an order to him. Fine. Focus on the front, Amos. On the other hand, he quickly activated the hourglass. Your turn. The bandits were only a few steps away from reaching Amos.
Calum felt a bit frustrated for falling into Harim's trap, thinking to himself, that was close.
Time to calmly deal with them one by one. The mage is acting as bait right in the middle of the enemy formation. Instead of stopping Amos, who handles the defensive role, they need a trump card that can neutralize Urinal and me first. They used the spell Scramble skill to randomize my incantations, thus trying to conjure lightning with his wand but only producing a few flower petals. Calum shouted in shock, Lightning Bolt. He completely understood why this happened, after neutralizing me. If they paralyze Urinal, who is weak in close combat, and then take down the isolated Amos, it's over. And since Sneak didn't die but is unable to fight, they gambled on that. Damn it, I should have used Lightning Bolt right then and there. I should have electrocuted them instantly.
But I don't have time to sit here and regret. One slip-up and the whole party will die here.
While Urinal sat exhausted on the floor, Calum was thinking. A few days ago in the dorms, thanks to Urinal's enthusiastic help, I discovered something. When I flipped the hourglass for 60 seconds, the cooldown timer continues to tick down during that duration. In real-time combat, 60 seconds is more than enough to get killed. 5, but I have the hourglass to shield me. Not to mention, I already prepared this scroll. Currently, Calum was gripping a scroll tightly in his hand, and the system provided information about it. Status Effect Duration Reduction Scroll. Reduces all status effects on the user to 60 seconds. Induces temporary fatigue afterward. And when it was down to 4, he yelled, Just 3 more seconds, you bastard. You're dead.
With that, Calum's face once again flashed with intense anger. In the blink of an eye, it counted down to 2, then 1. Then the system announced, Electric Shock. Turn ended. Cooldown, 60 seconds. The moment the words left his mouth, Hurriam was electrocuted right in front of everyone. At the same time, both Wolf and William felt bewildered. When the electricity stopped, a miserable Hurriam gasped, How? Seeing her collapse to the ground, Calum said, Thanks, my head is completely clear now. Hearing that, she asked, Who are you? He pointed his wand at her and said coldly, My strategy turned out to be correct. For scum like you, death is the only answer. Terrified, Hurriam replied, Wait, no. But Calum still activated the spell. Explosion. As he turned away, a sudden explosion rang out alongside a system notification. Temporary hourglass obtained. He lost his composure and screamed, That was a silent incantation. Why didn't my spell Scramble skill work? Ignoring these words, Calum pointed his wand again to cast a spell. The system quickly confirmed. Turn-based hourglass activated. Freezes all enemies for 1 turn using the Blood Frenzy effect. Action points. In front of him right now, Amos was still standing guard. A few moments later, Calum saw Lucas and thought to himself, A dwarf puppeteer, huh? So that's why there were 4 footprints. He used Lightning Bolt again, then ordered her, Urinal, shoot the dwarf. Deciding to eliminate him, Calum used Explosive Dust. The system immediately confirmed. Action points depleted. Turn ended. In a mere blink of an eye, an explosion echoed amidst Wolf's panic. Lucas was blasted backward by Calum's Lightning Bolt. He watched him fly and yelled, What the hell is this? Ultimately, Lucas' blood was spilled. Wolf was so terrified that his limbs went limp, unable to stand properly. Amos clasped his hands and prayed silently in his head. Clinging to his last breath, he cried out, Please, spare me. Calum had no intention of showing mercy as he replied, I already told you, I will kill without batting an eye. He pointed his wand at his head, making him sweat in sheer terror. Maintaining his demeanor, Calum said coldly, I will show no mercy. Lightning Bolt. That night, the party decided to build a fire and sleep in the tunnel. Sneak couldn't sleep, so he paced around them. Meanwhile, dissatisfied with herself, Urinal lowered her head sadly and thought, I'm so pathetic. I couldn't help with anything. How am I any different from a walking corpse like Sneak?
Calm down, Urinal. I have to become a teammate they won't be ashamed of. Just then, Calum shot up and said, Sorry, I must have dozed off. The scroll probably has side effects. Seeing this, she asked in a panic, Are you okay? Yeah, he replied softly, I'm fine. Furthermore, Calum looked at Amos and asked, But what are you doing? He laid out a bunch of items and replied, I'm searching the bandits' gear for anything useful. Want to pick out some things to take with us? He walked over, looked at them for a moment, and curiously thought to himself, It'd love to loot the valuable stuff, but I can't carry it if it's too heavy. Finally, Calum casually said, let's just take the necessary gear and items then. As he picked up the items, he said to himself, first, 5 health potions and a cooldown reduction potion. These bandits actually have some decent loot. There's even a corpse summoning scroll. Next.
Telepathy? I need to appraise it, but it's probably. Calum used his talking wand to cast magic on the scroll. A few moments later, he thought to himself, naming a wand? That sounds so tacky. After finishing up, Calum packed the items and said, anyway, now that we're done looting, let's go. Just then she spoke up. That's right. Hearing a strange noise, Urinal called out, wait, Calum. I hear something coming from your side pouch. He stood up, reached for the pouch, and thought to himself, my waist pouch? Could it be? Calum opened the box and she said, yes, that's the sound. He then explained, it's the compass Professor Melanie gave me. He said it could detect treasure. Amos chimed in, you mean the hidden treasure chests in the labyrinth rooms? Calum answered them honestly, yeah, but our priority right now is reviving Sneak. We can worry about that later, and Urinal, you don't need to overreact to every little sound. However, she still felt anxious and said, but listening is the only thing I'm good at. Calum simply replied, you've already done more than enough. Looking confused, Urinal asked him again, so should I still report things like the sound of flowing water? Calum blankly replied, flowing water? Flowing water. She clarified what she meant, like a stream or a fountain. Suddenly, Calum shouted intensely, where is it coming from? Scene changed to the Blessing Fountain. As far as he knew, classes like rogues or warriors could learn skills from these fountains, which appeared randomly in the labyrinth. Legend has it that ancient gods swallowed by the labyrinth became a part of it, using these fountains to grant power to adventurers. Following her guidance, they found the place. Upon seeing it, he happily said, thanks to Urinal, we found a fountain. Great job. Praise, Urinal happily asked, really? Calum turned to look at her, smiled brightly, and replied, do you two want to try getting a skill from the blessing? Amos pondered and replied, I've tried a few times before but never received a skill. Will it work this time? Meanwhile, she felt a surge of happiness, thinking to herself, finally useful. Though Calum didn't reply to him, he felt quite satisfied inside, thinking, actually, you need to meet certain conditions to get a skill. They evaluate your stats and weapon proficiency. Then he turned back to ask Amos, have you ever tried it with your current weapon? Amos held it out toward Calum and replied, no, I haven't. He quickly urged Amos, then trust me, give it a try. As Amos walked forward, Calum muttered in his mind, his current strength is around 15 plus his staff proficiency. Less than greater than. Amos thought for a moment and agreed to try. All right, if you say so. He submerged his face deep into the fountain's water, and when it actually worked, Amos was taken by surprise. Pulling his face out of the water, he excitedly yelled, unbelievable, I actually got a skill. Calum replied with satisfaction, see, I told you. What skill is it? Mother Earth's tremor. Now it's Urinal's turn. While she dipped her face into the water, Calum analyzed her. Urinal is level 6 like me, and 13 agility should be enough. Urinal emerged from the water and smiled brightly at him. I got one too. Triple shot. Calum, you should try it too. He stared at her blankly and replied, mages don't usually get blessings from these fountains. Urinal smiled as beautifully as a flower and urged him, you never know. He began to consider the suggestion. That's true. This isn't a game anymore, so I'm actually curious. I don't even know what the inside of the fountain looks like. To satisfy his curiosity, Calum also submerged his face in the pool. When he felt the shift, he found it both surprising and unbelievable. The system quickly confirmed. You have activated the Blessing Fountain. Class, Mage. Weapon, turn-based hourglass. Proficiency, beginner. Stats, strength 0, agility 0, intelligence 15, stamina 0, dexterity 0. Class Mage, weapon, turn-based hourglass, beginner proficiency. Reading this, Calum couldn't believe his eyes and screamed internally, what is this? My weapon is a turn-based hourglass. The system issued a second notification. Intelligence exceeds 10 stat points. You may select an opening skill for the hourglass. Please choose. He adjusted his posture while the system presented the options. 1. Directional adjustment. Move the hand holding the wand or staff freely without consuming action points. Cannot physically interact with objects. Passive skill. The system paused for a second before the status effect changed, catching Calum completely off guard, followed by another notification. 2. Time Merchant.
Consume 1 unit from the hourglass to reduce cooldowns or debuff durations by 1 minute. Maximum usage 60 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. The system then displayed a book with instructions. 3. Memory Book Editor. Open the memory book during your turn to swap spell slots. Each swap costs 1 action point activated during the hourglass turn. Cooldown 1 hour. It continued to show an illustration of Urinal as a puppet along with the system's explanation. 4. Active Mind Control. Costs 2 action points to command a lower-level member regardless of trust level. If the command goes against their nature, they will fall into temporary delirium after completion. Cooldown 1 hour. Looking them over, Calum was displeased and cursed inwardly. What the hell is this? All 4 skills are completely overpowered. But there is no need to overthink it. First, let's ignore the least useful one, which is clearly. The moment Calum lifted his head, the system notified him. You have learned the skill directional adjustment. Seeing his poor complexion, Urinal immediately asked, Are you okay? I thought you drowned. Calum quickly reassured her, imperfectly fine. The system issued another alert. Hourglass activated. Your turn. This notification made him freeze for a few seconds. Seeing the energy bar still full, Calum thought to himself, It doesn't consume action points. What a steal. A few moments later, the system announced, Turn ended. Once everything was settled, he told everyone, All right, let's keep moving. Urinal quickly replied, Yeah, okay. Scene change. While Sneak took the lead, Calum discussed the plan. Following Sneak makes things incredibly simple. She replied softly, Yeah, it's the best way to avoid traps. While the two were talking, Amos remained silently deep in thought. Then Urinal asked him, What's wrong, Amos? He explained to her, It's an amulet for my wife. She was worried because it's been a long time since I last went exploring. Understanding the situation, she smiled and teased him. Come to think of it, how did you meet your wife? A monk getting married? Wow. Embarrassed, Amos told Urinal the whole story. We met at the Adventurers Guild. Actually, she was the one who introduced me to Sneak. She knows how much I owe him, so she gave me her blessing for this trip, even though there's no reward. Hearing this, she stared in awe and exclaimed, She's truly amazing. Praised, Amos bashfully scratched his head and replied, That's why I absolutely have to make it back alive. Hearing this, Calum felt uneasy and thought, Don't say things like that. You're raising a massive death flag, Mr. Monk. Sneak, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. He stared blankly ahead, mumbling incoherently. A few seconds later, Sneak started running away while screaming. Urinal watched him go, completely confused, and asked, Where is Sneak running off to? After running a short distance, Sneak suddenly tripped and cried out in pain. Thanks to this fall, Calum found exactly what he was looking for and said, We found it. He's instinctively reacting to his own soul. Amos was a bit curious and asked him, His soul? Then this must be. Calum quickly replied, That's right. The void between the labyrinth floors, floor 1.5. Urinal, not understanding, muttered, Floor 1.5. Amos recalled something about it and said, Back when I was still an adventurer, I heard rumors about that place. But is it actually real? Calum confirmed, Yes, Sneak's soul is in there. While she felt anxious about stepping on a hidden chamber, he hesitantly said, And the entrance inside is. Right after that, panicking, Urinal screamed, Calum, I think I stepped on something again. The tunnel began to shake violently, causing Amos to lose his composure and shout, Calum, it's collapsing. We need to get out of here right now. Calum calmly reassured him. Calm down, it's fine. Adding to that, Calum laughed in amusement and said, Thanks to Urinal, we found the entrance easily. The ground in front of everyone was slowly cracking open. A moment later, it revealed the path leading into the secret chamber below. They saw a circular portal created by magic at the bottom. He looked at it, smiled with satisfaction, and said, Let's go. Floor 1.5. Long, slender legs stepped out from the magic portal. Urinal's eyes widened as she gasped in awe. Before her eyes was an incredibly majestic and imposing array of buildings. Her jaw dropped as Urinal commented, This place is so ancient. She thought to herself, It looks exactly like the setting from the game. Maybe that's why we can't hear any sound at all. With a deeply serious expression, Calum quietly warned them. From now on, we must be very quiet to avoid alerting the guards. Urinal flinched and quickly covered her mouth. What? Guards. Boundary guards. The monsters on floor 1.5 can easily wipe us out because they attack in packs. However, they usually gather in their barracks, so if you pass quietly, we won't be spotted. Leading the way, he calmly explained, As I mentioned, we'll be at a huge disadvantage if we fight, so let's just quickly grab the relic containing Sneak's soul and retreat. Calum stopped and scanned the surroundings. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, Because I played through this part in the game, I won't get lost. After moving for a while, Calum notified everyone. we're here. The Soul Shrine. He reached out and gently placed his hand on the door, thinking to himself, so far, everything is exactly as I remember. No signs of danger yet. It seems safe. A piercing creak from the door shattered the quiet, gloomy atmosphere. Urinal cheered in fascination. What are these things? Calum explained. They are relics, but they are all empty. Amos voiced his concern. There are so many. How are we supposed to find the one holding Sneak's soul? Calum looked up to search and said, that must be the one we need. It's the only one glowing over there. He stared at the object emitting a blinding blue light and suddenly exclaimed, does that really contain Sneak's soul? Calum confirmed, not forgetting to remind them, yes, but once it's touched, the monsters will immediately rush in to reclaim it, so we'll take the relic to floor 1 and resurrect Sneak there. Amos exclaimed excitedly, great, let's do it right now. Just as they were about to act, Urinal stopped them. Calum, wait. Another relic is glowing over here too. What should we do with these two? Hearing that, he frowned in displeasure. What's this? It wasn't here just a moment ago. Calum, what's going on? Don't tell me the Labyrinth Master sealed the soul of another adventurer too. Calum's face suddenly turned pale as thoughts raced through his mind. Impossible. In the strongest rookie on floor 1 right now. There's no reason for the Labyrinth Master to target anyone else. Unless there's another explanation. While the group is panicking, Urinal sensed the issue and quickly warned, Calum, someone is running towards us. He sharply turned his head toward the sound, gritting his teeth in realization. That means an adventurer just died on floor 1.5. Outside, a pair of legs sprinted and leaped forward, echoing with urgent cries, run, Remus. But I can't leave Aston behind. Forget about him, he's not going to make it. We have to fall back to the sanctuary immediately. At that very moment, the door burst open, leaving the group stunned. Calum looked at the person standing in the middle, slightly taken aback. Bernard was furious, his voice filled with rage. Calum. The tension that had been pulled as tight as a bowstring within him suddenly plummeted. He stormed inside angrily, yelling, are you seriously leaving the door wide open? Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? Calum didn't reply, just thinking to himself, it wasn't dangerous at all until you guys showed up. Bernard continued to panic, pointing outside to warn them. The monsters are coming. Prepare for battle. Calum ground his teeth, cursing inwardly. You're the ones who led them here, you maniacs. Then he helplessly asked, even so, why are you guys here? He replied, we were tasked by the church to purge the labyrinth, and eventually made it here. This encounter must be the will of the heavens, a guidance from Nathaniel. Just as I predicted, all of this is part of Nathaniel's grand design. As he was rambling on, a shout cut him off. Enough, Bernard. They're here. Raise the barrier. Bernard didn't hesitate to summon his power. He swung his arm back and roared, Perma-barrier. From the doorway, a glowing golden magic circle emerged, completely enveloping it. Bernard turned his head and quickly warned, we'll end the battle with the demons right here. Calum, please support our team. Hearing this, Calum's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, thinking, oh God, this was supposed to be a smooth and stealthy operation. Does it really have to be like this? What sin did I commit to deserve this? Fine, I'll survive until the very end, you damn labyrinth. He decided to walk up to him and said, Bernard, can you listen to me for a moment? Bernard casually replied, why should I? Calum dropped a line that made him flinch. You guys are the ones who dragged the monsters here, aren't you? Struck right in his weak spot, Bernard muttered under his breath, well, I guess. It seems we really did drag you into this mess. Give us the orders. The guy beside him was startled by his behavior and asked blankly, hey Bernard, are you crazy? Calum observed them and scoffed inwardly. What an easy-to-manipulate lizard. Change of plans, I have to resurrect Sneak right here. Otherwise, there's no way we'll escape. First, I'll use the scroll of eternal rest that Professor Isolov gave me. A crimson energy enveloped Sneak. He confidently declared, rest in peace. Calum assessed the situation and made a decision. For the next few minutes, as the corpse-summoning ritual activates from his throat, I must protect Sneak at all costs. Beneath the eerie black mist shrieking around him, Sneak collapsed to the ground, his white eyes filled with absolute terror. Calum seized the moment to act. Urinal, I'll bring the relic down using telekinesis. Catch it, she replied. Understood. He pointed his magic staff forward and commanded, transfer. Calum looked at the group blocking the door and requested, to fight effectively, tell us your skills. The man whipped around, letting out an annoyed breath. Interesting. You want a properly trained squad from floor 2 to take orders from a hastily thrown-together group like yours. I only take orders from our leader, Bernard, he replied helplessly. Is that so? Bernard, what's your strategy for today? Caught off guard, he stammered, oh, of course, it's to charge forward bravely. Calum pressed further, and the result? Didn't one of your members already die? I don't see him anywhere. Hearing this, Bernard's entire group suddenly became gloomy. He admitted, yes, we just lost a comrade not long ago. He seized the opening, smirking as he said, follow my orders. I promise to bring him back and complete the mission. First, let me prove that I'm telling the truth. Look behind you. When someone dies between the floors, their soul is automatically sealed into a relic. Bernard screamed in astonishment. Right after Sneak's relic began to glow, another light appeared. Calum concluded immediately, then that must be Aston. Yes, we will resurrect Aston right here. Sweating cold bullets, he offered, I believe the church will have a worthy reward for this afterward, right? As soon as he finished, the man next to him interrupted in disbelief. If resurrection is truly possible, if you're not lying. My skills are piercing arrow and bouncing fire arrow, and that barbarian over there has mighty dash and wild leap. Therefore, please bring my teammate back. Calum let out a chuckle and confidently replied, understood. The energy encasing the door began to crack, followed by a shout. The barrier and the gate are about to be breached. Calum got into his stance, reminding everyone, then, shall we begin? The whole group then turned their heads to watch with intense anxiety. Corpse summoning ritual had begun. The lifeless Sneak dropped to his knees. High above, the mysterious man spoke. Bernard, I will entrust you with a critical mission from the church. Bernard replied respectfully, yes, Bishop, please instruct me. He commanded in a deep voice, enter the labyrinth immediately and verify if the rumors about soul preservation are true. The church will provide full support. Do not fail. He clasped his hands together and earnestly stated, I will engrave your words in my mind. Turning to reality and facing the situation at hand, Bernard could only grit his teeth and think, Nathaniel, why have you given me such a difficult trial? On this side, Calum was also beginning his calculations. A head-on attack is at a numerical disadvantage, but if we just hole up here, that thing will catch up to us. He didn't hesitate to make a decision. Calum pointed behind them and shouted loudly, Amos, Bernard, everyone, stack the cabinets in the back so we can climb up. Urnil, Remus, handle the souls. Urnil responded, yes. The man nodded frantically. All right, understood. Amos' group had also finished preparing. He called out, Calum, we've moved them all. Hearing this, Calum whipped his head back and warned, I'm going to blow the roof. Everyone fall back. Explosive dust. A deafening explosion tore through the silence, propelling a fierce pillar of fire and shattered debris through the roof of the ancient tower. Once it was cleared, Calum quickly urged everyone, climb onto the roof, now. Urnil's group followed the order, climbing up the ruined roof one after another. He continued to push them. Amos, Bernard, let's go. As soon as the words left his mouth, Calum's whole body seemed to freeze. The sturdy door from moments ago finally couldn't withstand the pressure and crashed down. A group of figures clad in black cloaks rushed into attack. Amos screamed with all of his might, Calum, you go up first. We'll try to buy some time. Bernard swiftly drew his shield to block his front, summoning his power. Guardian Shield. Next, a blast of energy shot out from the shield, throwing everything backward. He and Amos took opposite sides, intercepting anyone who rushed forward to buy time. Calum observed the situation from above, worrying inwardly. We won't last long. Then he raised his hand and signaled, don't push too far forward, fall back. Bernard flinched and looked back, asking, huh? Why? Calum was so tense that his jaw clamped shut. He thought to himself, why? Because that thing is coming. Crash. A razor-sharp claw slammed against the doorframe, creating a deafening thud. His eyes widened in shock as he screamed. What the hell is this? What kind of monster is that? Calum stared at the grotesque creature that had just appeared, identifying it, the sanctuary manager. Seeing the energy radiating from the sanctuary manager enveloping everything, someone yelled, the monsters are regenerating. Sweat began streaming down Calum's face as he pondered. Right, it's not impossible to defeat the manager, but what makes it so troublesome is that it can revive all the guards with its undead healing magic. Calum decided to act. He glanced back and warned, everyone, get down here and lend a hand. Just fight to buy time. Hearing this, the man confidently volunteered, just buying time, right? Leave it to me. Up on the roof, Urnil hurriedly ran over and called out, Calum, I'm going in. Before she left, Calum turned and cautioned her, "Be careful." Urinal nodded, "Okay, I know." The mushroom-headed guy also chimed in to encourage her. "Please succeed, I'm counting on you." She reassured him, "Yes, I'll do my best." Hearing them talk, Calum's crimson eyes glanced at Urinal. He thought to himself, "That's right, Urinal. I'm solely counting on you." Because the success or failure of this operation depends entirely on you. Before Bernard stood the sanctuary manager. Calum's warnings echoed in his mind. The sanctuary manager grants the undead recovery magic buffs and aura. Moreover, the stench it emits lowers magic resistance and causes stunning. He had to keep a clear head. Bernard's eyes were spinning, dizzy from the current situation. Even though Calum had warned him beforehand, it was easier said than done. Nearby, the silver-haired guy gritted his teeth, taking them down one by one. He swore in frustration. "Damn it! How many more do I have to kill?" Suddenly, something caught his attention. The jewel atop the scepter glowed brilliantly, radiating a mystical purple magic as if ready to unleash an endless source of power. He scanned the area and assessed the situation. It's still too far. At this rate, it'll never end. Beneath the cold blue light engulfing the hall, Bernard and Amos were thrown into chaos by the lightning-fast attacks of enemies hiding in the shadows. He was so panicked he stuttered, "Manifest, O Feralo, the one who belongs to all things." Seeing the dire situation, the silver-haired guy rushed over to help. Bernard, snap out of it. Without hesitation, he swung his axe, knocking all the enemies back. The silver-haired guy urged loudly, "We're nowhere near done. Focus." Bernard jolted, standing up straight as he replied, "I'm so sorry, the stench made me." Seeing the situation looking grim, Calum grew extremely anxious. A direct attack strategy is just. Do you get it now? Is Urinal still not ready? Right now, before Bernard's eyes was the figure of Amos spinning his weapon. He was stunned by its destructive power. Well, what the? That guy is. Any enemy that tried to attack was sent flying by the forceful blows. It was the same everywhere else. Amos didn't let anyone get near him. Bernard thought to himself in sheer amazement, how is that monk so strong? Unable to hold back, he cautiously stepped up and asked, "Monk, how exactly are you enduring this stench?" Amos turned to him and calmly shared, "What I trained for on Mount Dalai was how not to be buried by distracting thoughts." The sanctuary manager took the opportunity while the two were talking to point its scepter at them. Calum realized the danger and shouted a warning, "Amos, watch out for the manager." Hearing his voice, everyone snapped back to reality and turned their eyes toward the sanctuary manager's group. Amos squeezed his eyes shut and summoned his power, shattering Gaia. A fierce burst of energy erupted, blasting everything around and creating a blinding shockwave that tore through space in absolute fury. Bernard's jaw dropped in shock. He thought to himself, when did he get that skill? Just one strike. Is he really just a wandering monk from the first floor? The mushroom-haired guy was suddenly drawn by a noise behind him. In that direction, a streak of light was shooting up into the night sky. The mushroom-haired guy quickly reported, "Calum, that's a flare." Seeing that the moment had come, Calum ordered, "Everyone, retreat." He cheered inwardly, "Awesome, you did it, Urinal." Meanwhile, Urinal quickly ran over to a man and urged, "Hurry up, wake up and get on your feet." He asked in a daze, "Who?" Calum shouted tensely, "Everyone, fall back." He gritted his teeth and thought, now those of us up here need to buy some time. The dust doesn't have a wide range, so even if I detonate it directly, I won't be able to hold back all the guards. The system displayed a notification, "Your turn, time remaining 60 seconds. Calum made a decision, there's only one way. He pointed his magic staff forward and summoned his power, firing explosive dust 4 times in a row. System notification, action points depleted. Boom, a giant fireball violently erupted. The shockwave of the explosion spread fiercely, launching architectural debris into the air. Calum laid out his plan, dropped the rubble on the guards and the manager to block them. Eric's eyes widened, looking at him in disbelief as he stammered, what?" The space suddenly shook violently and cracks began to form above the sanctuary manager. It stood rooted to the spot, watching the rocks and dirt crashing down. Amidst the blinding smoke and dust, a violent surge of power crashed down directly on that spot. Bernard watched the scene unfold before him, his jaw dropping in shock. What is this? Calum stood on the rooftop and urged, "Now's the time, hurry." The white-haired guy turned to suggest, "Bernard, let's head up there right now." He nodded in agreement. "Got it, you go first." As soon as he finished speaking, an enemy took the chance to charge at Amos. Bernard didn't hesitate. using his iron mace to launch his entire body far away. He stood blocking Amos and then urged, "I'll hold them off. You go first, monk." He tightly shut his eyes and blurted out, "No." The Imager's sneak smiling brightly suddenly flashed through his mind. Right now, as if having lost his mind, he stood in a corner, manipulating everything. Ending the flashback, Amos gritted his teeth and hissed, "Now. I will never abandon my comrades and run away. Not ever again." Bernard stood frozen, watching Amos back as he dashed forward. He firmly stated, "Please, just go. I'll hold them off." He gathered his senses and then spoke. "If that's what you want, then understood. You are the best vanguard I've ever met." Bernard didn't hesitate, leaping up and getting far away from the chaos. Below, Amos tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward to attack with all his might. Right before he reached them, a bolt of lightning struck down, blasting the crowd backward. Calum called out to him, "Amos, get up here right now. We'll cover you." Amidst the flying debris, the jewel atop the scepter suddenly glowed brightly, unleashing a powerful dark purple shockwave. Calum's whole body froze at that moment. He urged Amos with all his might. "The manager is back up. The guards are going to attack again, so you have to run right now, Amos." Over here. Hurried footsteps dashed forward at full speed. Austin, running behind Urinal, seemed to be losing steam. He warned, "Slow down." She looked back and replied, "There's no time." He grimaced and yelled in frustration. "I'm a corpse that literally just came back to life." Recalling the scene from earlier, Urinal poured an orange liquid over Austin's body, then cast a spell. Resurrection complete. She wondered as she ran, "What are you talking about? I already healed you." He scowled and snapped, "How is that supposed to heal me completely?" Regardless, Urinal didn't slow down. She explained briefly, "But if we don't hurry, the whole party will be in danger." Austin cursed, "Damn it, just lead the way quickly." Back at Calum's group, up on the roof, Eric continuously fired electricity downward, threatening, "Get back, get back." He pointed his magic staff down and summoned electric shock. Bernard panicked and instructed, "There's no time left, delay them a bit longer." Amos pointed his weapon straight up and shouted, "Here it is." Bernard quickly grabbed tightly onto the other end of the staff. From above, Calum commanded, "Electric shock." Eric beside him also focused entirely on raining down throwing stars. Bernard reached out his hand to catch Amos, urging, "Grab my hand." Suddenly, he frowned as if realizing something was wrong. "What?" "My ankle is so cold." Who knows when the sanctuary manager caught up, but it tightly gripped Amos' leg, flashing a chilling smile. Seeing this, Eric angrily cursed, "Son of a bitch, we're almost there. Take this and screw off." The sanctuary manager looked up, staring intently at the arrow piercing through the wind toward it. In the blink of an eye, it completely caught the arrow in its mouth. Eric screamed in shock. "No way. That damn monster." Above, Bernard was still struggling to pull Amos up, encouraging him. "Almost there, hold on." He used so much strength that his entire body trembled. Amos thought to himself, "I can't hold on anymore, my grip strength." Seeing him slowly giving up, Bernard squeezed his hand even tighter, reassuring him, "I will definitely save you. Do not let go." In the end, Amos shook his head and replied, "It's too late. I'm fine, you run ahead." Seeing the critical situation, Calum urged, "Use the dagger, quick." Bernard didn't hesitate to use his power, magic throwing knife. As soon as he spoke, the sharp blade flew straight ahead, knocking the sanctuary manager backward. Once that was settled, everyone worked together to pull Amos onto the roof of the building. "Come on, get up." The sanctuary manager's body crashed down like a massive boulder, creating a thunderous impact that shattered the ground and sent thick white dust flying into the air. Up here, Amos collapsed in exhaustion as a familiar voice rang out, "You've worked hard, Amos." "Hello there." "Yo, man," he jolted and cried out, Sneak?" Sneak heard that and scratched his face in confusion. "I don't get any of this. You said to use a dagger, so I just threw it out of reflex. But where on earth are we, bro? Who are these people?" As soon as he finished speaking, Amos lunged forward and hugged the Sneak tightly, much to his shock. Tears welling up in his eyes, he said, "Thank heavens, thank heavens." The Sneak's face turned pale and he puffed his cheeks out, muttering, I can't breathe. "Hey, old man, my bones are about to break." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, catching Calum's attention. "Kaler, get up." Urinal stood in the distance, waving at him. "We're here." Austin stood beside her, extending his hand in greeting. Bernard's group shouted clamorously, "You're back, Austin." Ken wiped his tears and said happily, "I'm glad you made it back alive, you idiot." Austin hollered back at them, "What are you all standing around for? Aren't you going to run, you fools?" While the group was rejoicing in their reunion, Calum suddenly interrupted the mood. "All right, everyone, I know you're happy to be reunited, but it's not over yet. Especially you. If you're trying to attract the guards' attention, shut your mouth right now. Sorry. I'll repeat the plan, so listen carefully. Urinal, hand this over to Austin." Opposite him, Urinal nodded and replied, "Yes, understood." Calum calmly began to share the plan. It's 7 meters from the church roof to the ground. The escape gate is about 30 meters away. Jumping off the church roof is suicide. He thought to himself helplessly, those clumsy monks or stupid lizards will 100% break their legs, let alone me. Urinal leaned in close to Austin's ear and explained thoroughly, "There's a risk of injury. Plus, the guards will surround us instantly, so it's a bad idea." Kalon's next words made the group freeze. "We have to take down the guards and the sanctuary manager first, then dash to the gate to escape. To do that, we need to cast a grand spell, and that requires some time. So in the meantime, deal with the guards rushing up here." Just as he finished speaking, a black cloaked figure flew in out of nowhere, closing in on where Calum's group was standing. Ken quickly spun around and shouted, "We have no choice." He gripped his axe tightly and swung it fiercely at the guy. Caught off guard, the black cloaked figure tumbled downwards. From behind, Calum spoke up, "No, I have another task later, so save your strength for now. Leave that to Sneak and Bernard." Bernard nodded and replied, "Understood." The Sneak, who had been silent all this time, also chimed in, "Sorry, but you're not the party leader." Seeing the group baring their fangs and claws at him, he frantically explained, "Listen to me first, just let me finish speaking for God's sake." What? All right." Amos placed a hand on the Sneak's shoulder and cheerfully shared, "Sneak, our party leader is Calum now." Eric suddenly turned to ask, "Do you have any way to control all of them?" Calum brought out his magic staff and shared, "I'll use an AoE lightning spell to hold them off. Then we'll run to the gate when there's an opening." Urinal. Hearing her name, she jumped and replied, "Yes." He ordered seriously, "Hide near the gate with Austin." Urinal turned around and explained to Austin beside her, "When Calum summons the magic cloud, he said to use the mud wall spell around the church." With that, she leaped forward, leaving behind his single phrase, "Let's go." Calum scanned his surroundings and thought to himself, ready to deploy. The hourglass has cooled down. His footsteps moved swiftly forward. Calum came to a halt, standing atop the stone spire and looking down. He smirked slightly. That manager is really smart. He's not recklessly climbing onto the roof or destroying it, but blocking us by sealing off the church without leaving an exit. But what's about to happen will be beyond what he prepared for, because it far exceeds any predicted scenario. Calum raised his magic staff high, summoning his power, Storm Cloud. The system displayed a notification. Hourglass activated. Your turn. He calculated silently. Storm Cloud has a 15-second cooldown. The system notified. Storm Cloud, a summoning spell, summons heavy rain. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Duration, 30 seconds. Strikes a lightning bolt every 3 seconds at anyone previously hit by a lightning spell. Calum shouted again, Storm Cloud. The progress bar started running. Calum continued to shout, Storm Cloud. Progress bar advanced another notch. He observed his surroundings, then made an assessment. Storm Cloud will pour torrential rain. And the system counted down. 17, 16, 15. Calum continuously summoned his power. Storm Cloud. The progress bar reached its final notches. He planned. I'll use the mud wall to block the water and keep it from overflowing. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in the space. 2, 1. He finalized with one command. Storm Cloud. The system panel displayed, action points depleted, turn ended. Calum furrowed his brows slightly and made a decision. Flip the temporary hourglass immediately. The system displayed, temporary hourglass, special skill activated, blood rush, freezes time for 60 seconds this turn. Action points 3 times. Looking at the result on the screen, a smirk appeared on his face. I precasted before flipping the hourglass. Including the time freezing effect of the temporary hourglass, I can cast Storm Cloud a total of 7 times. System announced, action points depleted, turn ended. At that exact moment, everyone present looked up at the sky to observe the change. Sanctuary Manager stood dumbfounded, letting the raindrops fall on him. His accomplices did the same. Dark clouds covered a corner of the sky, and heavy raindrops poured down on the people below. Bernard shouted in shock, "What is this?" Austin gasped in awe. A sudden giant downpour. From beginning to end, Calum's expression remained unchanged. He summoned electric shock. Boom! A powerful lightning bolt crashed straight down as if wanting to destroy everything. Austin was bewildered. What is this? That massive amount of clouds. Is this for real? A thunderstorm rolled in across the sky and a bolt of lightning struck the ground. Urinal glanced back and called out, "Austin, Mudwall." He replied, "Oh, right. A Tier 1 mage controlling a spell of this magnitude. The rumors about the genius chantless mage must be true. Rise. Mudwall barricade." A layer of mud wall appeared, completely surrounding the area. Once he was done, Austin asked Urinal, "I did as you said. What now?" She replied, "I heard the barbarian is jumping over first." Austin asked foolishly, "Jumping over? What do you mean?" Ken leaped from above. Barbarian warrior's long jump. "Move aside, Austin." Ken landed, much to the bewilderment of Urinal and Austin. Calum looked down and assessed. "Looks like a good landing." "Amos, do as I told you." Amos replied, "I'll do my absolute best." Calum requested, "Bernard, imbue Amos with radiant power." Bernard raised his arm towards Amos. Radiant power. Amos squeezed his eyes shut. Strength +3. Amos felt the flow of light coursing through his entire body. "Let's begin." Then Amos immediately grabbed Austin by the collar. Panicked and unprepared, Austin yelled, "Wait, let me mentally prepare myself first." But Amos ignored his words and hurled him into the air with tremendous force. "Here I go." Before Austin could even gather his wits, he was already flying straight towards Ken. Ken wrapped his arms around Austin and caught him. "Gotcha!" Seeing the result, Bernard placed all his trust in Amos. "Monk, I'm counting on you." Soon, Bernard was also successfully landed. "Caught you. Please bring the luggage along too." As per Bernard's request, the luggage was thrown over as well. Scene transition. The sneak spoke up. I'm wondering about this. If it's such a powerful spell, why didn't you just capture those monsters right from the start?" Calum replied, "The guards maybe, but it won't even scratch the manager. Listen closely. Don't you hear that booming sound? The manager is trying to break the mud wall to escape. If the manager escapes in this situation, the guards will revive again, so we must escape right now. The duration of the mud wall and storm cloud is almost up. We can't hesitate. After I jump over, you two must immediately use Shadow Leap to get out." Amos confirmed, "Understood. Now it's Calum's turn." Calum was grabbed by Amos, getting ready to be thrown. He grew tense. "This is more nerve-wracking than I thought, heh. Amos, make sure you catch me securely." Calum soared from above as if launched like a rocket. Ken got into position, ready for him. "Come here, I'll catch you with this broad chest of mine." Calum screamed in terror internally. "Damn it, this is too intense." Everything went smoothly at last. Urinal rejoiced. "What a perfect plan." "We're about to escape," Calum replied, rubbing the back of his neck. "We just need to see Amos and Sneak get out." Scene change. Sneak was talking to Amos. "Where did you find such a super mage? I have so many questions, but let's get going first, right?" Amos suddenly suggested, "Wait. Sneak, once we're out, join Calum's party. With your pass as the exit gate boss, no other party will take you. The mark the Labyrinth Master put on your forehead is still there too. But Calum will accept you, unlike the others." Sneak replied, "Brother, I get it. Let's go, you said we're out of time." Amos answered, "That's why I'm telling you this now, Sneak. Hear me? You're joining Calum's party." Suddenly, Sneak felt something was off. "You're acting weird today, old man." Getting senile. Then Amos added, "If you understand, let's go." Then a surge of power appeared. Shadow Leap. Seeing Sneak and Amos appear, the others rejoiced. Amos and Sneak made it out too. Calum smiled in relief. Everyone has successfully escaped. Just then, an explosion occurred. Calum calculated. The mud wall spell's duration just ended. But it's fine now. Everyone hurry to the exit. A circular portal resembling a space-time gate appeared. One moment it looked like a cosmic black hole, and the next it flashed brightly. Following Calum's orders, everyone rushed to escape the area. Urinal cheered. "We did it." Austin was amazed. "I can't believe we actually escaped that hell." Ken smugly placed both hands on Austin's shoulders. Austin even got resurrected. Austin replied, "I only saw the very end, but that young mage is truly extraordinary." Austin didn't forget to praise Calum. Without Calum, this would have been impossible. Bernard silently admired him from behind. "Calum is absolutely incredible. He only briefly heard about our abilities, yet came up with such an absurd escape plan." The cult's mission this time is a success. The existence of soul retention has been fully proven. Austin, who has come back to life and is breathing right now, is undeniable proof. But it wasn't our party that completed this mission. What did we even do on this adventure? If we hadn't met Calum's party, we'd all be dead. I thought Nathaniel guided me to Calum to save us. But that wasn't it. It was to teach me a lesson, to realize my own weakness. While lost in thought, a panicked voice caught Bernard's attention. Sneak was worried about Amos. "Brother, what's wrong?" Your leg." Calum gasped in fear. "What is this? What's happening?" Calum cried out in panic. "Amos, what is this?" Exactly when was he hit by the corruption ray? There's no way I could have missed it. System notification, corruption ray. A tier 3 dark magic curse that rots the target's heart, leading to death after a set period. His heart inside is being consumed by that dark magic. Calum recalled the moment that bastard manager grabbed Amos' leg and held him back. Don't tell me it cast the spell right then. Why are you only saying this now? Amos collapsed on the dirt floor, speaking through the pain. Even if I had said something, what could you have done? Sneak spoke up. Don't be ridiculous. You were jumping perfectly fine on the roof just now. Amos groaned. At that time, I felt like I still could. Seeing his comrade fading fast, Eric desperately pleaded, "Bernard, you're a holy knight. Do something." Bernard replied regretfully, "With my current abilities, I cannot break this curse." Knowing he wouldn't survive, Amos handed his precious keepsake to Calum. "Calum, I have one request. Please give this charm to my wife. I promised her I would definitely return, and am sorry for failing to keep that promise." Before you could even place it in Calum's hand, Amos collapsed. Calum watched the scene in somber silence, at a loss for words. Sensing the worst, Urinal urgently warned him, "Calum, his heartbeat is fading." Bernard clasped his hands together in prayer. "Oh, Nathaniel, this soul." Even Calum was panicking now. Think. He's not dead yet. I can't let Amos go out like this. Those bandits had some pretty useful items. Calum carefully sifted through his past memories, piecing the details together. Among them was a very unique blue jar. That means an adventurer just died on floor 1.5. He paused at this detail. Wait a minute. Yes, it just might work. Quickly devising a plan, Calum hastily grabbed Amos' arm. Hauling him onto his back, Calum ordered, "Urinal, Sneak, follow me. Hurry, before he stops breathing." Confused, Bernard called out, "Calum, what are you doing?" Running while carrying Amos, Calum suddenly lost his footing and stumbled forward. Amos lay face down, gritting his teeth in pain. He's still breathing. Thank God, we're not too late. Just then, Calum glanced up toward a sudden commotion. He was shocked to see a horde surrounding them. They set up an ambush and waited with guards right at the gate. Meanwhile, Amos continued to bleed relentlessly, and the soul jar was still glowing brightly up there. These eyeless monsters shuffled forward slowly like soulless husks. Calum glanced into the distance where a light flashed. That must be the jar holding Amos' soul. At that moment, his comrades caught up to him. Urinal readied her bow behind him. "Calum, it'll cover you." Sneak chimed in. "Do you have a plan?" Calum declared, "I'm going to take back Amos' soul jar from over there." Sneak broke a sweat at how dangerous this challenge was, but remained determined to help. Then Calum cut him off. "No, don't use any skills. Just wait." System prompt. Turn-based hourglass cooldown, 13 seconds. He charged forward. "Hold off the ones rushing at us first. We just need to survive for 13 seconds. Demonic creatures brandished their swords and charged to engage Calum. He threw explosive dust at them. Thick black smoke obscured their vision as he attacked, but they were completely unfazed. However, arrows rained down on them. System notification. Turn-based hourglass cooldown, 9 seconds. Calum grew tense. Time isn't passing fast enough. Can we even hold out? Suddenly, a voice rang out, encouraging the last shred of hope within him. "Calum, until you receive proper compensation from Nathaniel, as a priest, I cannot let you die." Calum smiled happily. "This is the first time I've been glad to see a nagging lizard." He watched his comrades fight for him. 5, 4, 3. No matter how I look at it, this is pure madness. 2. Normally, I'd never bet my life on such slim odds. But do I have a choice? It's the only way to save him. 1. Now. System notification. Turn-based hourglass is now available. Calum ordered. "Sneak. On my mark, approach the manager using your leap skill, steal the staff using your steal skill, and come back using shadow leap." he replied, but against him, the steal success rate is. Fine. Calum just said simply, trust me and get ready. A system chime sounded. Hourglass activated. Your turn. Calum pointed his wand at the horde. Move. Using the wand of telekinesis to lift the soul jar. The soul jar behind the monsters began to budge. It slowly floated toward Calum. Telekinesis magic consumes action points corresponding to the manipulation time. Amidst the intense battle, Calum smoothly and gently levitated the soul jar high into the air. Slowly and carefully. I have to bring it back within 4 action points. Amos, you've protected our party from danger countless times. Now it's my turn to do the same for you. So hold on just a little longer. I definitely won't let you die. Urinal, shoot a lightning arrow at the manager, now. System notification. Action points depleted. Turn ended. Urinal followed the command, emerging with her weapon drawn. Calum continued to issue commands. Sneak, it's time. I bought special arrows before entering the labyrinth. A bolt of lightning streaked across, piercing through the entire horde of monsters. It aimed straight for the key commanding target. The eyeless sanctuary manager stood motionless over there. It was impaled clean through the body. Sneak seized the opportunity to strike. Steal. He swiftly snatched the staff right out of its hands. Having it stolen before it even realized left the creature looking utterly bewildered. Seeing the mission succeed, Calum called out, Done. Fall back. Saying that, the whole group quickly ran after Calum. They all headed to the gate together. Calum panted and spoke up. Just to be sure, no one is fatally wounded or under any weird curses, right? The group answered in unison, right? We're fine. Then Bernard asked him, Calum, what are you going to do now? We don't have the most crucial resurrection scroll, right? He'll get it from the temple, so let's resurrect him after leaving the labyrinth. Calum thought to himself, the soul jar will shatter the moment we leave the labyrinth. No, there's a better way. One of the secret spaces in the labyrinth is the treasure room. The treasure chests have a high probability of containing what adventurers desire the most. Calum searched through the treasure chest while thinking to himself, this time it should be. After who knows how long, he held up a scroll and shouted, Found it. A resurrection scroll. Bernard's jaw dropped at the sight, wondering to himself, was this all part of his plan from the very beginning? Is that even possible? Just how vast is this guy's knowledge of the labyrinth? Calum smiled and declared, now that everything is ready, let's begin. Calum's chanting echoed through the space, corpse, arise, arise. To heal Amos, he first had to be turned into an undead. Corpse recovery, rest in peace. Using a magic staff to cure the curse, then withdrawing the undead control spell to return him to his human body, and completing it with the resurrection scroll. Finally, Amos, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sat bolt upright and asked in confusion, What is this? Calum bent down and handed the object he was holding back to him. This pendant. You should give it back to her yourself. A hand reached out in mid-air accompanied by Bernard's voice. I've learned so much. When you return to the village, make sure to stop by Nathaniel's temple. I'm sure you'll receive a worthy reward for completing the quest. Calum grasped his hand and replied, Yes, I understand. Right then, the bearded man next to them also smiled brightly and declared, Calum, I owe you my life. I'll repay this debt even if it costs me my own life. Thank you. Calum smirked and replied to him, It's nothing, there's no need to exaggerate. Before leaving with his party members, Bernard turned around and waved goodbye. I'll go on ahead. See you in the village. Calum watched their retreating backs and muttered to himself, It's still annoying when I think about how they messed everything up, but in the end they came back to help me, and thanks to that I made a huge profit, so I guess I'll be generous and let it slide. Urinal spoke up and asked, Calum, we should get going too, right? Calum pointed at the treasure chest and said, No, and not done yet. I still haven't looted the treasure chest. Hearing him say that, Urinal tilted her head in confusion, but when we looked earlier, it was full of random trash. Amos hoisted his mace onto his shoulder and explained, That's how it looks to a rookie. There are still usable items in that pile of junk. The corner of Calum's mouth twitched slightly, silently adding in his mind, Just usable items, not exactly what adventurers desire, nor any sort of treasure. But who knows, there might be a few good things. Many useless items were taken out of the treasure chest by Calum and tossed onto the ground. Suddenly his eyes widened and he let out a gasp of surprise. Calum looked at the object in his hand, guessing to himself, Oh, a blank scroll? The info panel displayed, Blank scroll. Can be imbued with magic to create any spell scroll you desire. Calum noticed another item in the treasure chest. This dagger looks pretty badass too. I'll have to appraise it first, but if it's decent, I'll give it to Sneak. Next, his gaze locked onto something. This is an ancient coin. Coins are pretty common in trash piles, so it's nothing unusual. But I feel like I've seen this symbol somewhere before. On floor 1.5, that tattered flag had the exact same symbol. In the game, the icon was too small to recognize. So do all the items here come from the mid-floor town? Well, I'll just keep it and show it to Professor Isolov to see his reaction. Calum glanced over and informed the others, done looting, let's go. He handed a red string to Urinal. Urinal, this is a gift for you. Her eyes went wide as she asked, is this a hair tie? Calum's gaze shifted to the side as he asked, Sneak biting your hair made it pretty dirty, huh? Hearing that, Sneak flinched and cried out, what? No way. He loudly denied it again. That's absurd. Why would I do something as filthy as biting someone else's hair? Urinal, equally annoyed, shot back at Sneak. Are you saying my hair is dirty? It's your drool that's gross. Sneak pointed at the person standing in front of him and argued, when you find a hair in your food, it's gross because of the hair, not the drool. And the one who should be disgusted here. Urinal was completely dumbfounded by his words. She cupped her face and wondered, Is that true? Calum sighed inwardly. Urinal, this is exactly why you're so easily fooled. Sweat beads formed on Urinal's face as she softly vowed, well, as long as you don't do it again. Sneak pointed a finger at her and warned, of course not, and don't go blabbing about this. If rumors spread, you'll answer to me. Calum thought to himself, Sneak. So this is his personality? I heard he was the youngest in his party. While tying the red string in her hair, Urinal curiously asked, but hey, Sneak, let me ask you something. What's your real name? Not counting your nickname. Sneak smirked and confidently introduced himself. My name is Sneak. Urinal's cheeks puffed up massively as she struggled to hold back her laughter. Sneak asked angrily, is it that funny? I picked it and changed my name legally, you hear? It's badass and fits a robe perfectly. Trying to stifle her giggles, Urinal replied, yes, it's very badass, really. Sneak furrowed his brows and turned to ask, no, Calum, my name is really cool, right? Calum didn't answer him, silently muttering, don't ask me, I can't hold my laughter in. Afterward, Sneak walked ahead to scout and announce to the group, there are traps here, so step exactly where I step. Calum thought to himself, having a rogue in the party really makes things so much easier. Thanks to his special ability Keen Eye, he can avoid most traps. Now I don't have to strain my eyes scanning the ground anymore. Suddenly, Urinal's ears twitched as if she sensed something unusual. Her eyes flashed. Calum, wait a sec. Not far ahead of their group, two monsters were accurately shot down. Urinal turned around and smiled. We can go now. Calum looked at her and wondered, where did the trembling Urinal go? One of Urinal's ears twitched again. Calum, it seems the labyrinth's layout is shifting. I hear the sound of the exit door appearing. It's very close. Come here quickly. Calum looked at her and thought to himself, everyone is handling themselves so well. It makes me feel like I'm unemployed. Scene transitions to Sohan. The bell on the high tower rang out and an announcement echoed through the air. The floor 1 gate has opened. The woman sitting on the wooden bench immediately sprang to her feet. Bernard walked out through the door, chatting with his party members as he went. What a truly moving adventure. I need to head to Nathaniel's temple to report the quest. The bell and announcement echoed once again. The floor 1 gate of the labyrinth has reopened. Bernard turned his head in disbelief. Say what? We just got out and it's open again. The massive gold and black door slowly creaked open. Seeing the group emerge from inside, Bernard called out, Calum, how did you get out so fast? Well, it's good that you returned safely. Calum gave a simple explanation. I was lucky enough to find the exit gate right after. He glanced over and noticed the woman standing in the distance. Calum smiled and said, Amos, go on ahead. I'm sure she's been terribly worried. You promised to give it back yourself. The pendant. The mace dropped heavily to the ground as his massive legs sprinted forward like lightning. The woman sobbed uncontrollably as she threw herself into Amos' arms. Thank goodness you came back safely. I heard that pendant was a fake, so I was worried sick. I'm so sorry, I honestly had no idea. Tears welled up in Amos' eyes as he comforted her. No, a miracle happened for me. Sneak struggled. I want to say hi to my sister-in-law too. Urinal grabbed one of his arms to stop him. Not right now. Calum pulled his other arm and ordered, give them some privacy. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, the slavery department, Urinal held the card in her hand, her eyes brimming with tears, finally. The card read, Urinal, free citizen. She cheered joyfully. I'm a free person now, Calum. Suddenly, he dampened her excitement. Not quite. You're still in debt, remember? From the clothes you're wearing to the food you eat, I bought it all for you. Urinal was so happy she didn't care about anything else. She excitedly accepted it. If it means being held captive by Calum, I don't mind being a slave. Calum turned pale with shock. I was just joking. Saying that makes me feel like absolute scum. Sneak spoke in a dismissive tone. What? You were a slave. I didn't expect you to be so cheap. Only 75 gold coins. Urinal angrily retorted. I cost 3,000 gold coins. He laughed so hard he was tearing up. Is that so? What a grand slave you are. Calum reminded him from behind. Sneak, do you think you're a free person? Sneak replied with a skeptical look. Why wouldn't I be? Calum answered. Right now, you're classified as an escape route boss monster. You're not even considered human anymore. And even if they reclassify you as human, you're still listed as dead. It needs to be corrected. Sneak dejectedly realized he wasn't any different, so that's how it is. Urinal laughed loudly and teased him back, so right now, Sneak is neither a living person nor a dead guy. Wow, how bizarre. He tried to hide his embarrassment by yelling back, so what? First, let's hurry to the city hall to correct your death status. Urinal replied, didn't Calum say he was going to report the quest to the Magic Academy first? On his way to report, Calum had to walk through a street filled with city folks. He really came back to life. Hey, look at this. He couldn't believe it. Goodness, how did the rumors spread so fast around here? I didn't expect so many people to gather like this. Sneak was also taken aback. What is this? Suddenly, Hijikata's voice echoed from a distance. Calum. Where is the soul sanctuary? Seeing him, he replied, we meet again, just as expected. In the mid-floor village, exactly as he deduced, it truly is the mid-floor village. Hearing this exchange, the bystanders gossiped even more. So they went to floor 1.5. I heard the boss there is incredibly strong. Isn't that place a ruin? Calum caught some information from the whispers. It turns out quite a few adventurers know about floor 1.5. Hijikata spoke up. I also almost died when I accidentally got lost back on floor 2. Luckily, I made it back safely. Vertanen followed. Calum, I heard the news. I heard you were surrounded by hundreds of guards and the floor 1.5 boss, but you wiped them all out with thunderclouds. That left everyone amazed by his abilities. What? Calum answered modestly while reminding him. I just want to pass through, Vertanen. Don't draw any more attention. The scene shifts. He had arrived at the academy and it was already dark. Isolov held the staff in his hands, his brows furrowed. A boss staff from the mid-floor village. Calum confirmed, that's right, and it contains undead restoration magic. He was visibly shocked. Undead restoration? That's a tier 3 necromancy spell. Seeing that expression, Calum didn't rush to answer, but thought to himself, items of tier 2 or higher are extremely rare, and this staff is practically a treasure. It makes sense that he's surprised. Then Isolov sat down heavily in his chair. I thought even if you succeeded, it would take a few months. I feel terrible. I only gave you a quest with a B-rank difficulty, yet you went to floor 1.5 and even fought the boss. This is definitely an A-rank quest. Your achievement is truly astounding, especially since you're not even an upperclassman yet. This staff will be very useful in the future. As for the quest reward, think about what would suit you. Calum smiled as he held it and replied, yes, I understand. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the door. It was Melanie. Calum, I ran over as soon as I heard the news. As expected, you can do anything. I just came back from speaking with Bishop Azalo at the Temple of Nathaniel. The temple is in an uproar, too. Isolov didn't quite understand and asked him to clarify. Hold on, Professor, what do you mean by that? Melanie replied, a student from our academy accomplished something this huge. How could the temple, our rival, stay quiet? All right, hurry up and tell me everything that happened. Don't leave out a single detail. The scene shifts to the Temple of Nathaniel. Servant set his teacup down doubtfully. What did you just say? Azello replied, I made it clear, Cardinal. Using tier 3 necromancy, bringing a dying monk to floor 1.5 and storing the soul in a jar. Then finding a resurrection scroll in the treasure room. He was resurrected just like how Sneak was resurrected. Servant didn't expect this. Is that possible? He is Servant, the Cardinal of the Church of Nathaniel. His eyes sank deep. It's hard to believe a first-year mage could pull that off. Azello couldn't help but acknowledge that talent. To be honest, if I were in that situation, I could never have come up with such a creative method. He is Azello, the Bishop of Nathaniel. Servant nodded. Exactly. Using necromancy is normally very difficult for us. It's because he's a mage and not a priest that he could use this healing method. Accepting the inconvenience with the undead and handing over the resurrection scroll was the only reason to support Isolov's project. It's because the temple is the core institution in charge of preserving souls and resurrecting adventurers, with this incident happening. The temple's policies and methods might undergo a major change. Then he asked about the situation. What about Bernard? Azello replied, Bernard? He seems completely devastated. In the quest completion report, he listed his contribution as 0. Servan was curious. Why is that? Azello reported the whole incident to him. He said that without that mage, the whole party wouldn't have escaped, and their dead comrade wouldn't have been resurrected. So he felt he did nothing at all. He even transferred all his reward money to their party.
Servan lowered his head and his voice grew quiet. Thinking about how heartbroken he must be makes me ache. Bishop, please comfort him for me. By the way, what was the name of that mage? I want to keep an eye on his future achievements. The scene shifts. Urnal's voice cried out, Calum, I'm so worried. Meanwhile, Calum was panting, completely exhausted. That damn Melanie kept me for 2 whole hours. Urnal anxiously checked on Calum's condition. But are you okay? He reassured her. Yeah, I'm fine. Clarence appeared out of nowhere and blocked Calum's path. I've been waiting for you, Calum. Avison has recovered safely. We're throwing a party tonight. I want to warmly host my younger brother's savior. He politely replied, Thank you, Clarence. My comrade beside me is also Avison's savior. Can she come along? Clarence replied, Of course. The more people attend, the more honored we are. Please come together. After wrapping up the conversation, Clarence quietly turned away. Calum asked, Urnal, what about Sneak? She recounted, the mages kept crowding around to look at him, which annoyed him, so he left. Calum thought to himself, then it's just the 2 of us. The party will be full of mages anyway. Let's go, Urnal. Urnal jumped up, full of excitement. This is my first time being invited to a party. I'm so happy. Calum smiled, and glad you're so excited. However, Urnal cluelessly asked, but what should I wear to a party? At that moment, Calum took a step forward and said, Now that I'm actually here, how wonderful it is. After speaking, he and Urnal walked together to the gates of the Bartenga estate, the entrance. A guard stopped them. Excuse me, how did you 2 get here? Calum answered, We were invited to today's party. Seeing that, the guard quickly and politely replied, I apologize. It turns out you 2 are guests. Since many students come here hoping to find a sponsor, I misunderstood. Upon being allowed inside, Calum noticed Urnal a bit and thought, Unlike Urnal, who is wearing an evening gown, I'm wearing my school uniform, so that probably caused the confusion. Well, I didn't think about wearing this either. At the same time, the guard politely asked, May I see your identification? Urnal, with sparkling eyes, quickly presented it to him, startling the guard. Yes, here it is, he replied, flustered. See confirmed. Sir Calum and Lady Urnal. Message relayed. Please come in. The scene shifts to the inside with melodious music playing from a self-playing piano. Calum walked in, looking around, and silently recalled his purpose. I came here for 2 reasons. First, to directly observe the mages and the upper class and to receive the reward for bringing Avison back. Second, to investigate a certain mage, and that is Professor Enver from the Magic Academy. When I was putting on an act to trick Melanie, he was the otherworldly candidate I had my eye on. His face grinned like a fool when I claimed to be a possessed individual. I still remember it vividly, you bastard. A voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Calum, you're here? When did you arrive? I didn't see the notification. Calum answered, just now. It seems you guys use messaging magic. Clarence laughed naturally. Is that so? Sometimes messaging magic glitches too. Avison, greet him. He's the one who saved you, and is also your classmate at the academy, Calum. Avison's eyes lit up when he heard Clarence introduce him. Calum, thank you for saving me. I missed you so much. I heard you defeated the escape boss without any gear, and even resurrected Sneak. You're a first year like me, how do you have such skills? Calum stayed modest. Don't flatter me too much. How are your injuries? Avison pulled back the blanket covering his legs and explained the situation. I used a pain release spell, so I'm okay, and am still recovering through the temple's resurrection magic. At the same time, Avison's mother also appeared. I wanted to invite you sooner to properly thank you, but at least we can do it now. I hope you'll become close friends with Avison, Calum. Calum answered casually, of course.
I don't have any friends at the academy yet either. By the way, could you show me around the estate? It's my first time seeing such a magnificent mansion. Avison's mother looked at Avison dotingly and asked for his opinion. Of course, why don't you show him around, dear? Avison asked again in sheer delight. Really? I'd love to, she replied. We need to greet more guests, so take him on a little tour. Calum pushed the wheelchair, leading Avison away as she suggested. Thank you. Well, be careful and look around everywhere. Avison was thrilled. I'm so excited. Meanwhile, deep down, Calum told himself, if I want to execute my plan, understanding the estate's layout is essential. Then, as Calum led Avison along, he praised, You even have an elevator. Your house is amazing, Avison. Avison replied blankly, Is it? Meanwhile, Calum secretly smirked with a hidden agenda. I've walked all over the mansion, so I have a pretty good grasp of the layout now. Urinal probably does too. Now then. Suddenly, Calum pushed him in front of two older figures. We're here. That took Calum completely by surprise. Avison spoke up to greet them. Professor Melanie, Professor Enver, good day to you. Melanie spoke. Aren't these the geniuses who will soon bring glory to our academy? Avison nervously denied it. Not me. Calum maybe, but definitely not me. He encouraged him. Avison, don't lose your confidence so soon. You're only a first year. As long as you work hard, you can become a great mage too. Right, Professor Enver? He just smirked darkly and gave a curt reply. Probably. But picking up a resurrection scroll right on time in the labyrinth, can that really be called hard work? How did you get that scroll? Calum smiled triumphantly, as if hitting the jackpot. I knew someone would ask. Bernard and his comrades must have kept the secret compass. Normally, information about legendary items is kept hidden. If rumors spread, it quickly becomes a target to be fought over. Here, only one person knows of its existence. I was just lucky. Melanie heard this without any suspicion. He stroked his chin. It's all thanks to me. Somehow I feel proud. Hearing that, Enver lowered his head in annoyance. So you refuse to tell. Meanwhile, Melanie laughed, easing the tension. A mage must have at least one secret, right? But Enver continued to grill Calum. All right, moving on to another question. I still have a lot to ask. How did you create the magic to defeat Sanctuary Manager Zerleon? He calmly replied, I just combined first-tier magic. Hearing this, Enver grew suspicious, thinking he might be using the leftover knowledge of a possessed. If so, the most likely suspect was the comrade he killed in the past, the possessed from the otherworld Yoho tribe. Calum, I will only ask one more thing. Do you intend to rely on luck forever? Calum's unexpected answer caught him off guard. Well, I just hope my luck will continue to follow me. After freezing for a few seconds, Enver gave an enigmatic smile and replied, Understood. Excuse me, I have somewhere to be. Melanie asked, Why so sudden? Calum analyzed, seeing him leave so quickly, he must have taken the bait. I cleared absolutely everything in the game, then entered the hidden developer difficulty mode. The system popped up. True Leader difficulty achieved. New achievement. Turn-based master difficulty. Walk of Fame difficulty achieved. Beyond Human Limits difficulty achieved. Calum felt a surge of smug satisfaction. In other words, I monopolized knowledge no possessed has ever experienced. So what are you going to do now? Here is a mage with knowledge far surpassing anyone else, yet not a possessed one. You didn't come to this party alone, did you? The system notified, Hourblast activated, it's your turn. Calum secretly contacted her urinal tail Professor Enver. Tell me who he meets and what they talk about. The system reported, turn ended. The scene shifts to the exterior of the castle. Inside, a knock on the door echoed, announcing, I have news. A voice called out from within, I already told you I have no interest in the socializing at this party. Enver continued his report. It's about Calum. That guy might know far more than we thought. I think the possessed from the Yoho tribe came from a difficulty level even higher than ours, and now Calum has inherited all that ancient knowledge. But it seems there are still things he hasn't revealed, like the location of the Soul Sanctuary or the treasure room. Hearing this, the person inside marveled. How fascinating. Enver confirmed, exactly. This is an opportunity. We must lure him to our side. The voice inside asked, so you're suggesting we expose him as a possessed? Enver quickly denied it. No, that's too dangerous. He's close with Melanie. We need to request an audience with the higher-ups. If we wait any longer. The Black Hounds will get to Calum first. After eavesdropping, Urinal quickly relayed the information to Calum. He asked, they called it the Black Hounds, right? Urinal confirmed, I know eavesdropping is bad, but they were absolutely talking about you, Calum. I'm not usually like this. Calum reassured her. Don't worry, Urinal. It's okay. The Black Hounds. I heard it's a criminal syndicate, but why would they approach me? And why does Enver find this situation so awkward? Could it be that the Black Hounds also have possessed members? It seems they don't get along with the Incarnation group at the Magic Academy. I need to investigate the Black Hounds. The banquet then commenced and Edward opened the event. Greetings, everyone. Today we gather to celebrate the safe return of my youngest son, Avison. Thank you all for coming. The two adventurers who save Avison are also here today. He is Edward Bartenga, patriarch of the Bartenga family. Edward continued, Mage Calum and Archer Urinal. As a reward, I have prepared something very special. Please come see me before the banquet ends. And for today's ceremony, we have prepared a little game. The game is called Lost Message in the Labyrinth, requiring both magic and intellect. Just hearing the name, the nobles below murmured in excitement. This sounds like fun. Then Edward explained the rules. We will use communication magic in teams of 3. The first team to find the escape scroll and get out wins. Players are free to choose their roles. At every encounter, you will have 60 seconds to discuss. Then you must write your solution on a card and send it via communication magic. Answers will be judged on logic, critical success, unknown state, failure, and critical failure, results ranging from a critical success to a critical failure. For example, having a warrior charge into a horde of goblins is a good plan, but a mage using their fists to attack, that kind of madness would result in a critical failure. To make things more interesting, you may also place money as an entry fee. Win the game and it'll pay out 5 times your wager. All entry fees will be donated to the Academy's scholarship fund. Are there any questions? Calum immediately spoke up. If so, may I wager my reward for today as well? Edward agreed at once. Very well. I will allow this exception just for you two. Now it is time to form your teams. The crowd showed favor to the newcomers. It'll give Calum and Urinal priority in picking teammates. Since you're only a first-year mage and a novice archer, it'd be a shame if no one chose you. Consider it a special privilege. Calum demanded, I choose Urinal first. Edward was thoroughly surprised. Taking care of the comrade you brought along, are you? Edward offered, Urinal, will you agree to be on my team? She didn't seem too keen and nervously replied, I want to team up with Calum too. Edward responded, but there are many stronger candidates around here than Calum. Are you sure you won't regret it? Calum smiled, exuding immense confidence. If you look around, Urinal isn't the only non-mage here. And I'm guessing there is a special reason why we got to choose first. Edward stroked his beard in approval. I truly can't beat you. That's right. In truth, I placed a communication jamming spell all over the estate. That rule only applies to mages and our elf archer is the exception. Upon hearing this, Melanie praised him. You're so cunning. Always so sly. Next, Edward asked, all right then, who is your next pick? Calum answered, the next person will be Izel Bartenga. Izel Bartenga, the eldest daughter of the family and a Tier 5 mage. Avison said that room belonged to her. She showed outstanding talent since childhood, so the chance of her being possessed is extremely low. But this is also an opportunity to figure out her connection with Enver. However, this choice also brought Calum a bit of trouble. That lucky bastard. I wanted to be on a team with Izel, the girl I've admired for so long. He was startled hearing the gossip around him. I feel like I've drawn way too much attention, even though I have no other intentions. Izel lowered her eyes in a bored manner. I was never really interested in this game to begin with. But she was curious about the genius mage's power, so she thought it wasn't too bad. Scene transitions to the Bartenga estate, the garden. Edward calmly added a note. There is only one escape scroll. Now then, I wish you all the best of luck. Let the game begin. In this setup, Urinal played the mage, Calum the rogue, and Izel the priest. As they walked inside together, Calum marveled. So this is real illusion magic. It truly feels like a labyrinth. Urinal spoke up, Calum, I don't hear any other teams at all. He answered, they probably use sound-canceling magic to hide their locations. Urinal looked disappointed. Then I won't be of any help. I won't be able to hear anything. What about us? Izel spoke up, don't worry. I've already cast a sound-canceling spell on us, and now I'll use recording magic. Calum glanced at Izel's actions and silently congratulated his own brilliance. As expected of a Tier 5 mage, she was indeed a great choice. Just then the system popped up. Recording, a practical spell that automatically transcribes spoken words. Meanwhile, Calum casually inquired, do you know anything about the possessed from other worlds, like Professor Enver, for instance? Hearing this from behind, Izel jolted in panic. Does he know about my connection with Enver? Could he have overheard my conversation with Enver before the game started? If he had used sound magic, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed. At that moment, breaking into a cold sweat, Isel realized something and violently flinched as she recalled a detail from earlier. Right then, Urinal had told Calum, "Then I won't be of any help because I can't hear anything." Isel plunged into suspicion. Does that elf have a sound perception skill? Is that why he brought that novice along? But that conversation only lasted a few minutes in a 5-hour banquet. Did he suspect Enver from the very beginning and eavesdrop through the entire party? So he didn't just find out about it today. Since when? At the same time, Calum called out, "Isel, I have absolutely no intention of harming the possessed. Calm down. I just want to talk to you. Tell me about the meeting for the possessed that Professor Enver wants to host." Isel stammered, I don't know the details either. It's no use. When making excuses, I have to pretend to know as little as possible. That meeting is hosted by a secret club within the Magic Academy. The possessed attend by concealing their identities with disguised magic. Calum spoke up, "You're not even a possessed. Why did you join that club?" Isel avoided his gaze. To learn the method of combining spellbooks. Hearing this, he silently analyzed. So she's in the elite class. Perhaps the club intended to secure their safety using the power of the Bartanga family. You're already a tier 5 mage, so why stay in that club? Isel shook her head to keep her secret. I can't talk about that. I'll do anything else. Money, as much as you want. Calum crossed his arms, replying calmly. Money? I don't need it. I have enough. How about this then? I'm from the east and I heard you're operating in that region. Investigate my 2 former party members there, would you? How about it? That should make up for the information you can't share, right? Isel relented. Fine. Calum smirked smugly. Should I lighten the mood and offer a carrot? Let me guess why you got involved with Enver's club. You want to reach the deeper floors of the labyrinth, don't you? Isel grew terrified, her face pale of panic. How did you know? Calum replied, the spellbook combination method became meaningless the moment you hit tier 5. There's only one thing left that club can offer someone like you who lacks nothing. Knowledge of the deeper floors, right? How about teaming up with me? If you agree, I'll tell you the true knowledge of the deeper floors, things even Enver's club doesn't know. I won't force you, but this conversation is strictly a secret. Isel didn't know what to do. She stood in silence, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, amidst this tension, Urinal walked over and whispered, Calum. Are we rich? Calum dodged her gaze. Urinal, did you not understand this conversation at all? Scene transitions. Calum and his teammates ventured deeper inside. Beside him, Isel still couldn't hide her embarrassment. This damn communication jamming event. Suddenly, a piece of paper with information popped up. A blessing has been bestowed upon you. Isel was so moved she had to sing hymns and dance for 3 minutes in front of her party members. Penalty for refusal. Urinal cheered excitedly. Oh, a song and dance by Lady Isel. Calum chimed in. This is going to be so much fun, right, Urinal? Isel cried out shyly. Do I really have to do this? Calum replied, there will be a penalty if you don't. Her cheeks flushed red from embarrassment. By the Holy Spirit's grace. Descend upon me with this pure body and soul. Calum fell into deep thought, silently judging. What am I even watching? This is worse than a children's talent show. Isel cried out, don't laugh. Despite this, Calum encouraged her. Don't be too embarrassed, it wasn't that bad. Isel was already deeply flushed and pleaded, please keep this a secret. Then Calum urged everyone, let's go. After walking for a while, Calum announced, we're here. The 3 of them stood silently before an altar. Urinal spoke up, I see the altar. The scroll must be summoned from there, right? There was a notification. The scroll will be summoned in 5 minutes. Isel confirmed Urinal's thought, that's right. Now we just need to send an escape message to the scroll and we're done. At the same time, a voice rang out, very impressive. We just followed you the whole way. Every problem was solved, how wonderful. Calum wasn't surprised in the slightest. You guys just tagged along instead of making a plan? Melanie stepped out with Enver. The rookie team seems to be struggling. Why don't we help them out? That's what Professor Enver suggested. Calum glanced over, looking extremely wary. Help my ass. That cunning Enver, observing me from afar. He probably wants to gauge how much I know about the possessed. But he didn't show it outwardly. Now let's grab the scroll and leave together. Melanie agreed. All right, but since we're already here, why don't we have a match? It's just a game. Consider it a lesson. No matter the result, I'll give you the entire prize money. Calum made an even more ruthless proposal. No, a game should be enjoyed as a game. The winning side takes the prize money. Everyone knows the rules, right? No direct attacks, we have to fight using messages. Melanie was full of excitement. Excellent, this is going to be fun. Let's begin. Calum was also ready. He signaled, "Let's start. Urinal, run to the altar." Hearing the command, Urinal immediately followed. "Just trust me, Calum."
Haley held her wand in hand. "I can't let that happen. Magic Scribe, use fire explosion."
Calum immediately countered. "Magic Scribe, mute Professor Haley." System notification. Great success. Cannot use magic for 30 seconds. Haley was muted. At the same time, Melanie also charged forward. Magic Scribe, use heavy impact. Izil immediately stepped up to support. Magic Scribe, use Guardian Shield. A powerful shield appeared, blocking the impact from Melanie. The shield shattered into 100 pieces. A notification popped up. Failure. Izil's shield is destroyed. You are stunned and cannot move for 10 seconds. Izil silently accepted her result. Izil fell to her knees, stunned for 10 seconds. Gaining momentum, Melanie boasted loudly. "Are we just going to stand here?" "Now, Calum, what are you going to do?" Not only was Calum unafraid, but he also smiled meaningfully. System notification. Hourglass activated. Your turn. Calum widened his eyes looking at his opponents. Professor Haley is a mage, while Professor Melanie is a barbarian. Since Enver hasn't attacked yet, he's probably playing a support role. The only position where he can observe me while doing so is as a cleric. Message, message, message. Urinal, the moment you see the scroll at the altar, send a message. The system quickly announced. Turn ended. Ice spikes appeared and attacked Melanie, leaving him astonished. System notification. Calum fired ice spikes. You are dead. Melanie, filled with shock, turned his head and exclaimed to him, "No incantation and extreme speed. Is this real? Enver, revive me quickly." Enver immediately summoned, Magic Scribe, use Phoenix Resurrection magic. System notification. Calum threw Wraith's tears at you. Luckily, Enver managed to turn and dodge in time. Melanie was scared out of his wits. What is this? Enver stumbled dizzily. Oh no, I'm stunned. System notification. You were hit by the Wraith's scream. Stunned for 20 seconds due to status ailment. At the same time, Urinal followed his orders and reached the altar. Calum, it's the scroll. Before she could finish her sentence, Haley joined in. That's not going to happen. Magic Scribe, use target area summon. Quickly, the scroll vanished right before a bewildered Urinal. It flew straight into her hands. System notification. Great success. Haley successfully summoned, and the scroll transferred to her hands. Haley held the scroll in her hands, gloating. Too bad, but you fought well. Now let's end the game. However, the scroll turned into a sword. Message. System notification. Great success. You were fooled by Calum's illusion. The two-handed sword item was disguised as an escape scroll. Haley realized that wasn't an escape scroll. Calum spoke up. The real scroll was never summoned. Urinal, end the game. She obeyed. Yes. Message. In the luxurious castle. Joyful laughter echoed. Congratulations on your victory. He smiled back. Thank you for the kind words, Professor. Melanie waved goodbye to him. Calum, we have to go now. See you at the academy. Today was really fun. He replied, yes, Professor. Take care. Avison spoke loudly. Calum, you were amazing. I've never beaten this game even once. Once my leg is fully healed, can we play this together? Calum smiled and asked, so you played it before Avison? He happily replied, yeah, my father had this game made to train me for exploring the labyrinth. He secretly sweat-dropped. So this was a private tutoring course. The professors practically had to beg to borrow it for teaching material. Just how have I been living? Clarence smiled and said, it might seem a bit unusual, but there is a reason our family particularly dotes on Avison. 12 years ago, the Bartenga family couldn't escape the disaster of the labyrinth outbreak. Many relatives passed away back then. Everyone was drowning in sorrow throughout the funerals, seemingly unable to escape the darkness. Only one person remained cheerful, 6-year-old Avison. Back then, he still didn't understand the concept of death. But thanks to Avison, our entire family quickly recovered. Of course, the sorrow hasn't entirely disappeared, but I was so tired of losing family and friends. Saving Avison was no different from saving the entire Bartenga family. Calum, Urinal, thank you both once again. Suddenly, someone walked up from behind. Then I have nothing more to add. It's just as Clarence said. Calum, we shouldn't linger here when there are still tokens of gratitude and victory rewards to hand out. Let's move somewhere else. He smiled and said, nothing would be too much to give you too, But a gift that is too extravagant could become a burden for those still on the lower floors of the labyrinth. Therefore, I prepared items that are fitting and useful for you both, selected with great care.
Calum thought to himself, truly, the Bartanga family's style. Every item is certified by the Magic Academy.
He hurriedly opened it. Ring of Transcription, Magic Grade. Allows the wearer to use Tier 1 transcription into their memory log without consuming a spell slot. Transcription is a spell that can copy target text as long as it exists. Now I can copy spell scrolls too. I should try using it on those blank scrolls I got in the labyrinth last time. Urinal asked excitedly, is this item really for me? A new wrist guard. I love it. Magic Crossbow Wrist Guard, Magic Grade. Grants the wearer the Sentry Reposition skill. Can fire magic beams when using a crossbow. Calum thanked them. I will put all of this to good use. He continued, and here is 200,000 gold coins.
This is the victory reward, 5 times the appraised value of the wagered item.
Urinal trembled. So how much are all these items worth in total? He smiled wryly. True, for normal people, this much would be enough to make them tremble. He added, and there's one more thing I want to give. My handshake is the most valuable thing in this Sohin. If you ever encounter difficulties in the future, please don't hesitate to seek me out. Calum replied politely, thank you, sir. The scene shifted to the hallway. Calum's eyes remained sharp. From the other side, Isel asked, Calum, could you spare me a little of your time? Move away, you two. Sound deflection. She looked at Calum. What I'm about to tell you, no one else knows. You asked why I cooperate with the Magic Academy's Possessed Club, right? Wasn't it to gather information about the Abyss?
Right. But to be more precise, I am trying to reach the deepest floors, to kill the Labyrinth Master. At age 15, Isel was a genius, standing at the top of the academy affiliated with the Magic Academy. Behind that talent was her grandfather, who supported her with all his might. And the Possessed Club, those who approached her and taught her how to combine magic. With innate talent, the backing of a powerful family, and those who gifted her extraordinary knowledge, Isel was certain she would become Sohin's greatest mage, until hell broke loose 12 years ago. Inside a burning castle, Isel, take your siblings to the teleportation gate now. She asked in terror, Father, what's happening? There's no time to explain. Hurry. Just then, her grandfather was sent flying. Isel cried out anxiously, Grandpa. From the flames, a sword-wielding figure dashed out. He swung his sword down as her grandfather screamed, Run! The labyrinth had erupted. Isel watched her grandfather die at the hands of that man. Her father gritted his teeth in furious anger. He shoved her into the portal. Isel, am leaving your siblings in your care. You have to survive. Father, could it be because of me? Because I got involved with the possessed, the abyssal monsters came. I was tormented by guilt, unable to find peace for even a second. But the fault doesn't lie with the possessed, it lies with the Labyrinth Master. Yet everyone speaks as if they are the root of it all. Labyrinth brings profit, so no one is willing to give it up. No one thinks of destroying the labyrinth by killing its master. Even my father calculates the profits from the labyrinth. He told me not to let personal feelings ruin city-level plans. Less than greater than. Even Professor Enver's club gave up, saying the Labyrinth Master couldn't be defeated. No one supports my dream. My goal is something that no one in Sohin desires. Calum asked, but Enver's club still provided you with information about the deep floors, right? What benefit keeps them doing that? She replied, yes. They claim they are helping my family get revenge. Those bastards are just exploiting my guilt for their experiments. He grew suspicious. But it's strange. If Isel is that talented, shouldn't she be a vital pawn? Why deliberately send her to the deep floors, where she's certain to die? He asked, wouldn't it be more beneficial to nurture you and gain the Bartanga family's backing for the club? She said perhaps they want to use me to achieve their true goal. If the Labyrinth Master is killed, the possessed might be able to return home. This statement startled Calum. Isel recounted, according to the inscription on the stone monolith Professor Dahlstream found on floor 3, when the Labyrinth Master dies, the labyrinth will close, and the war with otherworldly possessed will end. Soon after, the possessed will return to their original worlds. Calum thought to himself, I see why they want to send Isel to the deeper floors. It doesn't matter if she dies because new pawns will always appear. She continued, Enver's club will try to use you too, Calum. Since you possess significant knowledge of the labyrinth, they probably think you're suited to be a deep floor explorer. Calum seethed in anger. Is that why they wanted to snatch me up before the black dogs could? Absurd. Using me as a fresh pawn. How laughable.
Izel sighed. I risked a lot to tell you this secret. It couldn't have been easy. Thank you for bravely telling me. So we're on the same side now, right? He gave a soft smile. Calum confirmed, yeah, we're on the same side now. I look forward to working with you. The scene shifted to the dark of night. A streak of starlight appeared. Urinal leaped down from a tree. Her eyes sparkled brightly. She eagerly jumped down and asked, how was it? Calum praised her, you did great. The sentinel positioning skill allows for short-range teleportation, and it's the exact skill Urinal needs most. Edward chose a very fitting gift. Urinal asked curiously, Calum, what will you do now? He replied, well, hearing such a shocking secret gives me a lot to think about. First off, I'm serious about teaming up with Izel. Killing the Labyrinth Master means I can go home. I'll do it without hesitation. No matter how successful I am here, I don't belong in this place. Besides, I need to fight while I'm still young to have a chance, right? What if I grow old here? And what worries me the most is the 2-week rule. Are all the other possessed operating under that same rule? Perhaps they found a way to bypass it. Urinal asked curiously, Calum, are you going to try defeating the Labyrinth Master? He denied it. There's still too little information for that. First, I need to investigate the monolith Izel mentioned during our next labyrinth expedition. No need to rush. We just need to examine the clues at hand, deduce, and plan. For example, the secrets of the labyrinth must be written in cipher on that monolith. Depending on the game's difficulty, they appear randomly in the labyrinth. Professor Dahlstream probably only managed a simple translation without truly decoding it. Before Enver's Club contacts me, I need to verify this myself as soon as possible. Suddenly, Urinal spoke up, Calum, there's something I want to tell you. I couldn't understand everything Izel said today, but I'm sure Calum can defeat the Labyrinth Master, because you are the wisest person I've ever met. He smiled, thank you. Urinal confessed, meeting you in the labyrinth, Calum, is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. Before I just did odd jobs to get by, then suddenly became a slave and entered the labyrinth, and now I'm free. I never thought I'd attend a noble's banquet, and wearing an expensive dress like this feels so surreal.
He scratched his head. I only bought it so she wouldn't look out of place among the others. Urinal continued, this is all because Calum didn't abandon me in the labyrinth. So if I stay by your side, Calum, I can also descend to the deeper floors. You have to take me with you. I'm trying my best not to become a burden. Calum looked at her in silence. Then he smiled and thought, I need to catch the Labyrinth Master as soon as possible. I'm starting to get too attached to the people here. The scene shifted to the dormitory. A desperate scream rang out, Calum! Calum! Calum asked, his face flushed, what are you doing? Urinal explained, help me, the zipper is stuck. Could you pull it down for me? Calum sighed helplessly. Hold on, stand still. Urinal asked anxiously, is it not working?
Calum frowned. It's too tight. I'll have to pull it harder. What if it tears? He pulled it straight down. Urinal hastily clutched her chest. Calum panicked. Oh crap. He hurriedly embraced her and said, I'm sorry. Calum held Urinal in silence. He groaned internally. Thank goodness no one saw. Anyone seeing this would totally misunderstand. Suddenly, the door swung open. A voice came from outside. No way, boss, what's going on here? Urinal yelled in embarrassment. Sneak, why are you here? Calum quickly covered. I called sneak over using a communication spell. She screamed, how long are you going to stand there? Both of you, get out. This is my room. Did I ruin the mood? Calum tried to explain. What just happened was a misunderstanding. Don't get the wrong idea. Get some rest. Currently, Sneak had neither a home nor any money. He grinned and said, now I understand why Amos told me to join your party, boss. Since you treated me so well, I'll call you boss from now on. Can you let me back into the party? Calum smiled softly. I'd be glad to have you join. I should contact Amos too. Next week, we'll enter the labyrinth with a 4-person party. Sneak said Amos might be a bit tricky. What? Why? He explained, well, his wife beat him to a pulp when she found out he was resurrected in the labyrinth. She said she'd never let him enter the labyrinth again. Calum pondered. I guess I'll have to go talk to her. Inside a small house. Amos' wife said, Calum, our children need their father. I apologize, but I have no intention of letting my husband enter the labyrinth ever again. Even if you offer thousands of gold coins as a contract fee, it's absolutely out of the question. The group fell silent, not saying a word. Calum thought to himself,
The contract fee for a member on the first floor is around 1,000 gold coins, which is the guaranteed minimum income even if the expedition fails. Amos hurriedly said, "We also need to earn extra money for the kids' education in the future, but still." Calum suddenly spoke up. "I'll pay 10,000 gold coins." Amos reminded him, "Wait, Calum, that amount is the profit from several successful first-floor expeditions, 10 times the contract fee." Amos' wife's eyes lit up. "Are you trying to bribe me with money?" "Looking at that amount of money, it's definitely not for the first floor, right?" He replied, "That's right."
Sneak quickly chimed in, "Sister-in-law, don't worry too much, I'm here, the one who used to dominate the second floor. With the best rookie alongside a genius mage, the three of us and Amos can easily clear the second floor." Calum said, "Sneak, we're going to the third floor." He stared blankly. "The third floor? What did you say?" "Seriously." "In the city." Amos sighed. "It took a lot for me to get my wife's permission to go, but still, I'm really worried. To reach the third floor of the labyrinth, we need good equipment. We need at least magic tier artifacts to be safe. Magic tier equipment can only be bought at auctions, not in regular shops, and the next auction won't be held for a long time. Are we really going to be okay with just our current mediocre gear?" Calum chuckled inwardly. If he knew Urinal and I each already had one, he'd be shocked.
Sneak suggested, "If we can't buy them, let's just rent them. There are plenty of rental places in the back alleys."
He said renting is too expensive, it's not worth the money. Urinal asked curiously, "Then what are you planning to do?" Calum said mysteriously, "Everyone, wait here for a moment and just watch." The scene shifts to the Temple of Nathaniel. Jacob grumbled, "I've heard everything from Bernard. I heard you did almost all of his work. We originally planned to reward you with money, but you want to be compensated with artifacts instead. Calum, unfortunately, outsiders cannot be rewarded with equipment. I hope you understand." Calum sneered inwardly, considering how rare artifacts were. Their stockpile reflected the organization's power, so it made sense. But that reward was originally meant for Bernard.
"I heard from the professor that all of Bernard's rewards were to be given to me. Well, yes, that's true, but..."
So what would Lord Nathaniel, the god of fair trade, think about this? Surely he would want me to receive fitting compensation. Jacob forced a smile. "Guess there is no finding a loophole, huh? As a bishop, I can't let a scandal happen. Made me a request." Calum stated his price. "What I want is..." A moment later he returned. "You guys must have waited a long time. What's this? Magic tier magic arrow bow, magic tier flare helm, magic tier lesser sea scale armor, treasure tier thunderstrike staff, magic tier plunder dagger." Sneak was terrified. "You're saying you got all of this just from that one labyrinth quest?" Calum said, "I haven't even sold everything yet. There's still a little bit left. I received 3 reward items from the temple, the academy, and the guild. The magic tier magic arrow bow. It grants the user the magic arrow skill. That dagger from the treasure room was appraised as magic tier. As for that flare helm, I rented it. The magic tier plunder dagger, when it stabs a target, it triggers fire to burn the opponent." Amos asked, "If the first floor is already like this, how much more can we earn on the third floor?" He smiled and replied, "That's exactly why I put down a 10,000 gold deposit, Amos. Make sure to send your firstborn to a good school. Looks like our equipment is finally ready. The magic tier lesser sea scale armor. It grants the steel dispersal skill to the wearer." He said, "When the labyrinth reopens in a few days, well, head straight for the third floor. The treasure tier thunderstrike staff contains the tier 1 combat spell electric shock, and it also holds the tier 1 combat spell superconduct." The scene shifts to the labyrinth. Calum evaluated his surroundings as he walked, noting the distant eerie sounds and the musty smell. "No matter how many times I've been through it, entering the labyrinth is always this uncomfortable. Will there ever be a day when I get used to this feeling? Urinal, come to think of it, aren't you wearing the gauntlets you were gifted?" She explained, "Ah, because it's so expensive. I hid it inside my gloves like this. Is that really necessary?" She hurriedly replied, "Of course I have to hide it. What if someone robs me?" The group stopped in their tracks. Sneak said, "We're here. This is the staircase gate leading down to the second floor."
Amos noted anxiously, "Only one person can pass through every 3 seconds.
Urinal said hesitantly, "Calum, what if? What if there's someone ambushing us on the other side?" Calum nodded. "That's a possibility. Since only one person crosses at a time, the first one through is always the most vulnerable." Urinal asked, Then who among us will go first?" Calum reminded them, "At all costs, safety must come first. Amos, I think you should go first. Enter first and use your steel dispersal skill to prepare. I'll follow 3 seconds later, don't worry too much. Amos asked, understood, but are you sure you want to go second, Calum? Shouldn't the mage go last since we also have sneak? Sneak agreed, has right, boss. It'd be better if I went before you. Calum decided, no, it's better if I go. If anything happens, it'll be easier for me to react.
Amos sighed. Then we'll stick to Calum's plan. I'll go in first. Calum pondered in silence. Theoretically, Amos wouldn't fall in just 3 seconds. Furthermore, ambushers are less likely to rush in immediately. 3, 2. Moreover, a fully prepared tank stepping through is very difficult to deal with. 1. So ambushing the second person is much smarter, but unexpected things could still happen. No, let's go. I still have the hourglass after all. Amos. What's wrong? Amos said, it wasn't me. He replied, right, there's no way you could have done all this in 3 seconds. Amos asked curiously, were these corpses killed by ambushers? He denied it, no, ambushers usually avoid damaging equipment. Looking at a bleeding corpse, he said, it's rare for them to leave corpses in such a miserable state. 2 of the 4 died from stab wounds, nothing out of the ordinary. But the other 2 are definitely worth noting. One shows signs of tumors growing all over the body. That's the result of the corrosive tumor necromancy spell. As for the other, the eyes are vacant and the pupils are misaligned. The avian race doesn't naturally get cross-eyed. He probably went mad from being hit by a soul echo and was finished off with a Tier 3 corpse magic, cellular self-destruct. A Tier 3 necromancer on the 2nd floor. Someone with those skills should have reached the 4th floor by now. Why, Calum? Urinal hurriedly said, sneak is through too. What do we do now? Let's just keep moving forward. Urinal looked around in surprise. The 2nd floor is a swamp? Outside, it was pitch black. He walked slowly. Calum sighed. It's much worse than I thought. This is bad. Bodhi and Waz are frog-like monsters that appear on the 2nd floor, just like the group we saw earlier. Stabs or necromancy have completely torn them apart. Amos said, this is horrifying. What on earth happened here? Urinal trembled. Calum, I'm so scared. Calum frowned. Carnage like this is rare. The whole team is on edge, which isn't good at all. The corpses stretch all the way to the gate of the 3rd floor. Why would a 4th floor necromancer do this? For what purpose? Damn it. I have a really bad feeling about this. I have to stop that crazy necromancer before he causes a real disaster. Let's head straight for the 3rd floor. Get into formation. Calum said, Amos, from the 3rd floor onwards, you'll need this. Amos smiled, thank you. Then I'll head over first and wait. I'm counting on you, be careful. The gate gradually lit up. Suddenly, someone lunged forward. That crazy mage might be right in front of the gate. Just as the 2 stepped out, they were blocked. His eyes widened. Calum said, utterly speechless, what is this? It's you guys? Zickle said cheerfully, wait, who is this? Calum, you've already made it to the 3rd floor. Urinal called out excitedly, Mr. Vertanen. Zickle. Emma. Zickle laughed. I didn't even recognize you, Urinal. A stranger asked, Vertanen, do you know this adventurer? That's right, let me introduce them. Vertanen said enthusiastically, Calum, this is our party's new mage. He smiled, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Antonelli. I heard many rumors about the chantless mage with ultra-high casting speed. I look forward to working with you. Calum asked bluntly, Emma, why are you traveling with a summoner, especially one who turns corpses into the undead? You're a priest. Emma explained, No, Calum, I think you're misunderstanding. Antonelli doesn't use undead magic, which is why we're with him. We also needed a mage to replace Avison. Antonelli replied, That's right. I don't know how to use any undead magic, so there's no problem traveling with a priest. Calum was furious. Ridiculous. Who are you trying to fool? The Wraith Soul and Phantom Erosion he used on the 2nd floor. One dead beastman. When those 2 spells are combined, they create the summoning spell Raise Corpse. Why would a Tier 4 mage need to hide his magic to join Vertanen's party? Vertanen hastily intervened. Wait a minute, Calum. Calm down. You're right, Antonelli is indeed a Tier 4 mage. We met him when he couldn't find a new party. Calum snapped, a Tier 4 mage unable to find a party. Absurd. In a time when everyone is desperate to recruit mages because they're so rare. There's absolutely no reason for him to join their party. It's highly suspicious. What were you thinking taking him in? Vertanen lowered his head. We thought if we recruited Antonelli,
We'd be able to enter the third floor too, so that's why we did it. Calum remained silent. Rushing into the third floor like that is exactly why they made such a huge mistake. You have to be extremely careful with people who approach with kind words. He turned and asked Antonelli, "Let me guess the reason you had to drag a second-floor party up to the third floor. You're trying to reach floor 3.5, aren't you?" Vertanen asked in fear, "You're trying to reach floor 3.5.
The third-floor parties rejected you because they know how dangerous it is. So you tricked a second-floor party and led them up to the third floor since they're easier to control. For a summoner, the souls on floor 3.5 are undoubtedly very tempting. I can guess why you want to go to floor 3.5. An adventurer named Hijikata recently told me. His friend was dragged away by the labyrinth master on the third floor. You plan to take the soul in that vessel, don't you? But if you do that, a monster wave will erupt and all the adventurers on the third floor will die. Have you gotten permission from the Adventurers Guild? Answer me right now." Urinal thought anxiously. Who is this guy that Calum is so wary of? He must be incredibly dangerous. If Calum attacks, I'll shoot without hesitation. Vertanen hastily interjected. Please calm down, Calum. Urinal, lower your bow right now." Urinal didn't reply. He tried to reason, at least give Antonelli a chance to explain. As everyone knows, summoners aren't always evil. This one even received a verified Medal of Merit from the Mage's Guild. Calum remained vigilant, but can you say for sure he has no suspicious intentions? Antonelli chuckled and said, "I've heard a lot about you lately in the mage circles. Now I understand why they've got their eyes on you. Your logic is quite sound. Since it's come to this, I'll be honest. I did intend to go to floor 3.5 with everyone." Vertanen panicked. "Antonelli?" He said, "You all just reached the third floor. I thought if I just led the way, you would follow." Emma asked in fear, "How could you do such a thing?" Antonelli explained, "I apologize for hiding it, but I had no intention of harming anyone. I'm confident I can protect the entire party without anyone getting hurt. I just needed support while searching for the soul vessel." Zickel yelled angrily, "Do you think we're idiots? As if we'd follow you to floor 3.5. Calum suddenly spoke up. "You would have followed him. You might not know since this is your first time on the third floor, but it periodically releases magic that confuses adventurers." An image of a mind-controlled brain appeared. Priests have defensive magic, but with just one slight slip-up, your judgment will blur and soon you'd all wander right into floor 3.5. Amos touched the hat on his head. "So this is why Calum said we needed this. Torch hat. This hat contains the Tier 1 combat spell Torch, granting immunity to confusion magic within a 10-meter radius and warding off the cold in the same range." Vertanen shouted, "This is incredibly messed up. Antonelli, you deceived us and planned to do something so dangerous." Antonelli tried to explain, "A misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. It's not what you all think. I have another reason for seeking the soul vessel." Calum asked, "Does a necromancer have any other reason besides harvesting souls?" He replied, "Of course. Didn't you just say there was an adventurer in that coffin?" Antonelli stated, "That adventurer is my friend. I used to be a member of Hijikata's party. A few years ago, 3 adventurers from the east came to Sohin. The captain, dual-blade swordsman Hijikata, spirit tribe shaman Soil, the goblin warrior Gildal. I fought alongside them on the third floor for a while. Then I received an invitation from a new fourth-floor party and left the group." But that caused problems. Afterwards, Hijikata's party lost Gildal. The 2-man team began to fracture, blaming and arguing with each other, just like the labyrinth intestine theory. Vertanen pondered, the theory suggesting the labyrinth is the intestine of a great demon god. Calum thought, the demon god opened the labyrinth using treasure as bait. It's a plot device. From the first floor to the deeper levels, parties break down and get digested. Just as protein dissolves in the stomach and fat breaks down in the duodenum, the labyrinth master chooses to digest the most valuable adventurers. He continued, "The notable part is that parties beginning to be digested face a continuous series of misfortunes, making them fall apart even faster. By the time I left, they had already lost Gildal in the labyrinth, and Hijikata's party had started the digestion process." But Hijikata never gave up and challenged the labyrinth again. Recently, thanks to the incident with the sneak, a method to save Gildal was confirmed. "Calum, Hijikata is risking his life for one final push. I just want to retrieve the soul vessel and return it to him." Vertanen softened. Deceiving us was wrong, but if that's the reason, I'll overlook it for now. Calum took out a piece of paper. "Can I ask Hijikata to verify this?" He replied confidently, "Message magic? If you're still not reassured, go ahead.
send a message. A moment later, Vertanen spoke up. Calum, we can't stand here forever. Why don't we meet Hijikata later and ask him then? Emma agreed. That's right. That story didn't sound like a lie. He tried his best to convince you, and he honestly admitted everything. It's rude to keep doubting him.
Antonelli said, Hijikata is from the east, so he might not know how to use messaging magic.
Calum furrowed his brows. Am I being a bit too sensitive? I can't wait forever. I understand, I apologize for. Written on the paper, Hijikata, who is Antonelli, he was never in our party. His eyes widened. Antonelli grew furious. I should have ignored this from the start. So Easterners know how to use messaging magic nowadays, huh? They've completely assimilated. Antonelli smiled maliciously. They've been fully assimilated. Damn it, skull armor. Activating reverse hourglass. Your turn. Calum sighed. I knew it. A necromancer needs souls to cast summoning spells.
Hearing that the sneak came back to life, Antonelli must have sought out the soul preservation vessel on floor 3.5. The stronger the soul, the stronger the necromancer required. And the strongest soul, marked by the Labyrinth Master as the exit boss of the 3rd floor, is surely what he craves the most. So if you wouldn't hesitate to use brutal methods to harvest souls. Even if Vertanen's party were wiped out, his plan was likely to use them as meat shields and escape by himself. If a monster wave broke out, he'd just flee down to the 4th floor. It's nothing to be proud of, but since I used to be a game addict, I know all these cheap tricks. Now then, how should I deal with you? To avoid any aftermath, ending this in one strike is best. Explosive dust can't be used because he's too close. If I can't kill him right away, I'll disarm him of his staff. Superconductor. Superconductor. Despite the level gap, 4 stacked effects will guarantee he gets electrocuted.
Superconductor. Less than greater than. Calum sent a message. Urinal, shoot the hand holding Antonelli's staff. Superconductor. All action points consumed. Your turn has ended. His hand was struck hard by lightning. He screamed in pain. The wand dropped to the ground. He hurriedly tried to pick it up. Impossible. When his hand grasped the wand, Urinal's arrow struck true. She looked at him in silence. Antonelli hastily pulled his wand away. His eyes widened. Sneak slashed at his arm. Amos stepped forward as well. He was pinned hard against the ground. And with that, the battle ended. Antonelli frantically said, Wait, hear me out. Calum grabbed his cloak.
He yanked it open, so this is where you hit it.
Urinal asked curiously, What is that? Calum explained, It's an escape scroll typically used in emergencies. An escape scroll, it teleports you to the stairs leading down to the lower floor of the labyrinth. He prepared it in case the monster wave broke out. No, that's impossible. He planned to run back to his old party on the 4th floor. Antonelli pleaded, Spare me. Yes, I intended to illegally harvest souls, but nothing actually happened yet, right? See, I haven't hurt anyone at all. Emma, please save me. We're comrades. Take my side, please. Emma spoke up. According to the contract you signed with the Adventurers Guild, there's a clause clearly stating that any action endangering an entire floor of the labyrinth is strictly prohibited, and even if that action fails,
the culprit can be executed by their own teammates.
Vertanen sighed. He swung his axe up. What a shame, Antonelli. Blood splattered across the floor. Vertanen sighed. I never imagined this would happen. I doubted Antonelli's invitation because it didn't match our party's level at all. But the reputation of the surrounding adventurers and his medals made us believe him, and with the story of Hijikata's party being backed into a corner, who wouldn't be fooled? I feel ashamed of myself. Calum consoled him. I understand wanting to protect a former comrade. Please return to the 2nd floor, Vertanen. The 3 of you cannot safely explore the 3rd floor without magical equipment. This place is far too dangerous for your group.
Vertanen fell silent. To think you surpassed our entire group in just a month, I understand. When we meet again in town, I'll repay you.
Calum, thank you for today. Amos shook his head, a mage of his caliber doing such a thing. I really can't believe it. Sneak gleefully chimed in, You're so cool, boss. Calum looked at Urinal's happy smile and asked, Urinal, what's wrong? She replied, I was in a combat stance the moment Calum suspected that summoner. Really? Yes, really, I trust Calum completely. I was the only one who had my bow ready. And that's exactly why I was able to shoot his wrist instantly. Calum was speechless. That's because I told you to do it. This is the item I often use when playing the game.
Mage's Eye, a floating scouting eye that can be deployed to check dangerous areas. It can slip through cracks or holes to observe enemies. 2 more pieces of magic equipment, a soul container, and even 2 magic staffs, as expected of a 4th floor mage. He's practically a walking treasure trove.
All right then. Let's continue the adventure. On a freezing mountain. Urinal shivered. I should have worn warmer clothes. Calum reminded her, Urinal, go stand next to Amos. It'll be warmer there. The torch hat I gave him provides cold resistance. The 4 of them continued walking in the biting wind. Its chaos immunity only works within a 10-meter radius, so don't fall behind. Sorry about this, Amos. Suddenly, Urinal spoke up. Calum, I hear a very strange sound. He agreed. It seems there is a frost hunter nearby.
Watch out for ambushes.
At that moment, a figure appeared from above. That enemy directly used their ultimate move, Ice Spear. Amos used his shield, Steel Umbrella. The noise attracted a pack of wolves rushing towards them. Sneak signaled, Urinal, return fire from the mountainside. She immediately complied, Triple Arrow. The 3 arrows struck the frost hunter directly. Wolves drew closer. On the other side, Sneak threw his knives, magic throwing knives. A wolf broke through the formation and lunged at them. Amos raised his staff, Gaia's Strike. That swing sent the snow wolf flying. Calum pondered, Frost hunters hunt. It's as if they have a set patrol schedule. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, Explosive Dust.
A moment later, Sneak called out frantically, Hey, boss! Look at this! The size is insane.
Urinal also marveled, It's huge. Is this a magic stone? He smiled triumphantly. That's right, you won't find a stone this big below the 3rd floor. Profits on the 3rd floor start at a minimum of 100,000 gold coins. Sneak hastily rummaged around. Should we dig out the Frost Hunter's magic stone too? After groping around for a bit, he was astonished. It's C rank. I've never seen anything like it. He smiled and shook his head. Calm down, only Amos is still keeping a serious face. But on the other side, Amos was drooling with joy. The tuition for my firstborn is right in the palm of my hands. He was speechless. He's a lost cause too. Urinal cheered happily. Let's go hunt for more right now.
The members visibly brightened. We're rich, boss.
Calum scratched his cheek. Just be careful. Seriously, what am I going to do with them? Calum's party switched to auto-hunt mode. The scene shifts to a battleground. A frost hunter was being continuously slashed. A strange voice echoed, Kappa Papa. Probably because I'm cold-blooded, even with anti-cold magic. It's him, Godosme. My feet are still freezing, Kappa Papa. At that moment, someone approached, the Kappa rogue. Godosme complained, Kappas don't wear shoes. The newcomer was Soil, a Tier 3 Yoho shaman. You got frostbite on your feet last time too. He replied with a forced smile, because that's the true spirit of a Kappa. Hijikata grumbled, unbelievable. It's been 3 days and we still haven't found the stairs. Soil sighed, the layout changes every time, so we can't figure out our direction.
Suddenly, Godosme's eyes widened. Don't tell me.
Did we return to the starting point of the 3rd floor? So you will notice something. Isn't that cloak from a 4th floor mage? Hijikata stepped forward to pick up a scrap of paper. It read, Hijikata, who is Antonelli. He's not from our party. He explained, that's the message I sent to Calum. She was surprised. So Calum's party killed a 4th floor mage. Godosme panicked and said, Kappa Papa, now is not the time to talk about that. Get out here and unlock this. Soyul was horrified. What would happen here? As they stepped outside, they saw a massive pile of wolf corpses. Godosme was terrified. It looks like the frost hunters fled and were then taken down.
Soil also muttered, this is the first time Callum's party has come up to the 3rd floor.
Hijikata said somewhat suspiciously, yeah, but even so, this doesn't make any sense. If we follow their hunting tracks, we'll find out soon enough. Elsewhere, Calum was looking up. We finally found it. The Great Monolith of Calamity. Let's camp here for tonight. Carve. Urinal scoffed. This engraving is really bizarre. Sneak pointed out, boss, there are 3 strange boxes under the monolith here. He assessed, perhaps they are part of the monolith. Amos was confused, but Calum, you said this monolith had already been translated. He explained, right, Professor Dahlstream published a research paper on it, but the cipher still hasn't been cracked.
Let's rewrite the engraved content in Korean to make it easier to understand.
The Silver Knife Alliance refers to the Labyrinth Master's agents and the Deep Four monsters. Labyrinth cuisine and songs are actions taken during labyrinth exploration. The key is the deep floor resentment, which means the labyrinth master. If we defeat it, the possessed will shed their fake bodies and return to their original world. I've seen countless monoliths in the game, but I've never seen boxes like these. If we put something inside, it might reveal new information. And that's why we're here. We need more intel before contacting the Ember Guild or the Black Dogs. The scene shifts to a burning campfire. Calum fought with a headache. How am I supposed to crack this cipher? Vertically or diagonally? Urinal warned, Calum, someone's coming.
Godozmi cheerfully called out, Kappa Papa. We found you guys.
Soil greeted him, Hey Calum, we heard a lot about you. Godozmi chimed in, people say you're amazing, that you even took down a tier 4 mage. Calum was confused. Wait, that wasn't us. How did you know? Hijikata said, we saw a note next to the corpse this morning. Calum frowned slightly. The corpse is still there? It's been days. He replied, yeah. 4-3 is very cold, so the body hasn't decomposed much. Plus, since you guys cleared out the frost hunters and wolves, the rest was left untouched. Calum realized in horror that doesn't make sense. Frost hunters always patrol around the stairgate. Are you saying that for 3 whole days, not a single one passed by there? Godozmi was surprised. Then... Hijikata continued, but everyone saw that the corpse was perfectly preserved.
Calum gritted his teeth, thinking, no one could have guarded that body. If even the wolves didn't touch it, something is definitely wrong.
Hijikata, did you notice anything strange about that mage's head? Like it being chopped off and reattached, kind of like an undead? Hijikata was bewildered. Huh? What are you talking about? Wait, his head was chopped off? Calum snapped. Damn it, now's not the time to stand around looking dumb. It seems Antonella's soul has entered the sanctuary on floor 3.5. Amos asked anxiously, what do you mean? Wasn't he executed by Vertanen? Sweating bullets, Calum explained, going into a possessing frenzy happens in an instant. Just like when Sneak jumped into the floor 1 gate to save his teammates. Or when he became the exit boss and appeared behind Amos. If Antonelli fell into a frenzy before he was beheaded.
Then he's already become an exit boss too. I knew things were going way too smoothly. Soyol was terrified. But having 2 frenzied adventurers on the same floor, I've never heard of 2 people like that. Calum stated, if someone has already become an exit boss, it's entirely possible. Godozmi was shocked. What? Then could Gildal have also? Calum ordered, Amos, did Sneak have skills like wall walk or air jump before? Amos replied in confusion, no, those aren't skills I know of. Calum asked, then how did you learn those skills, Sneak? He smiled wryly. I'm not sure why either, but I just could use them. Calum pondered. I also found it strange that he had too many skills for his level. When the Labyrinth Master turns a frenzied adventurer into an exit boss, they grant that person the power they desire most at that moment. The thing Antonelli desired most when he was desperately begging for his life was immortality.
Immortality, that's a trait that often appears when necromancers become exit bosses. The reason his head was still attached is probably because the immortality process started after he fell into a frenzy, right before he died. By now, he must have gotten up and gone down to floor 3.5. With his personality, Hell definitely harvests both Gildal's sanctuary and his own, and then a monster wave will erupt before long. Soyol screamed, a monster wave. Everyone needs to run away from here right now. Godozmi gritted his teeth. Damn it, Godpapa. Calum rejected the idea. No, Godozmi, Soyol. We're going down the floor 3.5. Hijikata shouted, we can't let Gildal's sanctuary fall into that bastard's hands. Calum quickly stopped him. It's too late, Hijikata.
He said resolutely, he's the friend who's been with me all the way from the east. You can't possibly know how people from the east like us have survived here.
Calum sighed inwardly. I played this game so much, how could I not know? It's not that there's no chance, but it's already too late. In the worst-case scenario, the soul harvesting might already be complete. The sanctuary has been looted, and it's highly likely that Gildal has also become an exit boss. If Gildal's sanctuary has already been taken, we'll have to face 2 exit bosses. But the bigger problem is the monster wave. What are you going to do? Act recklessly while driven by emotions? Calum warned. Urinal pressed her ear to the ground and said, I hear countless footsteps coming from the bottom of the mountain. They're heading toward us. The 2 startled. The monster wave.
Right after, the ground shook violently.
The entire party was shaken by the earthquake. Every footstep echoed through the canyon. Calum said anxiously, "It's too late to run now. If we can activate that, maybe we can still block the wave. But we haven't cracked the cipher yet. Each monolith contains a 10th tier magic spell, an overwhelming amount of mana that a tiny memory book could never hold. That's why when a monster wave occurs, they'll try to occupy the area near the monoliths first." He hurriedly set his bag down. Calum shouted loudly, "Everyone, gather around the monoliths." By this time, the monster wave had surged in. A wolf spotted them. The frost hunter immediately commanded it to lunge forward. Following that were the dense silhouettes of monsters. Calum yelled, "Get ready, everyone. Amos, hold the front line." Suddenly, the mountain peak trembled slightly. Then a dull thud echoed from the top of the mountain. Gadazmi screamed in terror, "Hey guys, look over there." A massive amount of snow rushed down from the mountain peak, forming an avalanche crashing down toward them. Hijikata despaired, "This is crazy. We're done for." Calum ordered, "Amos, deploy canopy." Amos immediately complied. "Monolith." A notification appeared. "The hourglass has been activated. Your turn. Heatwave, 4 stacks. All action points have been consumed. End of turn." Amos shouted at the top of his lungs, "Canopy." However, the energy shield couldn't withstand it and gradually disintegrated. The crushing weight from the avalanche grew stronger. Calum gritted his teeth. Even 4 stacks of heatwave aren't enough to block it. Dust explosion. A massive explosion rang out. "You have received a temporary hourglass. Action points +2. Turn-based hourglass. Special ability activated. Using dragon-slaying aura. Time stops for 60 seconds during a turn. Action points." He hurriedly used his skills, Heatwave, Heatwave. All action points have been consumed. End of turn. Soyul asked worriedly, How many spells did you cast just now?" A moment later, the dust and smoke gradually cleared. Is everyone okay? "We can't just stay here like this. The monster wave will start again, and there has to be a staircase down to floor 3.5 nearby. If Antonelli has already finished harvesting the souls from the sanctuary down there, then he'll come back up the stairs soon." Amos interrupted him. "Calum, over there! Antonelli!" Calum quickly looked over. Damn it, he's so fast. He's already back. From a distance, the figure chuckled. "How delightful. We meet again." Sneak panicked. What? That bastard can still speak now." Antonelli laughed maniacally. "It feels like I've finally touched the ultimate necromancy I've been pursuing. Calum, thanks to you, I think I can even reach floor 5 now." Soyul gripped the hem of Hijikata's clothes and called, "Hijikata." He asked in confusion, What is it?" She sobbed, "I saw it. Gildal's soul is inside that bastard's body. You son of a bitch." Calum frowned. She saw it using the Fox Beastman's racial trait, soul tracking. This labyrinth has far too many tragedies rather than happy endings. Right, Gildal can never return to this world again. Hijikata's expression twisted in rage. "Gildal's soul is inside that bastard's body. You damn bastard." Amos tries to hold him back, telling him to calm down, but he screams, "Let me go. I'm gonna kill that bastard. We have to kill him right now while he's alone." Suddenly, an attack strikes right where the two are standing. A web-like flurry of slashes is unleashed. A large block of ice is cut into 4 pieces. Hijikata regains his composure. What the hell is that? The Lich is resurrecting the corpses into the undead. Calum warns them. There's no time to stand around watching. Run. The Lich sneers. Femur wall. A wall made of bones emerges. The Lich chuckles darkly. "Where do you think you're going? No one is escaping this place. Symphony of Death." Calum calmly holds up a jar. "Look at this, you bastard. Since it's yours, you know exactly what this is, right?" Soul Link Jar, an auxiliary tool used to store the souls gathered through soul harvesting. The Lich's eyes widen in shock. Seeing this, he smirks. "You know full well that the Soul Link Jar is the second most important thing to a necromancer, right after their own life. Even though it's useless now that you're a Lich, it still draws aggro, since it's a jar you're bound to." Immediately after, Calum turns and throws the jar down. Furious, he scoops down. "My soul jar." Calum quickly signals, "Right now. Retreat." Everyone hastily flees, with a horde of monsters clinging to them like leeches from behind. A frost hunter uses a skill, Ice Arrow. The arrow swiftly shoots toward Calum. At that very moment, a wooden staff blocks it. Amos swings and shatters the arrow. Calum quickly follows up with a counterattack, Electric Shock. The lightning bolt strikes the frost hunter. At this time, Soil is also gathering power. She spits a bead out of her mouth. Blazing flames burn everything they touch, joyous fox fire. The flames quickly wipe out a group of enemies. Calum shouts, "We can't keep fighting. We have to escape first." Suddenly, he loses his footing. His whole body tumbles down the slope, alarming everyone. Calum. He curses inwardly. Right, my agility stats are total crap. Running down a snowy mountain. This is absolute madness. Damn it. I need to grab onto something before I fall. Fortunately, he manages to grab onto a cliff edge. Warnings echo from above. Be careful, Calum. A snow wolf charges right at him. Calum hastily uses a skill, Superconduct. The wolf is quickly electrocuted. It faints and plunges down the ravine. He sighs in relief. I almost actually died just now. Urinal quickly runs over to him. Calum, are you okay? Here, take my hand. Calum quickly grabs her hand. Thanks. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Both of them fall into the ravine. Urinal screams in terror, Calum. The two of them plummet down the slope, making Calum curse inwardly. Fuck. Sneak shouts in panic. Urinal and boss Calum have fallen. Calum pulls Urinal into his arms and thinks, damn it, it's not high enough to kill us instantly, but getting injured from a fall like this would be a huge problem. Suddenly, he spots the wolf's corpse. Calum quickly recalls the wolf that fell earlier. If that thick fur could act as a cushion. Hourglass activated. Your turn. Calum frantically waves his staff. I can't avoid the pain, but maybe I can avoid getting injured. Move. The wolf's body is swiftly lifted by his power. Simultaneously, a notification sounds. All action points have been consumed. Turn ends. Both of their bodies crash directly into the wolf's corpse. A moment later, the two scramble up. Are we alive? Yeah, but now's not the time to relax. Urinal hurriedly says, right, when we slid down earlier, the bag was dropped. I picked it up for you. Hold on tight the bag. Suddenly, a claw thrusts out. Calum warns, they're here. We need to buy time until the others arrive. Treat this as our final battle. The pack of snow wolves swiftly charges at them. He hurriedly uses his skill, Dust Explosion. Calum worries inwardly. There are too many. We won't last until the hourglass's cooldown finishes. At this rate, electric shock. Another wolf is hit by the attack. Calum ponders. It's going to be incredibly hard to hold out until we regroup with the others. It's just the two of us, Urinal and me. Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind. Sentinel redeployment. Urinal quickly jumps in front of the wolves. He yells in terror, what are you doing, Urinal? You're not Vanguard, you're an archer. Why are you rushing in to draw aggro from the enemy lines? He glances downwards. Calum is surprised. The magic link skill? Why use that? Right after, the scroll swiftly unfurls. He suddenly realizes her intent. The stairway scroll. Urinal, don't tell me you're planning to. At that moment, Urinal swaps their positions. Calum, you must absolutely not die. You at least have to survive. Calum desperately casts a spell. No, don't do this, Urinal. Heatwave. Urinal, you idiot. The scene shifts to the front of the 4th floor's stairway gate. Calum mutters, what did you think you were doing? Calum stares blankly at the gate in front of him. He clutches his head in distress. Did she sacrifice herself to save me? I still had one last survival spell. Did the heatwave spell activate in time before the teleportation? I definitely finished the incantation before being teleported, so it should be fine. Such reckless resolve is truly touching, but what are you going to do all alone? Urinal, next time I see you, I'm definitely going to scold you. Suddenly, a voice rings out. My hands are all scratched up. He turns around in astonishment. It's Soil. Did you also use a stairway scroll to run here? Somewhere on the snowy mountain. Urinal is standing inside a protective aura. She says fearfully and completely surrounded. What am I supposed to do alone now? Anyway, I got Calum out safely, and that's enough. But is it just my imagination? This is a snowy mountain, yet I feel some warmth. Wait, why are they just staring and not attacking? The wolves can't get close, but why? Come to think of it, the incantation Calum yelled before disappearing. Was it the heatwave spell? Don't tell me Calum already had a solution. I'm so screwed. I didn't even realize it, and I pushed Calum toward the exit with my own hands. What should I do? I ruined everything. Suddenly, Godazmi appeared beside me. It's so warm in here. I can finally breathe. Urinal was startled by his sudden appearance. Godazmi also screamed in shock. God, Papa! She screamed at the top of her lungs. Monster!
He immediately got annoyed and scolded her. You damn elf, we were just together. Are you an idiot? She hurriedly clasped her hands. Sorry, you're so short I didn't notice you. Anyway, elf, let's get out of here. We have to regroup with our teammates somehow. Soil must have used the stair scroll and jumped to the 4th floor portal. Urinal muttered. Really? Calum went there too. Maybe they've already met. Gadazmi looked around. That's a relief, but did that mage create this warm zone? Let's leave before the magic fades.
Urinal looked doubtful, but how do we get out? We're surrounded. He grabbed her hand and said, what do you mean how? Like this. Shadow leap. Immediately after, the two of them appeared on a cliff. He calmly explained, we just move little by little like this every time the cooldown ends to escape. By the way, I'm cold-blooded, so I'm really weak to the cold. I also need a way to prevent the confusion status. Urinal came up with an idea. Then let's go to floor 3.5. Gadazmi looked at her like she was an idiot. What the heck are you talking about? Urinal explained, there's an empty space right before the portal to floor 3.5, right? We can hide there. If it gets too cold or we start getting confused, we can pop into the portal to warm up and clear the confusion. What do you think? Gadazmi thought about it. It's true that there's no cold or confusion on floor 3.5, but what if we get stuck there and can't regroup with our teammates? She smiled happily. If I'm there, we can still stay in touch. Because I have a communication wand and a notebook in this bag. We can gather our scattered team and we can also communicate and coordinate through messages. Gadazmi was impressed. I see. Elf, you're a lot more capable than I thought. Urinal beamed with pride. I might not look it, but I'm Callum's right-hand woman, you know. The scene shifted to a few minutes ago, sending a message and dealing with the cold and confusion by resting on floor 3.5. Wait for me there, Urinal. A notification rang out, turn N. On the other side, Callum was worried. Those were complicated instructions. I wonder if they understood everything. Please, just stay alive, Urinal. At that moment, a piece of paper appeared. It's Urinal. It'll hide with Gappa in front of the stairs to floor 3.5, halfway up the snowy mountain. Calum smiled. Looks like the message got through safely. Soil asked anxiously, who sent that? Any news? He replied, luckily, Urinal and Gappa found each other and are hiding in front of floor 3.5. Do you know what happened to the others? Soil thought for a moment and said, last I saw, Hijikata, Amos, and Sneak were fighting together. He calculated silently, Amos has the torch helmet, so the confusion and cold shouldn't be an issue. Everyone got separated, but it's still not the worst-case scenario. Soil said in despair, but if another monster wave hits, we'll all die. If only Gildo were here, it wouldn't have come to this. Calum was curious. Is he really that strong? She recounted. He was terrifyingly strong, just like you. Even entering floor 3.5 wouldn't have been a problem with Gildel, but now we don't even dare to go near the flag. Suddenly, he caught the key point. Wait, there's a flag on floor 3.5 too. Is it an eagle holding a dagger or something? Soyul was startled. What? No. The flag on floor 3.5 is a monster with a human upper body and a spider lower body. It's an image of a Spider-Man in a doctor's coat, crying alone. He went silent after hearing that. He thought to himself, could it be? Could it really be? The monolith's cipher. I solved it. The answer is to read only the letters at prime number positions. Then 3 phrases clearly emerged. Dagger vulture, gourmet whale, and pitiful spider doctor. The coin I picked up in the floor 1 treasure room was the dagger eagle. In the labyrinth, it seems they call it the dagger vulture. Less than greater than. The flag Soil said she saw on floor 3.5 is the pitiful spider doctor. Less than greater than. Following this pattern, the content of the monolith's cipher is. It seems to be about the interfloor villages swallowed by the labyrinth. For the 3 boxes placed in front of the monolith, we must place the coins from each floor into them in the order of the text. Right now, I only have the floor 1 coin. I need to collect them from the treasure room of each floor. That's how to activate the large-scale destruction monolith. You bastard lich, just you wait. I'll kill you twice, no 3 times. Elsewhere, someone's complaining voice could be heard. We barely made it out alive. An orc grumbled, I can't believe a monster wave actually broke out. They'll start by sealing the stair portals so adventurers can't flee to other floors. Another person sighed, they'll block the portal connecting to floor 2 first, so we still have some time. Anyway, hurry up, let's find Antonelli and head down to floor 4. Suddenly, the catman called out loudly, wait, over there. It's Antonelli. The 3 of them hurried over. Hey, Antonelli, it's us. Why weren't you at the rendezvous point? Hey, answer us. Antonelli, controlled by the lich, muttered, soul, goblin soul, goblin soul, goblin soul, goblin soul, goblin soul, goblin soul. The orc was terrified. Antonelli, what happened to you? Your face. He smiled eerily. Is it you, my comrades? Antonelli, let's go up to floor 5. I will take you there. By stuffing you in here. Am harvesting you for your own good. This is Hijikata, in with Amos and Sneak. We're in a small cave about 200 meters south of where Urinal fell. We plan to hide here and wait. Will Calum be able to find us? Gadasme helplessly looked at the paper in her hand. You know Calum had never abandoned his teammates to run away alone. He'll definitely try to gather the whole party in one place so we can escape together, right? If it's Calum, he'll find all of us somehow. I believe in him. Calum, Hijikata, Amos, and Sneak are hiding in a cave about 200 meters from where we fell. Sending message. To pull this off, I need to tell Calum everyone's situation in more detail. Everyone's lives are practically in my hands now. The tower commander is me, Urinal. The letter read, I told Hijikata that Calum is on his way to find them, so I told them not to move so they wouldn't get lost. Calum smiled in satisfaction. Excellent, Urinal. You're doing exactly as I asked. Now then, before I move. Hourglass has been activated. Your turn. We should clear the obstacles first. Explosion dust, explosion dust. He messaged back, Urinal, since you're with Soil, who has the soul tracking ability, finding Hijikata won't be a problem. Explain the situation to him and Gappa so they can rest easy. Explosion dust. All action points consumed, turn end. Plumes of fire kept bursting in the cold, dark dungeon. The scene shifted to a room. Calum was searching through a chest. Just as I thought with a compass, finding the treasure room is a piece of cake. Found it. The gourmet whale and pitiful spider Dr. Coins. Now I have all 3 coins. Everything is ready. Besides that, there are only a few potions and a hooded cloak worth taking. By the way, Soil's condition isn't looking too good. On the other side, Soil was sobbing. He was worried. She's so panicked that it's really hard to calm her down. Well, it's completely understandable. The escape room near the treasure room has been opened. Gildal, the exit boss inside, has opened the door and stepped out. He must be wandering all over floor 3 looking for the one who took his holy relic, and those footprints are monstrously huge. I heard he's about 260 centimeters tall and weighs 220 kilograms. Just looking at his stats makes me not want to run into him. The footprints are heading toward the snowy mountain where the monolith is, so we have no other choice. He spoke up. There's no turning back for Gildal now. The person he used to be is gone, so we'll have to face him as an exit boss. Soil gritted her teeth and recounted. The first time I met Gildal, I was only a floor 2 adventurer. Adventurer life wasn't easy at all after leaving Wundam and starting over in Soin. Due to the prejudice against the Fox clan, it was very hard to find a party. But even when I had the chance to find teammates, I couldn't be happy. Foxtails and fox beads fetch very high prices on the black market, so I couldn't easily trust anyone. Suddenly, a voice rang out, thank goodness. Every time we entered the labyrinth, we almost died, so we were really worried. Having a floor 2 adventurer join our floor 1 rookie party is a huge help. A werewolf cheerfully winked. What's wrong with the Fox clan? I'm a beastman too. Hey, how dare you compare Lady Soil to someone like you? Well, get stronger really fast, so let's head into floor 2 together. Sounds great. This time, let's get stronger properly. Soil was so happy back then. If I just keep gaining experience and building trust with them like this, I thought I could live with them as adventurers for a long time. The scene shifted to the dungeon. Shall we get started? At this time, the 3 of them had changed their gear. They all wore sly smiles on their faces. Soil asked suspiciously, why did you guys suddenly change your equipment? That guy laughed out loud. Have you ever seen this before? It's called a jump attack. He ruthlessly slashed right at Soil's leg. The slash sent her tumbling hard to the ground. The guy next to him also cast a spell, binding vines. The vines quickly bound Soil tight. The wolf beastman quickly stepped forward and said, I'm truly sorry to do this to a fellow beastman, but what can you do? The world is just cruel. But isn't it your fault for having 3 tails? You just keep swaying them around like that. Of course, people will pay a premium to buy them. We need magic gear too, if we want to reach floor 3 anytime soon. We've run floor 2 over 50 times already, surprised? 1 fox orb can buy us 2 items, so we have no choice. Don't hold a grudge against us. Soyul shut her eyes in sheer despair. But when she felt nothing after a long moment, Soyul opened her eyes in confusion. The wolf beastman right in front of her had been blown away. The other two angrily yelled, "Who the hell are you bastards?" Gadazmi's voice rang out, "Gappa, how dare you try to kill an Eastern beastman?" Suddenly, a man stepped forward. "You were terrified, weren't you? Come with me, little fox. From now on, we're going to protect you." Beside him, Hijikata teased, "Hey, Gildal, you're practically naked, so why are you acting so cool?" Gadazmi also chimed in, "Aren't you freezing?" "Gappa, I'm cold-blooded, so I'm freezing to death over here." Gildal just smiled. He confidently replied, "Goblins don't feel the cold." Soyul sobbed as she finished her story. And just like that, we became a party. To me, Gildal was my absolute savior. And then, my precious comrade is trapped in this labyrinth, forced to slaughter the innocent. I can't let him keep living on as a monster. Calum, please, I'm begging you, just this once.
He immediately made up his mind. It's time to save him. Hijikata asked, "Hey Gildal, you're practically naked but still trying to act tough. Aren't you freezing?" "Gappa, I'm cold-blooded, so I'm freezing my tail off here." He just laughed and replied, "Goblins never get cold." Hijikata smiled and said, "What a load of crap." He caught a terrible cold right after that. He actually hates the cold even more than Gappa does. He was just acting tough. Sneak asked curiously, "But how did you guys lose a comrade like Gildal in the first place?" He recounted the event. There was a dispute on floor 3. We agreed to have Soyul cast cold resistance magic for them. In the labyrinth, paying in installments on credit is completely normal. But we couldn't do that because Eastern parties aren't protected by the Security Bureau or the Adventurers Guild. We demanded immediate payment in magic stones, but they flat out refused, and the argument quickly escalated. Suddenly, one of them shouted at Soyul, "Shut your mouth, you damn fox. If you want us to pay up right now, go sell your tail on the black market and give them the money." Furious, Gildal violently kicked the guy. "How dare you threaten my comrade right to my face?" His accomplices stared at the scene in utter shock. With eyes blazing with rage, Gildal threatened them. "You guys are ready to die, right?" Hijikata smiled bitterly. It was an 8-on-4 brawl, but we ended up winning. Gildal alone took down 4 of them. But after the dust settled, Gildal completely vanished. We searched everywhere, but couldn't find a single trace of him. If we can't turn Gildal back to normal, I'm going to bring his body out and give him a proper funeral. And I will absolutely murder that bastard Antonelli. Sneak looked worried. But Calum's probably going to suggest regrouping and falling back to floor 2, right? Hijikata calmly replied, "Yeah, which is why I want to ask you to look after Soyul and Gadazmi. I will take full responsibility." A little while later, the whole group met up and Calum declared, "We are not heading to floor 2. The entire group stared at him in sheer bewilderment. The portal to floor 2 has most likely been overrun. Sneak asked in confusion, "Isn't the escape room always located right behind the monolith?" Calum explained, "The order has shifted. Antonelli has basically become the gatekeeper boss right at the entrance of floor 2, right? It's highly probable the labyrinth has registered that spot as the new escape room." Hijikata was stunned. Is that even possible? Calum thought to himself, I've seen this exact same thing happen plenty of times in the game. Calum laid out the details he had observed. The proof is that we haven't encountered a single monster wave from Gildal's escape room all the way here, because they've all been funneled to overrun the area right in front of floor 2's portal. Conversely, there should definitely be an escape portal in the room Gildal abandoned, but if we head there now, the next wave of monsters will spawn. But don't worry too much. We're going to activate the monolith and take down the Lich. We're out of time, so listen closely. Calum reached out to Urinal. It's Calum. I've grouped up with Hijikata's team and we're heading your way. When I give the signal, move out. Floor 2 has been overrun, so we're going to summit the snowy mountain and activate the monolith. Gadazmi screamed in utter terror. Is he insane? Urinal was baffled by his reaction. What is it? Gadazmi yelled furiously. Wake up, elf. He just said he's going to activate the monolith. She was still lost in her own thoughts, figuring Calum must have already cracked the code. Gadazmi shrieked. There are thousands of monsters swarming the peak. What the hell are we supposed to do? Do you honestly think they'll just stand there and watch while we plug the answers into those 3 boxes? Urinal started sweating profusely. Now that you mention it, yeah. Gadazmi scowled fiercely. Well, if floor 2 is blocked off, it's not like we have any other choice, but still. Damn it, this is literally marching straight into a death trap. Urinal pleaded with him, but we have to trust Calum's plan. Gadazmi gritted his teeth. That damn parrot Calum.
If that plan is going to work, someone has to pull all the aggro from the monsters at the top. Who's going to do that? Urinal hastily defended him. Calum will figure it out. Help pull it off somehow. He continued to curse furiously. That son of a bitch, Calum. The scene shifted back to the snowy mountain. We began our ascent, with Gildal also making his way toward the monolith. Calum sighed inwardly. I wanted to explain the full plan to Urinal's team, but we're completely out of time. We have to move fast to keep up with Gildal's pace. Of the 3 paths, setting aside the one blocked by the femur bone wall, Gildal is climbing up the 3rd route. At this moment, Gildal's silhouette finally came into view. Hovering right above him was a bizarre, eerie eye. Mage's phantom eye. You can deploy it in hostile areas to scout ahead. It can be wedged into tight crevices or set up between walls to track enemy movements. He mused to himself, the item I looted off Antonelli sure is coming in handy. I brought the eye out earlier and planted it along the 3rd path. He's already made it halfway up. We really need to pick up the pace. Amos called out a warning. It's pitch black out here. Make sure you don't lose your footing. Calum fought as he trudged forward. I even unequipped my torch hat to maximize our stealth. We just have to wait for the exact moment Gildal and Antonelli clash at the summit. Less than greater than. Going up against a massive undead army and a lich, Gildal's odds of survival are practically 0. If Antonelli manages to kill Gildal, he's going to resurrect Gildal as an undead and turn him into another one of his mindless thralls. We absolutely have to prevent that worst-case scenario from happening. I'm burning with impatience, but we have to approach with absolute caution. We can't afford to be spotted. Urinal has probably already picked up on the sound of my footsteps and pinned down our location. The monolith is only about 100 meters away. The second Gildal initiates combat, that's our signal. The moment that happens, we need to move like lightning and activate the monolith. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. As he peered through the phantom eye, there was absolutely nothing there. Where the hell did Gildal go? The scene dramatically shifted to Urinal standing right at the cave entrance, calling out loudly. Calum panicked. No, Urinal. I specifically told you to wait for my signal before coming out. Meanwhile, she just silently mouthed the words to him. She slowly mouthed, please be careful. Suddenly, his expression turned deadly serious. Footsteps. Did Gildal double back in our direction? That's completely impossible unless he teleported. Who's there? At that very moment, a guttural growl echoed dangerously close. Calum stared at the horrifying sight before him in utter shock. A ragged zombie. Calum stared at the horrifying sight before him in utter shock. A ragged zombie. Whenever a lich fortifies a specific territory, it spawns ragged zombies. But I never could have expected this. It was stitched together using the corpses of 3 adventurers instead of monsters, the torso of an orc warrior, mangled with an elf druid and a cat beastman. Where the hell did these guys come from? The massive zombie slammed its fist down right where he was standing. Amos frantically lunged forward to block the devastating blow. Hijikata swung his katana and charged straight in. Sneak also sprinted in to launch a deadly assault. Both of their ferocious strikes landed perfectly on the zombie's decaying flesh. It let out an agonizing, blood-curdling shriek. The abomination thrashed its massive body wildly, desperately trying to throw the 2 of them off. It gathers its strength of bloodshot eyes. The axe is quickly swung. Amos is knocked far away by it. Calum furiously yells, Amos, no. He hastily uses the skill Superconductor, but the zombie isn't affected at all. Calum thinks to himself, is the level gap too big? The shock has no effect. That's impossible. Urinal, Gadazmi, come out here right now. These are adventurers from a floor 4 party. It seems Antonelli has turned them into his allies. Antonelli chuckles. It's a pleasure to see you all again. Thanks to you, the ultimate form of my necromancy. Calum yells, shut your mouth. The hourglass has been activated. It's your turn. He curses inwardly. Damn it, the plan is ruined. Change of plans. In an emergency like this, there's no time to explain an alternative. First things first, deal with the ragged zombie. Superconductor, 4 stacked strikes. All action points have been consumed, ending turn. The zombie is instantly shocked stiff. It quickly collapses. Calum loudly commands, Sneak, take the torch hat. Lead that thing to the oil trap we saw on the way here. Sneak hurriedly complies. He uses the skill, Shadow Leap. The zombie's body is sucked away. Calum continues commanding, everyone, stall for time here. We just need to hold out for 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds. At this moment, the monsters quickly rush in. Hijikata and Amos desperately fight back. Hijikata uses the skill Berserk. He slashes through an entire horde of monsters. But unfortunately, he is ambushed by a snow wolf. He swings his sword in anger, "You beast." Another pack of monsters is slashed to death. Hijikata pants heavily. "Damn it, we can't break free. At this rate, we'll be wiped out. If I'm going to die anyway with that smirking necromancer over there, then I'll drag him to hell with me. Die, you bastard." Hearing this, Antonelli bursts into laughter. Suddenly, Antonelli looks to his side in sheer terror. Gildal is right there and swings a club straight at his head. This blow sends Antonelli crashing directly to the ground. Soil gasps in shock, "Gildal." Calum speaks urgently. Gildal is moving toward the Lich. He's come all the way up to get us. "Yurnal, Gadazmi, take me to the second approach route. The rest of you, hide by the stairs to floor 3.5 until I give the signal. We have to take advantage of the aggro focused on Gildal right now." Over here, Gildal is still holding Antonelli back. He furiously uses the skill, Corpse Explosion. Gildal falls to the ground in pain and the snow wolves seize the chance to pounce. Hijikata screams, "Gildal, Gildal." Godozmi rushes toward him with tears streaming down his face. "Well, die here with Gildal." Soyul also quickly dashes over. The three form a protective circle around Gildal. Calum sighs inwardly. "Damn it, those idiots can't control their emotions." Dust Explosion. "There's no other way. I have to activate the monolith right now." Dust Explosion. Dust Explosion. Fuck. He must be insanely tough since he's a tier 4 necromancer. Yurnal calls out loudly, "Calum, look." Gildal is? Calum hurriedly looks over. Gildal is taking off his coat, wanting to cover Soil with it. Soil's eyes widen. With tear-filled eyes, Soil looks toward Gildal. Gildal grips his club tightly. He throws his head back and roars. Hijikata says joyfully, "He remembers us." "That's right, we're always together." Calum watches this scene in surprise. A boss consumed by madness can't make rational judgments. The reason behind their actions is usually habits formed over a long time in the labyrinth. They've all become each other's habits. This is an unexpected situation I've never seen in the game. Dust Explosion. Maybe I still don't know much about this world. Calum visibly brightens up. He rushes to the breach spot. The barrier is pierced. It looks like it's just big enough for a fist to pass through. But that's enough. "Yurnal, get ready." She hurriedly replies, "Yes, yes. But what do I do? Just tell me anything." Calum smiles and says, "Wait a moment. Let me adjust the magic eye's position first." The magic eye swiftly flies toward the monolith. "All right. Yurnal, attach this to the mana link." She asks curiously, "What is this?" He answers, "A coin wrapped in a scroll. There's no time. Hurry." Use refraction arrow to shoot an arrow hitting the monolith behind the barrier. She asks doubtfully, "The monolith?" "That's right," he explains, "as close to the 3 boxes in front of it as possible." Yurnal says anxiously, but because of the barrier, I can't see the exact location of the monolith." Calum reassures her, "Don't worry, I'll guide you to its location." Cumulonimbus. Instantly, a surge of black smoke rushes toward the monolith. He reminds her, "Listen to the sound of the rain and pinpoint the direction." Yurnal has the sound perception skill. She can do it. She senses Hijikata fighting. Next is the monolith, and the 3 boxes beneath the monolith. She quickly focuses in that direction. Yurnal swiftly shoots the arrow. I see it. The arrow flies in a strange trajectory. It rapidly approaches the monolith. The arrow accurately strikes the monolith. 3 coins quickly fall out. Through the visual feed, Calum sees the 3 coins falling. He thinks to himself, the moment the coin wrapped in the scroll hits the monolith and falls, that's the moment. The hourglass is activated. It's your turn. His eyes light up. Calum slips his hand into the newly created breach, pointing his staff through the hole in the barrier. He uses the magic eye to confirm the target and adjusts the aim. He uses the skill, Transfer. A streak of blue magic shoots toward the monolith. Seeing one slot lose its blue color fills him with joy. Got it. The coin continues to move. He calculates. Now I need to use psychokinesis to slowly guide the coin into each box. Then one square disappeared again. The coin smoothly dropped into the box. All action points have been consumed, ending the turn. He smiled smugly. Great, a huge success. Right after, the stone monument suddenly shot out a brilliant ray of light. That ray of light pierced straight into the sky. Gadazmi pointed at it in terror. What is that? Hijikata, it seems Calum successfully deciphered it. We're saved, Gapawak. He doubted it. Really? It's glowing intensely, but nothing else is happening. The torches are exactly the same. Did the monument's magic really activate? Gadazmi rushed over. I'll go check. Calum, did you solve the code yet?
Urinal replied, Calum already deciphered the monument's code.
Gadozmi asked anxiously, but why hasn't the magic activated? The monsters are still there. That. It says the caster must directly touch the monument. Gadozmi flinched. What did you say? The area in front of the monument is full of monsters. How can we get there? Calum said, calm down, Gadozmi. We already anticipated this. He asked suspiciously, is that a scroll? Calum explained, even if a 10th tier magic is sealed into a scroll, it will evaporate within a minute due to its overwhelming power. But in other words, it means the magic can exist within this scroll for about a minute. Transfer engraving. Right after the sealing scroll was opened, Gadozmi's eyes widened at the sight. Transfer engraving a 10th tier magic that's about to dissipate. That's insane. He never intended to approach the monument in the first place. Did he calculate everything the moment he solved the code? Calum smiled and called out, Urinal, the Dasmi. It's done. Get ready to go home. 10th tier mass destruction spell, activating wide area annihilation. Sneak hurriedly ran away over here, this way. Just run a little further and we'll reach the oil pool. This guy's strength is far beyond imagination. Even a full floor 3 party might not be able to defeat him. At that time, Calum gave the order, lead this thing to the oil trap we found on the way here. He tried to keep his composure. I have to take responsibility and finish it off. Unlike that kid who only knows how to do easy tasks like delivering messages. I'm different. Don't worry, Boss Calum. I was given an important mission, so I'll finish it flawlessly. We can't let something like this return to the Lich. Magic throwing knives. The zombie swung its club to block his attack. It swung its axe at Sneak. He sneered. Bring it on. The heavy axe smashed into the ground. As for Sneak, he had already slipped behind it. Sneak pulled out a bomb. He smiled and threw it at the zombie. The massive explosion made the zombie suffer. Its legs gradually lost their balance. It quickly sank into the ground. Its whole body slowly fell in. Its body intimately touched the black mud. Sneak hurried over to the cliff. He looked down at the struggling zombie, smiled, and said, goodbye. A knife immediately pierced its chest. The knife instantly glowed. A huge explosion occurred, so warm. Suddenly, Sneak looked back. The light from the monument was shining straight up into the sky. He was overjoyed. Boss Calum, you succeeded too. On the other side, the Lich was in agony as the light touched him. The Frost Hunters were the same. The light struck the monsters directly in the face. That light erupted violently. The monsters were terrified. Everyone else closed their eyes to avoid being blinded. Calum was no exception. A moment later, the light finally stopped. He slowly opened his eyes. The effect of a 10th tier magic, a wide area destruction spell, is truly worthy. Amazing. It wiped the battlefield entirely clean, as if it had been scrubbed smooth. Gadozmi was horrified. Is it over? All the monsters have been eradicated. But the Lich figure was still there. He glared at him with hateful eyes. Calum warned them, it's not time to relax yet. The Lich is still there. Urinal gasped in shock. How did he survive the monument's magic? Calum speculated, perhaps that monument was created by the residents of the mid-floor villages. They built it to defend against monsters. That's probably why it couldn't recognize an exit boss who was once a human, because the residents of the mid-floor villages are also entities swallowed by the labyrinth. Let's head over there first. Seeing him, Amos called out, Calum. That bastard Lich refuses to come down from the air. Gildal is bleeding heavily. Calum frowned. He's waiting for Gildal to die so he can turn him into an undead and attack us. While he's in the air, only a few of us can attack him, making it very hard to land a finishing blow right now. With the Lich's undead regeneration trait, unless it's a strike powerful enough to obliterate him, he'll quickly heal his wounds. Hijikata lost his composure and asked, so we just have to stand here and watch helplessly. Calum replied, no, there's still one way. A Lich has his soul container called a life vessel. If we find it inside his body and destroy it, his regeneration will stop. We just need to aim for the moment he falls after taking a fatal hit. The problem is that it's very small and the Lich could have hidden it anywhere. The only way to find it is. Soil, track down Gildal's soul. Soil cried out, but if we do that, Gildal's soul. If we destroy the Lich's life vessel, Gildal's soul inside it will also disappear.
Hijikata bowed his head in despair. Urnil said anxiously, Calum.
He sighed. It will be agonizing, but there's no other way. Once again, I realize I've truly fallen into an extremely miserable world. Calum said, the problem is that it's very small and the Lich could have hidden it anywhere. The only way to find it is Soyul, trace Gildal's soul. You must brace yourself, Soyul. Only you can do this. Soyul asked, what if I can't do it? He replied, even if we use another method, the disappearance of Gildal's soul is inevitable. Soyul said sadly, Gildal was my best friend and also my benefactor. Calum fell silent before saying, that's why we have to let him rest in peace. She hurriedly pleaded, please, Calum. I'll do anything, so please save Gildal. He shook his head and said, with the current situation, no one can save Gildal anymore. Even cardinals or professor-level mages couldn't do it. Soyul bit her lip hard. Really? Is there really no other way? He sighed. It can't exactly be called a method. Soyul urgently asked, tell me. Calum explained, it's just an incredibly dangerous and uncertain gamble. You could die or get hurt for nothing. She was resolute. It doesn't matter, I'm begging you. Calum slowly said, I'll say it again, no one in this world can save Gildal right now. But what if it's not a human? Soyul bit her lip, thinking, I guess the method Calum mentioned is something that relies purely on luck. Gildal, without you, we don't have the confidence to enter the labyrinth anymore. Even if you're digested by the labyrinth, we will definitely find you. If only we can separate your soul from the Lich. If only you can live again. I will beg the labyrinth master.
Foxfire of the Yoho. I'll even sell my very soul. Soyul's purple flames flew toward the Lich. It stared at the scene with indignation. Its entire body began to crack. Then Soyul's flames pierced right through its body. The Lich slowly crumpled to the ground. Hijikata rushed forward, sword in hand. He stomped the ground and leaped high into the air. Hijikata put all his strength into a slash aimed at it. He muttered, it's all over. Now I'll let you rest in peace, Gildal. Godozmi shouted, wait, Hijikata. He didn't care. Say your final goodbyes, Godozmi. That's not it, Soyul, just... Soyul disappeared. Hijikata yelled in panic. What? Soyul? What do you mean? Where did she go? Over there, Gildal shivered and muttered. It's so cold. How's the cold resistance charm coming along, Soyul? Their eyes widened in shock upon hearing that. Urnil was surprised as well. Hijikata and Godozmi hurriedly rushed over. What's wrong, Gildal? Hey, do you recognize us? Calum muttered to the side, unbelievable. I didn't expect this method to actually work. Seeing someone captured by the labyrinth master with my own eyes is truly fascinating. I never saw it in such detail, even in the game. First, we need to give Gildal a recovery potion. He must be on the brink of death right now. The two of them quickly complied. Got it. Gildal, here's the potion. I'll give it to you right away. But what exactly is going on here? Calum said, don't panic. Listen to me carefully. This time, Soyul has become the exit boss. Hijikata panicked. What did you say? What the hell are you talking about? Calum explained, to become an exit boss, you have to be the strongest adventurer on that floor. On this floor right now, even within your party, Hijikata, the three-tailed Yoho Soyul is the easiest prey for the labyrinth to target. Now that the mighty exit boss, the Lich, is dead, I suggested Soyul make a wish to save Gildal. The labyrinth master chose Soyul as the new replacement because of that intense desire. Godozmi cursed. Are you crazy? He kept muttering to himself, it was a risky plan, but I calculated everything beforehand. Godozmi frantically asked, then how are we supposed to find Soyul? Calum smiled and retorted, there's the abandoned exit room that Gildal opened and walked out of, right? Shouldn't it have a new owner? The newly reborn Soyul will be placed there. Classic Calum. Urnil pressed, then how do we find the holy relic? Calum pointed out the method. If we go down the stairs to floor 3.5, it should be nearby since the Lich got here pretty fast after harvesting souls. At that moment, Sneak returned. Boss, I'm done and I've returned safely. He praised, great job, Sneak. You're just in time. Only Urnil, Godozmi, and Sneak are coming with me. The rest of you stand guard up ahead near Soyul's exit room. The exit room is next to the treasure room. Contact me if anything happens. I'm off then. Godozmi asked suspiciously, is this really possible? Did you find Soyul's holy relic in just about 10 minutes? Sneak laughed cheerfully. As expected. Boss Calum is a master of holy relics. Since I had to go through this kind of hell, maybe I should demand a hefty compensation from this team, huh?
Calum reminded. Sneak. Taking a little something is fine, but when this is all over, you'll come to the back alley with me, right? Of course, boss. I'm ready to follow you. Things are going so smoothly that I'm starting to feel uneasy. Isn't everything playing out exactly as I predicted? I just need to get Soyul out of here and it's done. Gadazmi, stay back and take care of Gildal. Sneak and I will go. So far, there hasn't been a single flaw in my calculations. Please, let there be no unexpected variables. As the door cracked open, Calum's eyes suddenly widened.